starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ。
みんな、内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。Menggaruk kulit kepala disebabkan keluh mumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi keluh mumur dan kegatalan. Bebas keluh mumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders. Dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために、私はもっと強くなる。やっ！なら！背中合わせでいくわよ。
Dengan 100+ zero. Coba, try, taste 100+ zero. Hey.
terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Laungkanlah sama-sama laungkan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too.
Rendam terasa api tak kunjung padam.
Marah
Ke hadapan kita sehaluan, jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia. Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Oh, yeah. Laungkanlah sama-sama laungkan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara,
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5GB processor for smooth performance. Equipped with 144Hz refresh rate for buttery smooth gaming visuals. JBL tuned speakers for solid sound and a more immersive experience. Also equipped with 100-watt fast charge and 5200 mAh battery for less downtime and more playtime. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways: green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners: 100 Plus, Playas, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, BSI, Rakan Muda, MESF, PSM.
Selamat datang ke hari kedua Minggu di Raja. Nama saya Rose, hos anda sepanjang musim ini, dan semalam pada hari pertama Minggu di Raja, kita semua dah saksikan perlawanan yang cukup menarik sebab AERO dapat break Selangor Red Giants OG Esports punya win streak. And of course, Homeboys pula dapat continue win streak mereka. Now, selepas semalam yang penuh kejutan, mampukah hari ini menyambung rentak yang sama? So, tanpa membuang masa, jom kita sama-sama lihat jadual untuk perlawanan hari ini. Untuk perlawanan pertama, kita akan saksikan DX Seoul menentang Monster Vicious. DX Seoul rookie team yang sering memaksa seri perlawanan hingga ke game ketiga, menunjukkan ketahanan dan perkembangan yang konsisten. Mampukah DX Seoul terus mencipta kejutan ataupun pengalaman Monster Vicious akan jadi penentu kemenangan? Untuk match kedua, Todak menentang Team Vamos. Todak sekarang masih lagi mencari rentak selepas beberapa kekalahan. Lawan pula Team Vamos yang kini di puncak prestasi. Match ini akan jadi sesuatu peluang penting untuk Todak bangkit atau bakal kecundang lagi sekali. Untuk match terakhir hari ini, JP Niners menentang AERO Esports. JP menyambut semula King Max memberi suntikan tenaga kepada pasukan. Sementara itu, Hazel yang kini bersama AERO tampil memberi impak besar, iaitu yang kita panggil Hazel Effect yang menguatkan momentum pasukannya. Dua jungler berentap, siapakah yang membawa pasukannya kemenangan hari ini? And of course, kepada semua orang yang tengah tengok live stream ini di rumah ke mana-mana pun, inilah pentas kebanggaan kita mana kita akan saksikan semua momen yang menarik, happy and sad all in one. So korang boleh scan QR code di bawah untuk mendapatkan free in-game freebies untuk anda. Tanpa membuang masa, mari let's show it to the casters untuk start match pertama di hari kedua Minggu di Raja.
Thanks, Rose. It's King making week once again. Week number 4 continues after witnessing day number 1. We've seen some highs, we've seen some lows, but Saturday is where it's going to be. Welcome everybody to the MPL MY Season 15. My name is Gideon Q. This is LaFell. This is Husky here at the desk to keep you guys entertained and to make sure the commentary is filled with all the information you need. Boys, did you watch Friday? Did you see those games?
Oh, I did.
Friday?
I did. I was happy and upset and happy again at the same time.
Yeah, I was very glad that we had that game between AERO and SRG OG.
Amazing.
It's the best series we had so far, and this is what we need for SRG and the league as a whole, right? We need a team to push the best of the best, and we have AERO.
Gotta make them sweat a little bit. Gotta make them sweat just a little bit. But guys, you've already seen what today's schedule is going to be looking like. We have teams looking to reach the highest heights and other teams trying to crawl out from the bottom. If not, separate themselves from the middle of the pack. The big mission for DXS against MV to continue the winning streak. DXS, they've had a rough time here at the MPL, But MV, on the other hand, has been on the up and rise, showing us some really good gameplay. They just haven't beaten the upper echelon just yet.
I would feel like for DxO, honestly, like if you watch their matches, it really doesn't show when you look at the, what you call it, like the results, right? If you look at the results, you would be like, yo, this team sucks. But no, not like they actually perform very well. It's just that when they go to game 3, that's where they get a little bit flat.
Yeah, I think for DXS, they are the team that actually gave Homeboys their toughest series so far.
Vamos.
And they're done with the strongest teams, right? Yeah. Now it's just the easier matches for DXS.
Hey, we say easier, but all of this is powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5G processor for smooth performance. We're talking about the processor inside of the Infinix, the official gaming phone here that we have our players playing up on the stage to give them the best performance possible. Have I also mentioned that it also has 100 watts fast charging and 5,200 mega amps of battery for less downtime and more playtime.
What, seriously? Steve just said they got 5,200 mAh.
He said mAh?
Even I was like, bro, that's not how we do it. But
you know what? The script does say mAh.
We know what classes he skipped out of in high school.
I call it MAH. You know?
Look, that's not a league that we approve of. But now, coming into these games, DXS, I do agree with you. Their game number 3s have been looking a little rough around the edges, but they're facing up against MV, who generally, based on what we saw last season, may not be the same this season. They do really well against stronger teams. They don't do so well against lower standing teams. Do you think this could be a potential upset?
I think it would be, right? Especially for DXS, they have struggled in the long run. They struggle when it comes to those marathons. And I think the main problem that they face right now is game 3 for them always looks very lopsided, right? They always fail either in the drafts or in the early execution. Whereas for MV, they've been to the ringer, right? They've been through the gauntlet last season. They had to play some very tough series. So if we look at a full BO3, I think DXS is going to fall back into the same problem unless they fix it.
Well, I mean, that's one way of putting it. I feel like, I agree with you in terms of Game 3 drafts have been a little abysmal. Yeah. Let's look at the standings first just to see the stakes that these teams are going to be playing for. Because right now, it is do or die in week number 4. Currently, DxO is at 6th place with 6 points, tied up against Todak. However, they have technically played a couple more games. In comparison, MV currently sitting at 4th, 7 points tied to AERO Esports. That tiebreaker is going to be ended today, whether they take a point or they might retie again against AERO.
So personally for me, Monster Vicious, I do want to see what kind of Monster Vicious they're going to show up for today, because I feel like for all of their matches, Uni has been very consistent. However, other lanes has been a bit of a question mark, including for me, which is very surprising. Nova Escobar. I thought he was one of the best roamers that we have here in Malaysia, but unfortunately, he does make some mistakes, like catching people off, but bringing them towards the carry, towards Rob. And then Rob is just like, yo, bro, what you doing?
It could be just like the heat of the moment, you know? That's what MV has been all about. Put their foot on the pedal and then gas, gas, gas.
Yeah, I think for MV, Nova Escobar, we know him as the guy that likes to play setup type of tanks, right? Yeah. Every single game, if you see the draft kind of go down that roamer pool, he's going to fall back to the Tigreal. Yeah. That has always been his fallback plan. When it comes to other roamers, like the more single target pickoff, Cho Kalea, we definitely need more of it. I know he played 2 Kalea games against Todak and won, but it's not enough of a solid evidence that he is proficient.
Well, I mean, he could be proficient in all these things, but the setup isn't just about him alone. We have to talk about EXP laners, and let's look at the best 5 rankers in terms of the EXP lane. Currently, Smooth and Vel are currently right at the top in terms of EXP. In terms of roam, Zorn fulfills that position. Mel QT will be the gold laner. Chibi and as well as Stormy for jungle and as well as mid.
Honestly, I feel like every single one of them perform. And just to remind everyone, this is like week by week basis. And I feel like in those weeks, these are the players that went up against tough opponents and they excelled. They showed why they deserve to be here. And unfortunately, none of the players here are going to be playing right now. They're going to be playing in later matches. But personally for me, the one that I got to talk about is Vel. Like, he comes into the scene and people are talking about Cram. And I feel like between Smooth and Vel, I would actually put Vel above Smooth. I feel like Vel and Cram are the closest when it comes to like how they play and the hero pool.
Style of play in hero pool.
I agree. I think that was something that we agreed on last week on the desk as well. I think Vel is the closest contender to Cram right now. You say similar hero pools, Val has shown that he goes beyond that, right?
Yeah.
The Fredrin, the Edith. We haven't seen Krem go on those three. The Marsha as
Although
well.
to be fair, Krem doesn't have a reason to go crazy.
Exactly.
You know?
I mean, you look at the total assists compared to Smooth, right? Smooth has 18, Val has 42 assists.
Yeah, a ridiculous amount of it. Now, come back to the DXS conversation here. They are very happy to find these wins, especially coming in with an organization who has taken the world by storm, at least from the MAL scene, coming over into the MPL. I think the transition has been rather rough, despite having experienced players on their side to kind of help them guide the way.
Personally, for me, I feel like if they really want to win against MV, Kimin has to step up. Because out of all the roles, the jungler hasn't been all that consistent. We've seen him using, different heroes and stuff. But again, if he does well, I feel like it increases the morale of the team. Because talking to some of the players, whenever he misses a retribution or whenever the pathing isn't correct, the team gets a little bit tilted.
Just a little bit? Just a little bit?
I think his biggest enemy
Some
is
more than
himself.
others. Let me put it that way. Some don't care that much. Some are like, bro, what the hell?
Yeah, I think Kimin's biggest enemy is actually himself, right? You gotta try and boost that confidence, right? However way they can. Even back in MAL, you see on his underwhelming days, you can really feel that Kimin was the reason that the team is struggling. And we have a prime example of how big of an impact a jungler brings. Just look at Hazel against the guys yesterday, right? Hazel alone allowed AERO to stay in the game and eventually win game 1. It kept them in game 3 for a long time too. So Kimin, today is the day that he proves himself.
Let me just say before moving forward, we got to remind ourselves this is Uni who won I would say all of the retro battles, the 50-50 against Chibi. And Chibi was on that Suyo and he won with a Hayabusa. So Kimin, I feel it's going to be a tough matchup for him in the jungle.
I agree. I think this is going to be a really difficult matchup in terms of just securing objectives alone. But that's not all, right? Because again, MV also came from that tier 2 scene, also has played against some of these players before at the very more or less. But before we go any further, let's have an introduction to DXS. Here is their lineup, their main 5 playing here today to compete for some points at the MPL. It's guys at Rassi, Stoem, Kimin, and Siska.
For me personally, last week I was asking Rassi, like, what can you do with this lineup? And honestly, he showed up. I still remember his Cho catching nets time and time and time again. I'm really impressed by how Rassi has improved in 2 to 3 weeks. I just want to see a bit more from Kimin.
Yeah, we caught a glimpse of what Storm and Rassi brought to the team, right? Keeping them in those long games, making sure that they held on. That's how they took one game off of Homeboys, but we were always left yearning for more. What else can they bring? Can they really take that next step to bring the other 3 rookies up to speed? And Rassi showed that.
I mean, they're going to be facing off against Monster, Vicious to try to get to that next step. It's rough. Novax, Koba, Randell, Uni, and as well as Zeno. This team, I was surprised that they decided to bring Randell the very first time they announced him. However, I feel like it's a pretty great addition. Based on what we've been hearing on the mic checks, he's surprisingly calm. He's not as hot-blooded as I was expecting a lot of players who do come from AE to be.
One of the things that I want to see is the hero pool here, because Uni brought in the Esmeralda last week. You know, mixed results, but I do want to see if the coaches have something else for these players.
I mean, Zeno also has the Esmeralda in his pool, right? Some hidden pool. So I want to see that diverse hero pool get explored again.
I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the Esmeralda, but I'm down
might
for
have
the
Uranus.
No. That's where I draw the line. That's where I'm like, I am done with it. Now, it is time to introduce the teams. Let's bring them out.
Rising from the ashes with a triumphant victory over AERO after a tough losing streak. 5 young warriors who refuse to surrender, proving their fighting spirit. Make some noise for DX Soul!
They fell short in a hard-fought 2-1 showdown last time, but today they rise again and ready to unleash the true wrath of the monster. Give it up for the beast, a monster, Vicious!
Introducing the coaches and analysts of the 2 teams and the head of League Ops Franklin that will ensure fair play and professional integrity throughout the matches. Let's keep it going with fist bumps between the teams. A true sign of professionalism. The last contact they will have physically before they head on into the land of Dawn. Good luck to both of our teams. As our teams now man up into their battle stations, and of course, the handshakes between old teammates of Rasian as well as Randell. This is going to be quite the showdown, and I'm hoping it's going to be an exciting one if Rasi is that excited to check out his old teammate.
I mean, personally for me, I've said this before. If I'm gonna buy any tickets, it's gonna be DxO because you know that it's gonna go all the way. Like again, like most of the time, it doesn't work out in their favor. But as a fan, it's an amazing game to watch.
Yeah, if you want some extra game to fill up your void, if you want that break time, this is definitely one of the series. And you know, good thing is that Coach Teo has also tried to get the team to integrate, right? Like we talked about his pseudo-military style punishment when they don't perform well.
Yeah.
You know, week by week, DxO has been showing improvements.
Well, I mean, they have been showing improvements, and it also reflects in their team head-to-head. Based off of the stats we see, in terms of the 5 compared to 4 matches between the two teams, 14 games played to 9. So far, in terms of team total kills and damage dealt, it kind of makes sense why they're racking up these numbers.
Yeah, of course. And one of the things that I want to look at here is actually the hero pool, because DxO has 29 unique heroes compared to MV with 20, despite MV, you know, showing some interesting peaks here and there. But look at the first blood rate, 67% for MV compared to DxO, which does suggest that MV usually will have a better early game. And we can even see that even though they have a Hanzo jungle, somehow the Hanzo will get first blood.
Yeah, and one of the
Isn't he the one that gets the kill? Not he dying. You know? Like just to clarify.
I mean, one of the hidden stats we just brought up was also objective secure rate, right? I think it's fair for us to say that Monster Vicious, in terms of securing turtles and Lord, has a higher statistics compared to DxO, and it ties back to the whole matchup between Uni and Kimin.
Let's look at the keys to victories. Close the game 2-0. Don't give Uni any room to move. That's going to be pretty hard. Stay alert for MV's pickoff setups and prioritize Kimin's heroes. Yeah. Again, we've already addressed at least a couple of these points, but the don't give Uni any room to move seems a little difficult.
Yeah, I feel like it is very difficult, but that's kind of what Siska is known to do. Only successful when he uses that Hilda. Other than Hilda, I don't know whether he can do the same thing, but I feel like this is the keys to victory for DX in a way. It's like, let Siska able to shut down Uni, but I feel like with the coaching staff that MV has, I feel like they won't allow that to happen.
Yeah, I agree. I think teams really started respect banning the Hilda every single time they go up against DxO, and you can see that impact that it has on Siska's lane. Unless they are willing to do what Coach Yep did with Onyx ID and bring back the Benedetta, then maybe we might have a conversation, right? That is one of Siska's signature pick. We have yet to see it though.
That would be a fun look. And I mean, speaking of fun looks, I am loving their new colors of jerseys compared to the last one, the white, blue, reds. Ah, man. Simple, almost monotonous, but stands out just about right. This fresh new look on DXS might just be what they need to take down MV, but let's look at the keys to victory for MV. Deny Kimin's comfort picks, force a full best of 3, and shut down SkyZ early.
Must be the funniest key to victory ever, right? To win, you force a full
all
series.
3 games.
Game number 2 is like, guys,
You
keys
tire
to
them out.
victory. Keys to victory, guys.
I feel like one of the ones that we can expand on a little bit is shut down SkyZ early, because so far we've seen the heroes that he does well in is like the picks like the Granger, where you win your lane and then you start establishing pressure all across the map. But whenever he uses, like, I kind of feel weird that he doesn't do well in late game scenarios. So I feel like if you make sure that he doesn't get to do anything in, say, the first 7 minutes, he honestly is not that impressive.
Unironically, I feel the same way for Ruff. He is pretty lane dominant, and then the later stages, there are like 1 or 2 times he overheats.
Yeah, I think these two players have the same issues.
Habits?
Right? The same habits, the bad habits. You reach that late game, you start making some very, well, in this case, forced errors, right? You think about, oh, I need to get this kill, I need to get things done, and you forget about everything around you. But the tunnel visioning is what's costing us these games.
Well, let's see whether the tunnel vision is going to cost them this particular series. We're going to be jumping into the drafting phase of game number 1 in this best of 3 series. It's going to be DXS on the blue side first pick, MV on red side second pick.
My
So right now we're looking at DxSeoul really targeting MV, betting out the Fanny, betting out the Hanzo, betting out the Kalia as well. And now MV betting out the Chip as well as the Harif. It does look like DxSeoul, they're not really looking at MV as any other team. They're targeting specifically against them. But something that I do want to see is that for the first pick, are they gonna let go of something like the Hayabusa? Because we've seen Uni performing absolutely crazy on that hero, and we saw what Hazel can do yesterday, right? I kind of feel like Uni, if he saw it, is like, you know what, I gotta show up today.
Definitely. I think that, man, the Hayabusa has been a little bit of a problem as one of the secondary jungles. I think even more so here in MPL MY compared to Suyo, right? We've been seeing more Hayabusa come off, and the hottest pick of week number 4, based off of Friday, has been the Kimi.
And it's not just MY. Other regions are doing the same. But the thing is, Hayabusa is good against the Kimi. We've seen teams like SRG going up against Todak, batting out that Hayabusa first phase just to make sure that the Kimi doesn't get punished.
Yeah, and you also have variations, right? On the bright side, Kimi has now opened variations of drafting, right? You have we've seen the gold lane Kimi, we've seen mid lane Kimi, and then Homeboys brought back the fighter gold lane because they already have a marksman in that mid lane. I wonder which path DxSeoul is going to go down. Are they going to run the double marksman? Because we saw the weakness of the double marksman. It puts a lot more load on your XP and roam to get things done.
Yeah, the only thing that I'm questioning here is that are they entertaining this to be a mid lane Kimi? Because looking at Stone's hero pool so far, everything has been very utility, but Kimi, yes, has utility with all the crowd controls. And hold on, not picking up the Hayabusa here.
Wow.
Very interesting.
This is why you pick Kimi's hero.
Yeah.
If anything,
take Hayabusa here, exactly.
He hasn't been playing much Suyo. He doesn't look comfortable with it, at least from statistics that we've seen. So I think you give him the Hayabusa, right? You give him the Hayabusa, and then it's either Joy or Suyo for MV, which is the problem that they can deal with the rest of the draft. But right now, you give Kimin a comfortable hero that he can snowball on.
Well, I think now, at least what Coach Haru is trying to present the question to Coach Theo is, hey, we've already locked in the Granger. This is one of your better picks, especially when it comes down to Sky Z. Let's say he doesn't get a good laning phase, and you may have as much control of the mid lane as possible. We still have Gato to kind of fill that position that steals away one of the picks from Kimi that works well. Hayabusa as well as Blue, interesting.
I feel like a Faramis is fine.
I think you pick Faramis and then you start banning out. Counters, right? Like Red Tree, the third pick on Red side is one of the money picks, right? You have so much space. You pick a power pick, and then you have so many answers to so many bans to protect it.
But I can see where Coach Theo is going with this, because this has been an old style of MLBB where you pick up the Hayabusa because it is one of the counters for Faramis, where people think that it doesn't make sense. But the way that you play a Hayabusa against a Faramis is that you pressure the Faramis early, like before turtles, before lords and stuff. You put a shadow inside of him, and then keep even just a basic attack can make the Faramis so low that you have to use your ult. So this is kind of like them challenging MV, and looks like they're not even picking up the Faramis. They're picking up the Lucas, which, to be fair, has been dominating so far.
It has been dominating so far. It honestly has a pretty good matchup into what we're seeing so far. Unless it gets thrown into EXP, then it's probably not as great into the glue. Regardless, it does well into Hayabusa as well as Kimi, but now we go into the second phase, right? A completely different direction that I was expecting from Coach Haru to be focusing on all the other lanes, but their mid-trio.
And the fact that there is a flex, that technically two flexes for the side of Monster Vicious. Let's say even if this Lucas goes into the jungle, you're not really worried about any XP lane like a CC getting picked up, right? The oldest right now is on the side of DxSeoul for Coach Theo to figure out where is this Lucas going to go. I think that will really set the tempo for the second phase. This Gatot is less of an issue compared to the Lucas.
I would say, like, as we're talking about this,
your team is banned.
Lucas is not really Uni kind of hero. Like, I'm pretty sure he can use it because, you know, the kid's pretty good in a lot of heroes, but it doesn't seem like his kind of style. He likes that Hayabusa, that Ling, that Hanzo, something that moves around the map, you know, very, very fast. And Lucas is fast-ish, but in a fight, not really in rotating.
Or this could possibly just be an open-ended question from Haru saying, hey, I've got multiple flex picks. I could even go for a fourth pick flex pick if necessary and just say, if you pick Hilda, that doesn't really matter to us. At least we have an option of jungler who isn't going to get punished. Oh, you're right. Hilda is banned.
Most likely, I think you follow the normal pattern of drafting. It could be just a 4-pick mage, right? Like we hide this Lucas and Gatot until the very end, and then we get to see your full draft. But I feel like if you take an educated guess, high chance this Lucas is going to go jungle anyways. You really don't want him to go into the glue, right? You're just sacking you're just stacking Zeno's lane, and you don't want that to be the case.
And looking at MV's ban, even they're convinced that maybe this is not Storm on that Kimi because it's just not his forte, at least not for this season.
Yeah, you force the Kimi into SkyZ's hands, and best case scenario, Ralph gets a way easier time in that goal lane, right? Which was what both goal laners want to achieve. They want to dominate their lane and hopefully end the game before they reach this ultra late game stage. That's where things starts getting a bit hairy.
That just leaves us with a couple of options left. Theo at this point thinking after banning out that farm is what else is left on the table that really threatens their composition. I mean, so far they have Glue to kind of help open up the map, Hayabusa for assassinations, and Kimi to be in that flex position, but they also get rid of the second counter for Glue in that Vexana. Really nicely done from Theo.
It really is to protect Siska's pick. Let's see, this should be a mage pick. So Valentina, and it covers all the bases. Doesn't matter where you go, right? Farsa, Yve, Xavier, for all they care, they have a way to deal with it. And even if you don't have good ultimates, the Traction Pulse is a pretty good spell to take, right? You get that long range engage.
Yeah, honestly, because Storm is such a utility kind of guy, what he has used before is the likes of Novaria, which I feel like could work here. But I'm also considering what if DxO has trained something new, like, you know, pick up on that Valir, where at least in Malaysia hasn't looked that great, but who knows? Maybe after 1 or 2 weeks, they picked up something else. You know?
Yeah, I think even
Aurora maybe. I don't know.
Could be even.
But I'm thinking Novaria.
So that's the Irithel. Oh yeah, so
oh, it is Kimi mid. Oh, okay.
All right.
Okay.
I mean, Izanami played Kimi mid yesterday. So
yeah, but this is Storm, not Izanami.
I mean, they're starting to look one and the same in terms of hero pool.
This guy ain't my boy, you know. let me remind you, when both of them are in the same team, Storm had to be the roamer. Let me just remind you.
He's your side boy.
I'm very picky for my boys, and that's not one.
All right, fair enough. Regardless, as we see, Irithel is a better matchup into Granger in these types of situations, but the overall composition, I mean, MV, they really want to get in your face.
Yeah, it's a conscious decision to pick the Cho after seeing the Badang, but it's Nova Escobar, right? We can trust his engages. So let's see if MV can speed it up. You got Cho to open up the bushes, and you got Gatot as a secondary layer.
I feel like one of the reasons why they pick up the Gatot, pick up the Cho, because they're like, yeah, there's no way this Irithel is going to use Purify.
Yeah.
They're going to be using Sprint. So I feel like Nova Escobar, he has clear targets of who he wants to pressure. Honestly, at that point, whether you get the kick or not, doesn't matter. As long as you make SkyZ unable to play, you've done your job.
Let's see whether these teams are going to be able to play their own games as we start heading on into the land of Dawn for our very first match here. Week number 4, day number 2. It's going to be a hot Saturday as we see Kimin and as well as Uni starting on the same side of the map.
It's a series that will make your money's worth for sure. A full one, almost guaranteed. Again, we look at the keys of victory. For MV to win, just go to 3 games. And for DxO to win, they gotta cut it short as possible. This contest between the two roamers. This interaction will always be that skill matchup, right? How well can Nova Escobar maneuver around this Badang?
Yep, how well can he maneuver around it? And the more that I think about it, I feel like this Gatot early flex pick from MV initially probably was just to deny Rossi. It's one of his better performing heroes. Oh,
use a lot of damage onto Uni, who needs to get out of there with a flash combo, and will be able to do so for now, but they did have to sack that Revitalize.
Yeah, I feel like it's still okay considering the matchup between the Gato Kacha against the Glue. It's okay. No one really loses that matchup so bad, so you don't really need that Revitalize. And now, looking at the emblem setup here, okay, the only thing that I'm noting here is that Siska is using that common emblem, which does mean he's going to be pretty strong in the lane, but not going to be all that tanky. And honestly, Badang is not that tanky as well. He's only tanky if he's able to stack up those shields.
Yep, but that's also why he decided to take Tenacity, right? At the end of the day, he's not looking to try and clear these waves fast. He kind of wants to just maintain pressure around the river area. I think so far, based on what we've seen in the Kimi games here in MPL MY, a lot of it just boils down to priority. Can they get that first motion?
And the one thing that we can kind of make out from the draft in the individual lanes is that DxO technically have matchups that give them that positive, right? Irithel into Granger, Kimi into Valentina, Glue into Gatot, and Zeno at one point just does not want to interact with Siska.
Yeah, however, I gotta say, looking at MPL MY matches, I feel like winning matchups kind of in a little bit less. It really does depend. Hey, are you good? If you're good, kind of doesn't matter what the matchup is. But so far, I'm looking at the gold lane. It does look like SkyZ doesn't get to move forward as much, but he's winning in terms of trading the HP.
see whether it's going to matter here, because now it's about hitting level 4s on time. Rossi's at level 4, Nova X Kobar is at level 4. Gold laners are not getting involved in this first turtle scenario as Storm pushes out that mid lane.
Slightly harder for Kimi to contest because he is one level below Uni. They will go for the crowd control onto Zeno. Pulse traction will bring him back. Zeno once more. Pulse revitalized, but Siska will stick on top of him, not committing the grab just yet. And now with the flicker engaged to the back line, they will get the turtle for themselves. AOG used by Zeno. They even used a shock blast, but Zeno might have to be sacrificed. DxO picks up first blood.
Nicely done, nicely done. DX will walk away with the turtle as well as the first blood. Monster Vicious now down on gold, not enough to hurt them just yet, but this could mean the snowball, right? We see this value from Kimi to be able to kind of stick around in that fight for very long periods of time, getting that Starlium charges off, and more so, making sure that this Gato doesn't get as much value as you need it to.
Yeah, I kind of feel like in the previous interaction between both teams, Monster Vicious really is not giving respect over to DxO, the way that they are able to zone him away. Because again, Kimi is able to just continuously dish out damage. It's not like big burst damage, but over time, it will stack up, especially with how her passive works with the basic attack. And because I feel like Zeno stayed there a little bit too long while no one is doing anything else. Because my experience as a frontline, it feels amazing if I'm tanking the damage, but my team is doing something back. But to be fair, looking at their lineup, not a lot of range, so a bit feels bad there.
I guess we could revisit the situation, whether or not he can technically just AOG out of there while the glue was on top of him, rather than looking to disengage.
Yeah, but then they give up control, right? I think this puts a lot of burden onto Nova. He's the only one who technically has that kind of in an instant sort of engage, right? Everyone else needs to walk up, and you look at the glue in front of you and you look at Storm. It's so tough for Monster Vicious to get these moves going. I feel like this Cho pick is Haru's way of saying this is our solution, but we only have one solution. He'll get the kick onto Rasti. He is pretty darn durable, so he just unleash all the combo. He will eventually go down to Uni, but Storm is on top of him. Here comes Kimin and AOG as a response. Kimin not able to get the shadow kill off, but Zeno now will be stuck on by Storm and Siska. Monster Vicious should be able to pull back.
That was a very interesting interaction, and yeah, I kind of feel like, I'm not so sure how Kimin really wasn't in range, but
yeah,
because if he was, they could have won that team fight.
I'm pretty sure he got hold on.
Still think they technically won that, right? They got the turtle, so DxO didn't really lose much. You played Rasti for economical damage on Monster Vicious.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fault him for it. It's just weird that that shadow didn't land on Uni. Like that should have been a kill there. But regardless, now they're trying to start pressuring the sides of the map, and more importantly, getting SkyZ in a better position.
I feel like this is ninja biasness.
Ninja bias.
Ninja biasness.
Where Kakashi is like, that's my boy Naruto.
I can't do it.
Like I hung this bell on my waist. He couldn't get it for a few years. So you know what? I'm gonna let him slide this time. Maybe next time, I'll smack that boy.
Next
From
time.
1,000 years of pain.
The 1,000 years of pain. Right from underneath. There it is. That's the 1,000 years of pain. Uni will go down and turns it around. That's the power of the Lucas.
Put your hands away from my butt.
This hero is so busted.
Yeah, good job, Muntan. You just, I love this hero so much.
Amazing balancing, you know?
Great balancing, great balancing.
Amazing.
I mean,
I love when he just interrupts all of my CC and I just can't get out. I love that.
I love it. He interrupts me and I cannot interrupt him, you know?
Yeah.
Nova finding the engage here so far, but no capitalization just yet. Ruff just a little too far away to get into the deaths, not a range. That's no kick. No Unleash the Beast. DxO currently in a pretty decent position despite being killed down. SkyZ is slowly getting into a position where he's able to scale, but now I think that all these like pushes and pulls from DxO is going to be more effective, right? I saw Rasi get the Thunderbell just now as well, so this is honestly not bad for DX.
Yeah, but the only thing is that Hayabusa is pretty down when it comes to gold. Almost 1,000 gold difference, and as a Hayabusa, you kind of don't want that. Like, you know, playing Hayabusa, you love money.
Like whatever goal lead that DxO has that is offset by MV comes from the jungle itself. And this is where Kimin gets put to the test, right? Can he play from behind? Someone loses half his health, but what a big post traction into a fist crack. They find the kick though, and they lose guys that picked off by Nova Escobar to give them the opportunity. And Uni has just found a double kill. So this guy's in the backline on the Zeno, but he needs help and he's not getting any. Monster Vicious getting 3 kills off of that.
Wow! Really nicely done from Monster Vicious. An amazing engage coming in from DxO, right? They find 3 people. They're able to follow it up really fast with Rossi. However, all the damage dealers immediately get targeted by Monster Vicious to deny the follow-up.
Yeah, honestly, I need a replay because I was not paying attention where Skyzet was. But when I saw him, it's like, why are you there? Like, I hope he got kicked or something because...
I don't think he did.
Right, exactly. I think he just walked up.
Novak kicked someone else.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I'm like, how were you there? So I feel like that's a part of the problem because they got to realize that they got a Kimi on their team. You kind of just want to pull back a bit. You know, lower them down enough and then eventually go back in. He got an amazing ult, sure, but let your front line do the zoning.
Yeah, like Kimin and as well Astom just like do the amount of chunking that you need them
Exactly.
to. I mean, Skyzet doesn't have 3 items yet. Oh, sorry, 4 items in this case. But he'll take some time. He'll take some time.
Yeah, like the front line survive fine on their own, right? Siska and Rossi, they're only going to get more and more durable. But it's always the golden rule of your carries don't want to be in front of your front line. Nova Escobar trying to get away. Rossi finds the engage, but they're under the turret though. It is a forced move, and Siska, he's going to end up going down. Force him to flicker away, but Ruff still guns it down either way. Kimin now needs to find an exchange.
No!
Down shot. Ruff, they both get damage. He misses the shuriken, and Yuni is waiting. And once more, Monster Vicious comes out on top.
At this point, as a coach, the palm of your hand will struck your forehead so hard, it will be there for weeks. Everything that could go wrong went wrong.
I think Kyo was losing his mind backstage. Surely they get a punish on the Uni. Yep.
Okay.
That's the shutdown for Storm. Very much needed. They still lost mid tier 1 though.
That was good play coming in from Envy, but that was not an outplay. 100%. DxO botched that so hard. That was mistakes over mistakes. Like, at one point, you should have been like, okay, you know what? This is a bad idea. But they're like, you know what? What if?
What if?
What
if I just high roll my shadow kill?
Yeah. If I high rolled my shadow kill, I do admit that shadow kill got just a little unlucky there. It's a coin flip. I'm not gonna lie. But
I would say Rossi diving as well, because at
Yeah.
that point I'm like, yo, hold on. Full HP. You don't have to go that hard.
And not to mention their damage dealers aren't exactly there in position, if not have enough damage to chunk them out just yet. I mean, I look into the build already. I don't see a Feather of Heaven built at all.
Yeah.
It's just glowing long, concentrated energy, survivability, and utility.
I kind of feel like they're getting baited a little bit by how good the engage coming in from Stone. Like, yes, you got those hits, you know, you pull them back in, you immobilize them and everything, but I kind of feel like, don't get too excited. Like, it's a good engage, sure, but you guys can't do anything with it.
They're getting baited by their own comp,
Exactly.
right? Like, this is a good comp. I can see it working, but there are conditions that they need to meet. Right, the mid lane fight, they got a crazy engage, but it was poor positioning that costed them the fight. And now they're trying to force things. Hopefully DxO dials it down a little bit. This Lord coming up is going to make or break the tempo.
I think
Watch them double down.
Oh, they might just double down here. I mean, look at the positions, right? Monster Vicious making sure they control towards the mid-river side while we see the rest of DxO actually hold the bottom side of the Lord Pit.
I mean, Skyza just got the Berserker Fury, so they should have damage, but the positioning, damage ain't gonna matter if you die.
That, and also there's a top wave pushing in favor of MV, and they saw Skyza clearing mid lane, so if you are Monster Vicious, you are willing to do this dance forever.
Let's see how long they're going to shake hands for. Eventually, somebody has to make that first move. In terms of the raw positioning, oh, here comes the conceal.
They're gonna land it all onto Zeno, who will gladly eat it up. And of course, there's no Shadow Kill just yet. They're not finding any. Here comes the AOG with the counter engage. Nova Escobar again. Flicker backline. Finds the king on the Kimin instead, but Uni, he tags onto all of them and just blasts them down. The Shadow Kill finally comes out from Kimin. A double kill for Kimin, and he racks up a third. A triple for the Hayabusa to save the fight.
I don't know how DxO saved that. Like, that was... Okay, here's the thing. Like, we've been talking about roamers engaging hard onto EXP laners or other roamers, and we saw that DxO, they put all of their chips onto Zeno. It was surprising that Kimin was able to stay in the backline undetected by MV and got good shadows in.
Not just that, Storm, when you rack up your energy bar, piercing damage, right? He's basically tearing through the divers on Monster Vicious and giving the easiest shadow kill for Kimin.
And it also reflects his damage dealt. 45,000 already, completely overshadowing Uni, even though he's 7-2-1. I do think it was a bit of an overextension from Monster Vicious side, but it's not without reason, right? It looks so good on the initiation. It also, they had access to the backline. I just think that it comes down to positioning and choke points, right? They got to be more aware of them.
And I wonder if Nova's kick onto Kimin caused that. Move by Rasi, and that's an instant destruction. So no Rasi means one of the front lines of DxO is already eliminated. Siska will be forced back, kicked away by Nova actually. Ruff on top of him. Monster Vicious wants to control off the Lord, and they will get it. But Uni once more and just runs them down. No more Storm in the fight. The shadow kill from Kimin, not enough. Zeno with a good control and a knockout from Nova Escobar will secure DxO, will secure Monster Vicious. The team fight win, and Skyzet the only one left.
Hold on, looks like Skyzet still trying to run away, dealing a lot of damage while kiting, but he's taking a lot of damage even from Zeno. So far, Skyzet looks like he is going to be able to get away with this. And it's a good thing that Monster Vicious did not stick to the Lord, and Skyzet got that kill! Yo, right. Remember how I say that Nova Escobar is not doing all that great? Like, I like that my points are getting proven time by time. And,
okay, Rasi didn't need to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so both Romans are... it's a gentleman's handshake, right? They were like, okay, Nova, you gave yourself to Skyzet. Okay, let me just repay the favor.
Hey, gotta pay back the altruism, right? Just gotta throw one
Honestly,
back.
So many weird plays coming in from both teams.
Hey, we're getting 3 games, right? Right?
Yeah. They're like, guys, keys to victory. Keys to victory,
3 games, guys. 3 games.
So far, in terms of the previous AE members, Roundel as well as Rasi, I think Roundel has trumped Rasi twice out of the 3 engages that we've seen in these fights, both of which Rasi has not been able to get his ult off in time.
To be fair, I kind of feel like Rasi gave him over, and Roundel just like, sure, dude.
Roundel was freebie. Like, he's doing a pretty good job, right? He steals the fist crack, and he is counter engaging. You know, he's becoming CC immune.
Let's stand first.
Ooh, now he's gonna steal the traction pulse.
Interesting. The way that we're seeing that Monster Vicious, it's all about space.
Spacing, right?
Oh.
He's just waiting in that bush. It's just like, please let Ruff walk all by himself. Please. I just need one good play.
He sees him for now, but they gotta do this Lord first, right? Stolen pulse traction doesn't really vacuum anyone back. This Lord should be dealt with easily.
What?
Team is pathing though.
Yeah. He's moving away from Monster Vicious, and I guess that's just the sign. They're like, okay, let's not fight. But then, hold on.
Zeno, AOG, they need to take care of the inhibitor first. This guy's gonna keep him in place. Zeno overextends. They still get the structure, and that's a sacrifice that MV is willing to make.
Were they really on the same page on that one?
No, this time there's a high roll for Kimin.
Yeah, because I mean, like, I saw the positioning of MV, and it didn't indicate to me that that was the play that they want to go for. It's just like, last minute, Zeno's like, yo, we can get this. And it's like, yo, we're backing up. It's like, dude.
Gotta write that on your palm next time.
What are you, scared? What, are you not willing to go to a game 3? Guys, come on.
Guys, inhibitor, guys.
Inhibitors. I mean, regardless, it's still like, it's not like a net negative in any way possible.
It's a good play. It just didn't seem like the entire team was on the same page. You know?
Yeah, that is fair. But at least we got to see Kimin actually get some value from his ult. And now they're losing mid-tier 1 because of it.
Yeah, and this is actually not the bargain that MV was looking for. Like if they didn't lose Roundel, then sure, right? It would be a decent sacrifice, but now they get the trade back. You look at Stone's net worth compared to Roundel. He is 2,000 ahead.
Yeah, but the thing is, Skyza is almost full build. That's kind of not where you want him to be. He has 4 items now. Perhaps going for a win of nature after this, and at that point, you're just like, MV, are you sure you want to go for the late game against Irithel?
Yeah, it's risky business, very risky business indeed. But at the same time, if you look on the opposite side, I think that Ruff is in a phenomenal position, right? All 5 of his items, he's got the extra utility items as well. He might even consider getting rid of his boots at one point, but until then, I think so far so good. They just need a clean fight against DxO.
DxO hasn't really found the best way to keep Uni away from that backline, because Uni has been really not just killing them all, but also disrupting whatever follow-up DxO has.
Uni already opened. If they can bait this out, then, you know, DX has an opening.
So here we go. Here comes Uni. Instant dive. Purifies out from Stone, but gets blasted. Again, no answer to this Lucas. A knockout on the Siska. Jit Kundo. Uni continues to dive. Turn on Zeno on the Skyzet. They found the key members. Kimin also goes down. Monster Vicious finds 3.
That was a good play by Monster Vicious. Like, Uni just saw it. It's like, I can go for this. And then the backup was amazing. Zeno was able to space him out and be like, Either you die from me or you die from him. Make your choice.
Really great stuff. Really, really great stuff. You got to remember, especially with that flash step, it jumps behind its target every single time. Gives you more distance as Siska is about to fall. That's game number 1 going over to Monster Vicious. The Winter Crown difference.
Oh yeah, for sure. Uni came in and he was like, they're gonna punish me for sure. Hey, you know what? I'm ice cold, baby.
It's tough. It's a tough way to lose, I'm not gonna lie. Especially if you're in DXS's position. That felt like, man, one more coin flip, I think we could have gotten that game.
They got liver punch for sure, right? This Lucas flash tap, you cover so much distance, and on top of that,
Great balancing, by the way.
you cannot stop him.
Yeah.
He is unstoppable.
Oh, dirty stuff coming in from MV. But it just goes to show, honestly, this matchup is getting a little closer than we would like to imagine. DXS actually has a really good chance.
Something to note as well, I feel like in MPL Malaysia, Glue has not had good stats so far.
Well, not the greatest stats. No.
Because I don't remember the last time a Glue won. And if it did, it was not because of the Glue.
It's... Ooh.
I can't remember the last
Like,
time Glue won.
He's like that. He's like a mosquito. He's there to irritate you. He's there to make sure that he separates the battle lines.
Do you think there's someone that likes mosquitoes?
No, nobody.
Exactly. So no one likes.
I mean, like 7-8 billion people like. People like feet, you know?
Yeah, sure, PETA, I guess. Like, other than them, I don't think anybody else is going to be like, yes, that's my, like, favorite animal.
Blood.
Take my blood. Okay.
Right? People might be like, yo, my blood.
My blood.
Yo, my
right.
My blood.
My blood. I gotta be.
Depends on where you are. It means a different thing, by the way.
Exactly.
Oh, really?
Don't make me throw up hand signs. Don't make me throw up the hand signs. Look, either way, it is a 1-0 currently for MV. We need to talk about adjustments because I feel like overall, you mentioned this, Husky, the draft was looking pretty okay for DXS. I have to agree with that. MV, on the other hand, yes, a couple of miscommunications, but they know their timing.
I feel like misplays from both teams.
I agree.
And let me just say, 4 weeks into MPL MY, I feel like catching strategies are not working for the team.
It's a lot of misplays, and in this case, they just have no way to stop this guy.
Yep. He's a 100+ player, an MVP of the game. Uni, he makes it look easy sometimes. I'm not gonna lie, he gets heated, but God, does he make it look good.
He's definitely a monster vicious player, let me tell you that.
He is. He is. Look at that. Look at his build. That's what's so annoying. Rapid boots on top of having a radiant armor. This guy does not care.
Hey, Naruto does move fast.
He does move pretty fast.
Have you seen a ninja run?
it's honestly, I'm not gonna lie, out of all the things I have to nitpick about the skin, I do think the ninja run is kind of awkward looking.
Yeah,
it's a little stiff.
I'm a ninja and we don't run like that. It feels very awkward. It hurts your back.
I would have imagined your ankles.
Actually, do you know, like the way that we run, we actually run sideways.
I hate how he says we. I hate how he
because
says we.
it's more silent.
Yeah.
And more mobility.
That's actually facts.
What?
No,
really,
I'm
really?
not. Yeah, he's not kidding about that. It's facts. It's
Dude,
facts.
I trained for years. Trust me.
He knows the art of
like
jiu-jitsu.
if you run like this, it makes so much noise.
Okay.
But if you run like this, then it's good.
I gotta try that.
Were you thinking of running sideways differently?
Yeah, I was thinking.
Just moonwalking.
Yeah, I was thinking you run in the slide direction.
No, like this.
Just
like
shuffle
this.
it. Just casually shuffle it.
So it's the party rock anthem.
Yeah, the party rock anthem. Like how Storm's look and try and move throughout this game. It's a difficult game, especially for DXS, because the executions weren't there. Did they get timings correct? I will say. I mean, the dive on bot side, that was a pretty good timing to actually go for the dive.
Wait, by who? DX or?
By DXO. I think that they have got a couple of good timings. Our only problem is that their execution isn't there.
They got debated by their own team.
Yeah, and I think on top of that, it also kind of brings us back to what I pointed out when you run a double marksman composition. Your XP and Roam has extra responsibilities, right? They have to make sure that they either disrupt the enemy backline or stop a dive. And in this case, no one can stop Lucas.
Though to be fair,
Lucas is unstoppable.
Yeah, I feel like even if you change the draft, no one can really stop.
I think you just ban Lucas.
Like even if Rossi is able to block him with the fist break, he'll just like I gotta dash.
Yeah, even if he engages, flicker, fist break, fist crack, all Uni needs to do, press ult.
Yep, press ult. That's it.
And he'll be
That's
like,
it.
this hero is kind of easy.
Yeah, you just push buttons and you win games. I've been telling everybody all this time. Lucas is not that difficult. Guys. Coming into game number 2, what are some of the adjustments that we're going to be looking for, right? Because regardless of what happened in this game, it really boiled down to execution at the end of it, right? We saw both teams make significant mistakes. Significant, right? Macro-wise, they had the right idea.
Oh. Yeah. Looks like Blue has been picked 12 times and 3 wins only. My concern is that they didn't tell us who won.
Oh.
They're just like, they won. Okay, who?
I don't think
Would you like to know?
So it's not them. Well, at least, you know, we wanted Kimi to step up, and he did, right? This game, he did step up, barring a few times that it's the matchup problem, right? It's a matchup problem. But Skyzed now is who I'm worried for.
Yeah.
Because this entire game, he hasn't been able to find a good position.
He killed Nova, though.
Didn't he kill Nova or Nova killed himself?
Hey, that's a conversation. That's a conversation.
No. I know Nova X Kobar, his mental health is good. He's an absolute Chad. He'd be like, gotta give to the poor, gotta give to the poor.
Yeah. You know what? Let's go with that. He's a great kid.
He's a great kid. He is a great kid. I mean, he gets loaned out to other teams for that single reason. He is a good player. Now, Rich Guy in the carry, obviously leaning into Rough. I think he played more standard game this time round. Luckily, came in, did not high roll as many times as he wanted to, but hey, at least Ruff was able to take full advantage of it. Siska going as your sandbag and Roundel as your best wingman. What did you think about this Valentina, though?
No, I feel like the Valentina was okay, and yes, I do know that early on, keep taking that fist crack, and perhaps that is the reason why Rossi couldn't get any good engages, because he dashes in and then gets immediately pushed back. So the Valentina does seem like more of a deterrent, like making sure that you don't get good engages. And if that was the reason why they picked it up, honestly, Roundel played it very well. Yeah,
like as a glue, you need someone to follow you into the fight, and a lot of times if the glue gets isolated, free kill, right? It really has no way out.
See, that's why I thought that it was strange for me to see the flex pick and got thought in the very first phase coming in from Harura. I feel like that was more of a deterrent, more of a deny pick than it was
I do agree. Because I feel like out of all the heroes, Gato does have one of the better win rates here in MPL Malaysia.
And honestly, Rossi's been doing very, very well on it, especially with Stoem.
Yeah, and now we're looking at the highlights here, and we can definitely see mistakes coming in from both teams, and it's really more about forcing things that really doesn't have to be forced, where they feel like they got a very good engage, and they feel pressed about it. They feel like if we don't do anything with this, we're betraying ourselves, essentially.
Oh my god, look at that. All he needed was one auto attack, and he could not move.
Fun game this is. It's, I mean, it's just Lucas things, but I won't. My only counter argument to that, Lafel, is the fact that both sides have already committed the resources, committed the positionings, right? I think the forethought of we need to be somewhere else if we're not going to commit to this to ensure the profit later down the line just wasn't there.
I guess it's better for them to be aggressive than passive. I do see that point. But yeah, I kind of feel like they just have to make sure that the teamwork is really there, because there's multiple times when you see the jiggle from the players, it looks like some players wanting to retreat and some players wanting to engage. So I kind of feel like there is a bit of miscommunication there. Make sure that you're on the same page. You know, make it look nicer, more cleaner.
I think a lot of times also DxO, they feel like they need to be the ones to make the move, and I do agree. I think this comp, they have a lot of initiative, but Monster Vicious have, like, when they start scaling up, when it's harder to take down people like Zeno and Nova Escobar, you need to change your approach a little bit, right? You can't just, you know, ram your head into a wall. It's not going to work. Your backline gets exposed, and in that final fight, they didn't even get a chance, right?
I prefer if they just have front lines and let the Kimi free hit. And then just like let them be so low that they couldn't do anything. Like play it like a siege composition.
Play it like a siege composition? I mean, that could be...
Like instead of forcing the engage, because their burst isn't good unless the Hayabusa gets a good shadow in. And sorry to say, Kimin did not get a lot of good, you know, shadows in.
I feel like it's difficult to get your shadow in, especially like with the number of times we've seen not only the Valentina steals, but also the raw protection. Some may say it's even dragon leather, genuine dragon leather. Hey,
I'll say what I said.
You said what you
I
said?
said what I said.
You should have seen what was on his left hand that day.
You should have seen what I got on my wrist, though.
Oh, it's the official Mobile Legends esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather, and it comes in 3 colorways of green, black, as well as blue. LaFell has got the green one. Thank you so much, Fairy. Guys, go check out Fairy at Fairy World on TikTok if you want to see some of their other content that they have made, and more importantly, some of the other products, because they've already worked with SRG, they've already worked with M6. Who knows what else they've got there?
Because green means go. So every time I have an idea, I look at my watch and it says go. It may sound like a bad idea, but it says go.
It's an incredibly bad idea when you're driving.
I did get into an accident last week. So that's very insensitive, Husky.
Were you wearing your Fairy
How dare
watch?
you. Yes, I was, but it was not because of that.
Better go claim my insurance. Yes, time to go. All right, game number 2 is going to happen real soon. And we want to thank everybody for helping us out, including our re-streamers. They're on the leaderboards right now. Shout out to Safik, Solos, Omo, and as well as XK Panjahad. Some of these are going to be playing in an event later down the line.
Oh, yeah.
In Pavilion, right?
Pavilion.
Yeah, the Ninja event.
Today and tomorrow, I think.
Yeah.
Today and tomorrow?
Yeah, today and tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
I'm not sure if he'll be there for 2 days, but it's today and tomorrow. I know DJY is going to be there.
No, it's going to be a fun time.
What, is he not playing for OB?
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
He's
dog.
crazy. He's,
Crazy.
he's busy playing at PBJ.
Oh.
He will.
PBJ?
Pavilion Bukit Jalil.
Ah.
That's what I call it.
Very good, very good. Very good.
Oh, I was thinking of something else. But again, thank
I
you
was
to our
getting hungry.
Thank you to our re-streamers and all of our other re-streamers looking to try and take those top spots from some of the biggest streamers that we have here in MY. And shout out to everybody watching from around the world. Adaptations need to be met here. You think Ruby's going to start coming out? It's like, hey, this guy's
Actually, can Ruby stop Lucas? Like, legit? I legit don't know who can stop.
I mean, you can if you survive his initial combo.
Because I feel like I've suppressed him, and the animation of the first skill still
goes through.
Like, that doesn't make sense. I suppressed you.
Yeah.
Stop it.
I mean, that also goes the same for like Suyo when you're charging up his blade surge.
Yeah,
if you suppress him, it will still kind of go off because you can't stop the animation.
And then honestly, Kalia is so fast. Even Haya's quad shadow is slower than Kalia's dash. It almost like this set of heroes was built a little bit different.
I can't wait for the next hero release.
Oh, fun. That's gonna be a fun one. When are we gonna get the China exclusive one? I think that's the one I'm waiting for.
I'm waiting for that one because it's gonna change that mid lane.
I want a support that can debuff.
A support that can debuff?
Yeah,
we were talking about this earlier.
Yeah, because I feel like it really emphasizes my toxic behavior. Okay, let's watch this.
When we get comeback in first game, I said that it's very important to win against AERO because we don't have any chance to go in playoffs if we lose in AERO. Then I said, this game is very important to me, even us. You guys need to all in. Against MV, we're confident because other players of MV, also the former teammates of my players right now, they know also the gameplay and game style of the enemy. Even Rasi, his teammate before with Rondell, and they always playing together, they fight together in scrims. So yeah, we're confident to fight against them.
No wonder they play like that.
All right.
It's just respecting each other.
They're just mirroring each other.
I wonder if DxO has played enough games, maybe in scrims and practice against a Lucas comp, right? Like, it's a competition that has popped out like, in a recent, at least from
honestly,
week 2
just play
onward.
rank. You'll see it everywhere.
Yeah, true, but the coordination isn't there. I think that's the one thing that you're lacking. How do you deal with a Lucas? There are very less teams, I think, at least in MY, that have come up with a good solution to a Lucas jungle, and sometimes it just takes too much out of you, right?
I'm being legit. Can Vali push him away? He should be able to, right?
Well, I mean, he can push him away.
Yeah, because Vali has changed,
but
I feel like he's able to cancel more things that he wasn't able to cancel before.
You have to time your abilities.
It's not that hard.
If you use your push, and Lucas presses his ult,
it would just wash over you like nothing.
Just be better.
If
Super Prince can do it, why can't everyone else?
Oh boy.
Was there Lucas on that team?
I don't think it was Lucas. I don't think it was
exactly.
Lucas.
That's the difference.
I don't remember.
There was no Lucas.
All right, let's look at the Roamer head-to-head right now. Our comparison is Rasi to Nova x Kobar. Nova still a little rascal, knows how to play with the camera. But Rasi, you can see him. He's a little stressed right now after what Roundel did to him in game number 1. He's probably thinking, I need something else.
I do have to say, I feel like MV, they're more aware of the camera nowadays. Yeah, so I feel like, you know.
Hey, these kids are growing up.
Yeah. It's like, hey, the camera's on. Show some head.
But last time, Loliao tried to play with the camera. He refused to blink, and then he lost the game right after that.
Maybe he wasn't wearing a fairy watch, right? Nothing to show off on those wrists, on those hands. Now, MV on the blue side, first pick up against DXS, red side, second pick. Let's see how this is going to change up, because generally, based on what we've been seeing, there has been a lot more success on the red side as of right now in comparison to the blue side.
Yeah, red side third pick is such a valuable, one of the most valuable picks right now. I think the state of the meta, the fact that you have a lot more heroes available, there's a lot more variations of composition, makes red side a more favorite side to go on, right? You have two power positions, red third pick and red fifth pick.
And yet somehow SRG still favors that blue side.
Yeah, I think they got to practice it, right? I think that teams on whoever finds success on that blue side comes down to two things. Either raw execution, but if you want to outdraft your opponents, you need to have multiple power picks on some off-meta heroes to really be a threat, right? It's just a matter of math. Now, same bands coming out from the side of Haru. He doesn't really like changing it up. Gets rid of the Haru, Chippin as well as the Hilda. No surprises there. Theo, same thing. Fanny as well as getting rid of the Hanzo. Third pick, you think is going to be
Kalia?
Same thing?
Yeah, it could be Kalia.
Honestly, like, if they watch the previous game, I feel like they can bait out the Kalia.
I think it's worthwhile.
Right? I mean,
pick up the Kalia and
then left on the pool too. There's still Juicing left in the pool.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel like let go of the Kalia. Like you said, maybe you can ban out the Jushin, or if you're worried about the Kimi, ban out the Kimi. I don't think you have to, but it's you know, up for discussion.
One thing I have to ask about the mid lane expertise here is whether or not Jushin's overall lantern range is longer than Kimi's auto range. I'm pretty sure. I said yes the other day. I had to think back on it.
No, I feel like if the Kimi gets the enhanced basic attack,
oh yeah, then it's longer. Yeah.
I think the base probably.
The base lantern should be longer, right? Like by like half an inch.
It should be. I haven't gotten.
But I feel like the second skill ranges, like you can hit the Jushin. So I feel like it's a favorable treat.
Because I haven't.
And usually what Kimi players do is that they go to the buff, you know, get that stack.
Yeah, they get the stack.
So that when you get into the lane, you immediately get the extra range.
Yep.
All right, that's Kimi first pick going over to the side of MVDXS. Now have to play the Gambit.
Is forcing DXS.
I hope he can use the Lucas. I hope Kimi knows how to use the Lucas. I heard he couldn't.
And there's Kalea too, right? Like
I heard he couldn't.
If right now they go for the comfort pick, which is none of the heroes we mentioned, you give Lucas and Kalea away.
Or maybe honestly pick up the Gatot, right? If Rasi is so good at Gatot, just pick it up.
I think you pick the Gatot. You pick a Rasi hero.
No, but it's one or the other at this point, right? You got to be able to break.
Let go of the Kalia.
I think let go of the Kalia. But
no one likes Sakura.
Yeah, but then nobody's gonna pick up Naruto. Who's gonna pick up Naruto on this
Kalia here. I feel like if you don't do it, if you don't do Kalia, it goes to MV, and now your draft is in a big. It's gonna face a lot of problems.
I feel like it's already a lot of problems.
You can still take Lucas here. That's the thing.
I agree.
You can't grab the Lucas.
I kind of feel like they should have taken the Lucas.
Here's the thing. Two things that were brought up, very important things. Number one, the Kalia as well as Lucas. Something needed to go one or the other. You already mentioned, LaFell, that unfortunately that from DXS came in, can't play the Lucas, so I think this is the only pathway that Theo can go down.
Feels bad. Honestly, it does feel bad.
I think here, you take Lucas and a flex, right? You take Lucas and well, actually, Lucas technically is a flex too.
No, you can take out the Gatot.
Lucas Gatot. Yeah, I think you take Lucas Gatot here.
Or Badang. You know, either ways, a lot of good picks after the Lucas.
I think you take Lucas Gatot. If they take Badang, you have the Valkyrie as a response. If not, you could go for a long range. No, they picked the blue. I think it's fine.
Yeah, because if they take Valentina, at least blue is going to be uncontested. All right. I like the thought process. A bit of Gamba still at the end of the day. Ooh, all right. Coming into that second phase, things are only going to get tougher.
Something like the Granger. Like just in case they want to, you know, just play range for range.
It comes down to whether Coach Theo wants to give SkyZ the winning lane or let Siska get the winning lane.
That's what I'm thinking of. I think that...
I am very...
Man, I don't know. It's really tough because now EXP needs to be a little tankier, right?
Yeah.
It's not like they have the greatest amount of burst in the world from the side of DXS. It probably takes a couple of items until they get to that point. But I'm thinking like, oh, if you're trying to win out the lane, you go for the CC. But even then, it's not going to provide much in these team fights against Glue, and you basically get one shot by Lucas anyway because he's going into the jungle.
I would actually bet something like the Beatrix here.
To me,
Hit the 1-1 because I'm looking at Kalia, and so far the synergy isn't really there unless they've practiced Kalia and Hayabusa to ensure that a kill will go through. Because right now, I'm just worried that Kalia picks someone up and no one dies.
It's too hard to execute though. I think Beatrix is still the go-to way. Beatrix, Farsa, but they already have a Valentina, right? So Beatrix is the only next in line that makes that has the simplest
That's why I'm saying
execution.
MV should ban it. So
Yeah,
I'm
I
weird
agree.
why they ban out the 1-1.
I think, but can SkyZ play the Beatrix? I think that is another point of consideration.
I don't like
right?
those kind of conversations.
Yeah.
Like, this is a good hero. Can you use it?
Coach, please don't ask me about my win rate, sir. Please, sir. Theo, no, please don't make me don't
I can't even show it.
I can't even show it.
I can't even show it.
It's below 40%. What?
Oh man, Theo, getting rid of the God Thought, I like that here, but let's see the big pick, the big ban from MV's side.
Again, like Burst, I'm thinking either Beatrix, Carry, if they really know SkyZ, like what's he's comfortable with, because Beatrix can burst fast, Carry can burst fast. We've seen Granger, that's what MV used before, but we saw the burst really isn't there.
Yeah, but
unless you get that Sky Piercer stacks.
Honestly, if DX... Okay, so Carry gets banned out. Because I was thinking, if they go for the Carry, then they better pray they make it to late game, right? Which is in of itself a tough thing to do. Again, the Beatrix, it comes into question. Apparently, they are just not confident enough.
That's why they ban out the Carry, because they know he can play the Carry, and they're probably confident, like, yeah, he
can't beat Tricks. He can't beat Tricks.
Yeah, I think at the end of it, it does mean, yes, it's a little sad that we're seeing Granger instead of the Beatrix for that almost immediate profit, but Granger will eventually fill that role. The problem is dedicating resources there. So I think from MV's point of view, macro-wise, all right, you get the Granger, that's kind of whatever to us. Now we know that you're going to be dedicating a lot of your attention towards the gold side of the map.
So that means there's Irithel for the side of MV if they want, right? Irithel is still up. Not the easiest game for Irithel to play. You know, you gotta avoid Shadows and Kalia, but again, there's a lot of ammo. Okay, the Kimmy goal. I was thinking in the back of my mind if that would be a possible matchup, but I didn't think I'd see it from MV.
I would say Kimmy wins against Granger, because to be fair, Kimmy wins against everyone.
He just outpushes Granger. Like, eventually you outpush Granger, you stack the energy bar, and then you push the wave out.
Oh, dude, this Kadita pick is actually pretty smart. Overall, in terms of like raw burst,
it's smart if it works.
It's smart if it works, but also it's also a point of contention because at least her daughter Kalia might look for the big pull on the Kadita itself, and if they don't burst her down, she gets to walk away for free.
Who do you grab as a Kalia? That is my question now.
No, she's probably just gonna take Purify.
Yeah, he's gonna Purify.
I'm probably gonna try Lucas. Like maybe that's the answer. But again, like
you grab him back, he press. Oh, your team dies. It's not the easiest. They don't have the burst to kill Lucas. That's the thing. They don't have a burst to kill Lucas. They don't have the burst to kill Glue. I think there's a bit of lack of damage from DX's side.
Let's see whether, again, both teams are not perfect. They've made mistakes before. They will make mistakes again. Coming into this game number 2, this could be that 2-0, or they could be leading into the keys to victory and to get to that game 3 to guarantee the series. Overall, what do you think about the comps, LaFell?
I feel like it is one of those comps where it comes down to execution. Like, yes, we don't favor DXS so much because there were opportunities for them to get, you know, one of the better picks, but at this point, it is all about execution.
All right, let's see as we head on into our second game in this best of 3. Only one of these teams are going to be walking away alive. It's either a 2-0 for MV or an equalization. And even then, a game 3 would be pretty painful for DXS.
I think just on paper itself, Monster Vicious seemingly has a more solid and easier to execute draft, but let's not put it past DX as Rasi making sure Nova Escobar is going to be forced out of the lane. Priority still over the Monster Vicious.
Yeah, my only question is like, why Kadita? Not saying that he's a bad hero or anything, like what's the goal here? Like, are you just denying Storm of a good ult, or you want to get Siska, you want to get Kimi, you want to get SkyZ? Like, what's the objective here with the Kadita pick?
I feel like the Kadita pick in these cases is looking to burst anybody who follows up on the Tsunami Slam, right? If Rasi's pulling them in, that means SkyZ has to walk out. That means Kimin might actually have to, you know, commit a Shadow to do so. Disrupting the Shadow and disrupting the combination is more than enough because Rasi has no follow-up after the Tsunami Slam.
And on top of that, when we look back at Game 1, DxO struggled to stop the dive of MV, primarily because of the Lucas. Now MV, they double down, right? This dive potential, Glue, Lucas, Kadita, once your backline gets caught, there's no way out. Rasi can protect anyone. And Siska, he doesn't want to be peeling for the backline. He wants to go to rough and Ruff is the only target that he can reliably stick on.
I think at this point, even though Ruff is the only target he can reliably stick on, there is a bit of an issue at the same time, right? Because DxSoul, if they play throughout that mid lane, and if they're looking to catch anybody, Rundell is also a target now. He's part of that mixture. He must never be like on the map at all times, right? He has to be playing for these pushes. He has to be playing for priority.
Yeah, right now looking at priority, it doesn't look like anyone has exclusive control over the river side. Both junglers are gonna get their buffs. Rossi, I kind of feel like maybe try to get that. Yeah, he's going for the EXP, get that level 4, and then try to make a play. They don't have a lot of burst, but earlier in the game, no items have been completed yet. Maybe they can get something done.
Oh, Rossi's not level 4 just yet. They're gonna have to drag this out a little bit longer.
Not only that, right? Like this game is even more important for Kimi to get a hit. Ikundo knockout, immobilization on the Storm. That's half his health bar gone. Zeno will just go back with the grab, stick on the Storm. He's out of the fight. Even though we've unleashed the beast, he cannot rejoin for now. What? They do find Uni though to try to burst him down. Uni still gets the turtle and the first blood and gets out. Zeno comes back to support him. Uni finally goes down, but the fight is more than over. Storm gets out of it, but Rasi will be left to dry. Tidal strike to gain distance, but MV catches up with him, and Ruff gets the kill.
I can't believe that he got away with that. Uni was able to steal away an important objective. Came in, left with nothing. I mean, honestly, Storm played it perfectly, right? He gets jumped on by Zeno. He's able to purify out of the way before he gets displaced after the grab. And he almost immediately steals the Lucas ult to get into the middle of the fight to try and get something back for his team.
Yeah, I feel like Monster Vicious, what they did there was make DxSoul miss their timing, right? I kind of feel like they're trying to play with the level 4 of Rossi and then try to get a good engage. Zeno just being in their face, make sure that everyone is being honest, like where you're at, right? Let no one be able to stop Uni, and then after that, DxSoul just got you know, I don't know, nervous or something. Like they started making bad plays once Zeno comes in.
Yeah, they got a little antsy for sure. Rundell's walking away with 3 assists at least. He's got his Petrify. He sees Rossi.
No way you try to just grab him.
Oh my god.
There's no way Rossi made that attempt. Well, then he'll get Roundel, I hope. Surely that's a dead Roundel.
Yeah, he definitely dies there. He was very close to one-shotting Cayman, and I'm more surprised that Cayman was like, I'm a shadow into him.
That is crazy. That is actually crazy.
Yo!
Like, who? Well, that was a conscious decision, by the way. It was not like, I mistapped.
It was my bad scenario. No. This is I'm gonna make him do it. Don't worry, guys. I won't die somehow.
We gotta look at Storm's itemization as well, whether he is gonna build tank or damage, because if his role is to take that Lucas ult, then I'm thinking he's gonna go for defense, but some players, they tunnel vision, or they just forget about it, and then they just, you know, like, oh, you know, this is my first item, glowing wand or enchanted talisman, and then just like, in the middle of the game, they're like, oh, wait. No, oh, wait, no.
Oh,
I was supposed to build tank.
Oh, man, this is bummer.
The important thing that DxSoul needs to take note is also they need to establish map control. They get the kick, that's purified out from Storm. Jackson Pulse pulls him back, forces him to use the ultimate. They get a grab of the Nova Escobar, who will get away with his flicker. So no depths on NV.
That's not great. That's not great for DxSoul for sure. I mean, yes. Oh, hold on. Rossi finds Roundel. And so far, yeah, Monster Vicious with a 1.3k gold lead. It looks like Uni, he just wants to farm out because he knows DxSoul, they can't rush this turtle fast enough.
Yeah.
They just don't have the damage. It's only Kimin who's able to do that. This guy gets pulled back. Stolen tries to go for the disruption. Two-man Petrify into a rough wave. Siska is no more. Stolen and Rasi now getting gone on Stolen rough wave. Stolen will get away with that. The Shadow Kill gets dispersed all around. Knockout Roundel there waiting for Kimin. A retribution to Stolen down, and Uni just runs him to the grave.
Wow, that was real clean coming in from Monster Vicious. Very, very nicely done. And now they get a huge conversion off that mid lane here. Nova Escobar could not be feeling too charitable today. They're going to make sure that they maintain this lead because it's the biggest ones we've seen so far in this matchup between our two teams.
I feel like the way to describe this entire situation is that DxSoul, they have a draft that doesn't really synergize that well with each other, and they don't have answers to the problems that Monster Vicious is showing to them.
Yeah, they in fact, like game 1, they had some sort of a solution to this MP playstyle, but game 2, I don't see any of this, right? Like Storm that there's only so much he can do once his spells goes on cooldown and Uni engages or Roundel goes to the backline. Storm has to fall back. You lose that mid-tier 1 against a team with Kadita, Cho. I don't know how DxO is gonna manage this.
Yeah, not to mention the significant level lead that we're seeing from Ruff against SkyZ at this point. He has won this lane. It has been untouched, untainted, and DxO has just not been able to get the resources down to the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and the thing is, as a Valentina, if you're trying to fight this Lucas, you want to stay at least the same level. But look at the level difference here, 8 against 11. This is why Valentina is not a good counter towards the Lucas if he's in the jungle. EXP, sure.
Yeah.
But in the jungle, it's really not worth it.
I think ideally you want a direct matchup. Rasi will take out the conceal. They want to commit onto Nova Escobar. A flicker kick still, but Skyzer will be safe under the turret. And that's going to allow them to take out Nova Escobar. Here comes Uni this time, not even to get any kills. As Storm jumps onto Ruff with the Storm Unleash the Beast, runs him down with the fast combo, turns around onto Uni. Storm needs to be the hero, but does not have enough damage.
Does not have enough damage, does not have the counter engage afterwards. He needs to make sure, oh, hold on, Zeno, now trying to make sure he can cover the bottom side of the wave. Regardless, Monster Vicious do take some significant damage here while Ziska is trying to get some kind of advantage or at least one turret on the opposite side.
Yeah, at this point, they just gotta get something, right? Like, make it so that their team don't fall too behind when it comes to levels. The fact that they're only losing by 1.3k gold is not that bad. If it gets to 2,000, 3,000, then you feel a little bit nervous, but honestly, 1.4 still comebackable.
And that was a shutdown onto the Uni that really gave that gold swing back to DxO. So now they're back in the game, right? SkyZ was the one who cashed in. He cashed in on Nova and Storm got Uni. Would have been nicer if it was reversed, but either way, DxO now has a better breathing room.
I mean, if we're talking about breathing room, I think that at the end of the day, Monster Vicious, they still have the right people who are ahead of the game in terms of raw EXP, right? The level lead on Uni so far, he can actually extend it even further if there was just another camp. Yep, there we go. Still maintains that 2-level lead for him. And showing on the opposite side of the map, let's look at the items to see where we're currently at.
Actually, I'm quite impressed here because looking at Skyza as well as Ruff, not that big of a difference.
Rasi will be forced to use Tsunami Slam onto Zeno. The worst possible target. He will pull him back. Rasi now really just needs to hold on. Gets pulled back into his own team. And unfortunately, this time, Siska will not be able to do much. He goes down, double kill for Ruff and round down. He's going to get gone on by Skyzer, who needs to finish him off as fast as possible. Will do so with the Sky Piercer. A trade back for DxO, but MV still comes out on top.
A 2-for-1, and Randall is like, I'm expandable. I am totally expandable in these situations. Rasi is gone. Siska is now gone. All we need to do is start zoning out, came in, and make sure that Storm doesn't get a free ult off of our Lucas, and we're good.
Teamin has no ult. He saw Skyzer in the bottom lane. This is a free lord for Monster Vicious. The map control will continue to balloon for MV. DxO will have to just take it.
We're currently back to square one, right? This is the same position that DxO was put in earlier, a 3.5k lead, but now the board is going to be walking on to extend this lead even further to take down the T2s. I'll be curious to see whether or not they can actually defend it, because SkyZ is coming to a point where he's dealing some pretty decent damage, specifically to Nova Escobar, which I can only assume also bleeds into Zeno.
Yeah, I feel like if Storm is able to get the Lucas ult, maybe they can outplay if Monster Vicious push a little bit too far inside of their base, because SkyZ probably has enough damage, but okay, he's not gonna get... Yeah, he's not gonna get caught yet.
Thank goodness still has the Rondo to work with. They don't have the best wave to either. Only Skyzad has that capacity, right, to blast Minion Wave and Lord from a distance, but even then, they're always threatened by potential flicker engage from Nova Escobar or just the Starlight Beam from Ruff.
I think at this point, T2 is now falling. I don't see any possibility for inhibitors to get destroyed just yet. The Holy Defense hasn't even been broken through the mid lane. But from this point onwards, Monster Vicious will hold a steady 5.6k lead against DX.
My issue here with Monster Vicious is that they're not playing towards the keys to victory. They're not pushing this to game 3.
No, they're not. They're like, no, we don't need these keys. We're going to break down the door instead. That's how we're going to achieve our victory. Let's come back to the items so far, because if we're talking about the marksmen, 3 items complete coming in from the SkyZ, almost there on his 4th. However, Ruff, all 4 completed items. And he is starting to look real dangerous.
The problem is no one is able to get to him, even Keenan.
Yeah, he's going for raw damage. Didn't even have the glowing one, right? He does not care about if there's any form of sustain on DxO, which they are. But he doesn't care. He just goes full damage. I think he's going for Winter's Crown as his final item. We just saw the Expert Glove being picked up. And he is... I mean, he died once, but most of the time, if Zeno and Uni are in front line, Ruff is almost unreachable.
Yeah, and I think at this point, wait, we don't have any anti-heal. Not that they need it in this particular case. Even against, you would imagine that Rossi would get just like a little bit more value, but these fights... Or Siska. But these fights don't last very long. Mosevicius raw burst, right? Set up, burst, execute, walk away every single time.
Just kill them fast.
Yeah, it's not that hard. It's not difficult.
You don't need anti-heal if you have too much damage.
If you're dead.
And honestly, I asked Socrates and he's like, no such thing as too much damage.
Yeah, Galileo said that, you know, the best offense is the best offense.
Yeah. My mom said the same thing. Funny.
Anti-heal, how about anti-life? Wait.
That's, yeah, let's not go with that. Let's not go with that.
That's some DC Universe stuff right there. 7 seconds.
Oh, yeah. Nice reference.
Yeah, don't worry.
I wasn't thinking about it.
I'm a nerd. What can I say? 2 seconds left until the Lord does eventually spawn. 9 to 5, 12 minutes into this game. It is looking pretty grim for DX Seoul. We're not seeing enough of a lead for Siska to be a legitimate threat to force MV to even thinking about getting...
Can you do it? Ronald, can you do it?
He's gonna try!
Boom! Bam!
Boom! Alright, that's GG's.
That could be a signifier of DXO's playoff chance, right? Slowly being vaporized by MV. Again, like Coach Theo said, if they didn't win against AERO, jeopardizes their playoff chance. They did win against AERO, but the journey doesn't get any easier. They might have played SRG Homeboys.
Wait, Zeno even got that?
MV is still a...
I legit thought Kaiser had the last basic attack in.
His heart, you can almost hear his heart just break a little bit. It's like, oh, not even the buff.
He's not even using like Molten Essence or anything.
No, he just walked up. He just literally walked into his goo, made it detonate, and was like, yeah, all me, baby.
Well, now looking at the Lord, 8,000 gold lead. Oh, team is gonna try. Winter!
That's the best item in the game. Ruff will survive. They grab Nova Escobar, and that is going to be immortality out. Nova Escobar should go down. This guy will take him out. Lord gets dealt with. Uni now goes to the backline. Sky just straight one! What's that damage? Winter Crown to survive and tries to get away, but Rossi grabs him. You ain't running away this time. DX Seoul finds a punish in their base.
Oh,
I don't know how to feel about that one.
Dude, that's so funny. That's so funny.
What, the damage or the commitment?
Literally, well, I mean, both. I would say more of the commitment for me. Oh, no set. The setup close, but no cigar this time. I think that Monster Vicious overall, that was the moment where Nova was just like, okay, get this leash off of me, all right? Take off the collar. Let me loose, coach. Let me loose. He probably looked on over to where Haru's supposed to be and was like, please, sir.
I know the conversation. Round was just like, did you guys see that 1v1? And then Nova is Uni's like, yo. Hold my pen. Hold my pen.
Hold my stylus, sir.
Let me see what I can do.
Let me just jump past 4 members of DX Seoul and kill Skyzet in front of his pistol.
Because Rounder's like, I got a TikTok clip. What you guys got? and then they're like, we can go game 3.
Yeah, right?
You want more
have
clip?
that guarantee.
Yeah.
You want more clips? Sure, let's do it.
Oh, here comes the clip farming!
And Roundel one-ups Uni once more. Takes out Skyzet. No Granger means no damage. DX Seoul, don't see if they can fight this. Ruff will get away from the shadow kill. Kim is still sticks on top of him. A couple more shurikens won't do enough. Ruff gets away. Rossi goes down. MV finds another 2 kills. And now minion waves are going to start crashing.
Gideon, imagine that. The Hayabusa was on the Kiwi.
Yeah.
Ult, basic attack, shuriken, still didn't kill her. Didn't even pop the immortality.
Yeah.
That's worse than your girlfriend cheating on you.
Ooh.
I mean, I guess it depends on the girlfriend, I guess. Girls are not worth it, you know?
I have second thoughts on that, you know, like I tried. I got cheated on and I played a game of ML and I came across this and I still felt like getting cheated is worth.
That got
hey,
real.
chat, you know what, chat? Like, this is up for discussion. I feel like everyone, like, some people would like it because, like, okay, now I gotta way out.
No, you're just a sicko at that point.
No,
I mean, like, now I get a way out. It's like, how do I break up with this girl?
Man,
like, oh, she did it for me.
I'd rather she cheat on me than losing my star.
Oh my goodness. That's the comparison that we're going with.
Hey, everyone has different priorities, guys, all right? Let me remind you, 7 to 8 billion people in the world. The world is weird.
Yeah, my girlfriend's abusing me. I'm glad she cheated on me so I can get out of this.
What? She has freed me. She showed me the way out.
She gave me the passport to walk away from this toxic situation.
Oh, God.
The conversation you have during Mobile Legends.
It's like, oh,
Yeah,
I
man.
told my friends I came off a bad relationship. They hug me like I'm the victim.
Oh, that was going. Oh, that was going. All right, next, Lauren. 16 minutes into this game. Let's see whether Monster Vicious can end off this one, because I don't think DX is going to go for the steal anytime soon.
This guy that is on the map. He's like he's under the limelight. So MP gets the free lord. This should be the game ender, unless they pull off another dive into the fountain.
Oh, wow.
Storm has the most damage.
Oh.
Follow up with Skyset, yeah.
Pretty big boys, pretty big boys.
Yeah. If Uni saw this, you know he'll make another play. He'll like,
close,
okay,
he's
guys, wait at the buff. Let me go in alone.
He gets one more solo kill, he's gonna overtake Skyzak.
Oh.
I guess it depends. Honestly, if you hit the front line, then you can rack up that damage.
He's just got to hit multiple people.
Yeah,
So he's like, okay, you know what? Let me target Rasi.
He's gonna purposely ult and shock blast as much people as he can.
It's like, okay, rinse and repeat.
One more time, guys.
One more time.
All right, let's see. They got the Lord. They're not even worried about getting the waves in unison. Here comes the conceal.
See if Nova Escobar can find the play. Storm force back. Rasi also just trying to delay this ward push, who is pretty durable. Grounded will not find any pickouts, and maybe this is the opening for DxO. Uni in the front line. They want to go for the crystal, but they have no one to commit to it. Lord finally taken care of as Rasi gives his life away. Uni comes in with the immortality, tries to flash step out, but gets executed by Skyzet on the way out. DxO holds the base, but they've lost every structure.
I mean, I did say before, if Storm is able to get the Lucas ult and then Monster Vicious pushes too hard, they could defend this, and they definitely did. And Uni has already died 3 times.
I don't know, sir. I don't know. This one's not starting to not look so good for MV.
Keys to victories. Keys to victories.
You know,
Keys to victories, you're right.
You gotta commit. You gotta commit.
Look at round out.
You gotta commit.
Round
Boom!
Oh!
Oh!
It's like, how can I tilt this boy that he stops playing the game?
I mean, if you give map control to a Khadija, that's how it is. Oh, a good kick. It's gonna be on this guy. He pops the Vengeance, buying a bit of time. He needs space for Skyzet and Stolen to do damage. Great damage from Stolen, but Nova and Ruff still survive. Stolen Faction Pulse to force them back. The conceal from Rasi. No cigar, finds no one.
This game now looks more even, Gideon.
Yeah, it shouldn't be, honestly.
It shouldn't be, yes, but it is.
It is, and I think that Monster Vicious, they've been struggling to try and close this game out. Surprisingly, it's not like they have the best. It's not like DxO have the best wave clear in the world. It's just the overcommitment we see to these fights, right? On split angles, thinking that they can probably like find a couple of solo kills by themselves even. Regardless, we now finally see the Divine Glade purchase coming in from Ruff. Now he's going to be doing some big boy numbers.
He needs at least 1 kill, man.
Yeah. Nope.
Like, he needs to redeem himself. At least one.
Wow. Storm just went for Divine Glade. Okay, Siska Winter Crown. Funnily enough, DxO, they played the most games in the regular season, but they also had the most games where they came back with 0 inhibitors.
That's the win con.
That's the win con.
That's the win con.
Forgot about it, right? Lose all your inhibs and then make a comeback.
I mean, but Loyski has to die 7 times and then something happens,
Exactly.
so this is like the same thing.
He has to miss like 10 Tigro outs, die 7 times, and then he wins the game.
At that point, even God is like, okay, you know what?
All right, Baloy.
Respect.
I respect the hustle.
Yeah.
They will take anything that they can get from this point onwards. Rasi gonna clear up some vision, especially since they have no idea. Oh my god.
Okay, they find
Wait,
Rasi. They do have some damage, but Rasi should be able to eat it up. Now the grab back onto Nova Escobar. No one will survive. Then he'll make it to the back line and try to disrupt this. Siska again holds back the front with the Vengeance, and they take out Uni. Good stuff from DxO as Keemin escapes, and now Zeno is also isolated. DxO have found a chance. Tidal Strike on top of Zeno. Keemin will deal with the minion wave in the base. They execute Zeno once and take him down after he revived. DxO are coming back, people.
Gideon, let me tell you, the frontliners in MPL MY is the best in the world because our roamers and our EXP consistently for 4 weeks is able to take the hit, the kick, the hook, the pull. Dude, the frontliners, I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they do it.
We should just take Revitalize as a frontliner, right? Like, who needs Flicker?
Yeah, who needs Flicker, dude?
Get air horns.
I hope week 5 no one picks up a pick off hero.
Oh my god, this is so painful.
Like, in what world?
Gideon, come on,
In what world did MV think that we have Kimmy and it's enough to kill Rossi within the duration of the kick?
No, you know what I have a problem with? No hesitation. He's like, yo, Kalia, this is what we've been waiting
I don't know.
for.
The fact that they didn't have the damage from the start, or they committed to it.
Again, I feel like if Rossi or Siska and Kimin come in, they'll kick Rossi.
I can't believe that Siska got away with that too.
He did. He did get
He
away with
stood in
it.
front of Uni, he pressed Vengeance, and he's like, let's go.
That's just MPL MY. Our front lines are too good. Like, you just have to stand, and then the enemy will give you a free flicker.
We just witnessed close to what, 5-6K goal swing, by the way.
Yep. And
Yo, DX Seoul, one of the best teams in the world. I gotta tell you.
Not that it matters much, but hey, Storm he's really hard.
WinCon. Monster Vision's
3 games. We gotta go 3 games. All right.
WinCon. Don't forget about that.
Yep.
This is why we're the most entertaining. We call it before the game even starts.
Even Ruff didn't have Divine Glaive, and now he's like, I need Divine Glaive, man. I can't kill Rossi.
What if they have anti-heal after this?
That's a good idea. But I'm not sure if they can hold on. Let's see. The EXO pounding on the mid inhibitor first. That is guaranteed to go down. Uni getting gone on Winter Crown. Good denial off the Shadow kill. They get a grab back with Nova Escobar, who will just go away. The EXO just trying to force the issue. Ruff almost goes down, but Nova Escobar will, and DXO now looking for the win angle, and they have done it. We are going all the way to game number 3.
GG, well played, DX Soul. Managed to turn that one around. No inhibitors, they found their winning formula. And you know the craziest part? Kimin still okay, he did technically, on a technicality.
Yes. Like, yes, I know the final hit was from the Kimmy, but that was on Rondo. That was... And he ended the game with 0 kills.
To be fair, Kimin's targets, who he technically did execute, all had immortality. So
and Winter Crown.
And Winter Crown.
Zai could have done it. Maybe he'll play. We'll see.
Don't you talk about Gabe like that.
Oh, man. That being said,
that's MPL MY's tagline. Our frontliners are too freaking good.
So good at the video games.
Yeah.
So good at the video game. Yes, you even saw.
Like, we can tell people, like, hey, Philippines, Indonesia, let me tell you what. Our gold laners and our mid, they don't need no Purify.
I just saw Rose walk back out because she thought it ended.
No, you should have seen Sunfrost's
Can you blame her?
You should have seen Sunfrost's face, the ex-coach for DX Soul, just in the front of the crowd going, yeah!
I'll take it. Yo, that's...
You should see
Sugoi!
You should see Milo's face. He was so confused. He looked over and he was like,
what happened? I don't know what to tell him. It's hard to say that there were good things in that game, but a couple of things that at least was fun. Rondell was making sure that Kimin was not having a good time.
I mean, they were
at all.
Viewers, are you guys having fun? You guys having fun?
They were good things until we passed the 16-minute mark. Then it stopped being good.
Yeah, that's when it got a little sour there, you know, a little rancid. But with that being said, our MVP is about to be announced. We're going to be jumping over to the backstage to see who that's going to be after this surprising game. Who's it going to be from the side of DXL? Of course, the man with the best KD. Yeah, it's going to Stowum.
I would argue it's Rossi because he baited out.
Hey, I would argue it's Nova, dude.
Yeah. Hey, wrong team. I understand the confusion.
Hey, check under that jersey. Check under his Monster Vicious jersey. We got to confirm. Oh, man.
And he actually went for damage build.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, so he didn't go for tank. Maybe at one point he was like, you know what? Maybe I need to kill people.
It was actually the right idea. He was straight up destroying Zeno. Right, Zeno, Nova, they could not hold a candle to him. And even Uni at one point, he's like, okay, now I really cannot deal with the Valentina.
Game 1 and Game 2, it looks like Stome is locking in.
He is.
And then he's asking everyone in Tagalog, is like, dude, what's dude in Tagalog?
What's dude?
Dude. I don't know.
It's still the same, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Still probably
dude. Focus,
boys, focus. And also write down your weight so I know how much I'm benching by the end of this game.
The workout after this series is going to be... Coach still is just noting down.
His thumbs have abs.
50 push-ups for Kimin just for this game. You know?
Dude, at this point, it's like, dude, you got to do a backflip.
He does a one-legged backflip.
I don't remember seeing a game where jungler goes 0-5 and they win the game.
That's crazy.
I'm amazed that he actually went 0 kills in this game.
He had a rough game.
See, here's the thing. It's like, we did say Kimin has to step up. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he doesn't have to. If you know, if you have reliable friends on the other side.
He does have reliable friends. I will give him that. Looking at the items, I mean, Monster Vicious still no anti-heal at all. Was that going to be a problem in the later stages of the game? Who would have guessed?
Who would have guessed?
I mean, if you're gonna kill the front line, maybe anti-heal would help.
Siska's like, all me, baby. It's all me.
They kill Rasi, and Rasi was like, I'm gonna punch back.
Yes.
Heal. I'm gonna heal up so much.
I mean, that's the thing that we were waiting for, right? A prolonged fight, long enough for Rasi to get value, for Siska to get value, and they finally got it.
You know what? That's an interesting way to get value.
Yep.
Honestly, that's how I want to play.
Really?
That's my kind of MLBB, where I get caught and people are like, hey, good job. It's like, oh, yeah.
Oh,
Sure,
hey.
I mean,
yeah.
Envy had all the win con, right? They had map control, they had this bush campus, they had all
Roundel
inhibitors,
1v1 Kimin.
and they still threw it. How?
DXL had no inhibitors as well, so
This is like what, the third, fourth game they won with no inhibs? Like,
I'm telling you, people underestimate DXL. They don't. They think there's like, oh yeah, there's no way we're gonna lose this,
We
right?
should try that.
We should try.
Yeah.
Like scrims.
As in, like, let people take all the turrets. And then it's like, okay, now it's game.
yeah, well, I mean, it happened to DxO at like the 15-minute mark. We lose ours by 10, so it's a big difference.
No, we just get our win con faster. Right?
You've just activated my trap card. This is what.
Guys that has the most damage, by the way. Ruff only did 60,000.
Hey,
Oh.
if only he had glowing one.
Crazy idea, crazy idea. I feel like you need to slow your roll.
Look, first item concentrated energy is a big show of confidence, but at one point, you really need to start thinking about anti-heal.
You're like, why?
At this point, I want MPL MY to just pick back up the high loss.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, even the Uranus, because, hey, you know what? If you need someone to kick, I'm your guy.
Look, I don't need the game to go longer than 22 minutes, all right? 22 minutes and 37 seconds is long enough from this particular show. Well, let's give it up for our rich guy in the carry, going over to SkyZ this time around. Roundel as the best wingman, and of course, Zeno as the sandbag.
Another loss for Glue. What a
Another
bad day.
Dude, it is a rough day.
It's not even the Glue's fault.
Yeah, well, no.
Not this game. Not this game.
Well, there were a couple of moments. I don't think it's
Hey.
trivial compared to the other mistakes that have happened.
Let me just say, MPL MY, we're on a spectrum.
Oh yeah,
All right, we live in coexistence with different beings.
exactly.
If you want a different MLBB, this is the place to be. This is the place to watch.
Most
If you're
entertaining
depressed, this could help or make it worse.
And that's why people think our national anthem is Malaysia Truly Asia every single time.
This made my day. For now. I might get depressed after this, but
Yeah.
now it looks
It's a
good.
spectrum of emotions here in MPL MY.
It really is. They really dig out the
Look
best
at
and the
this.
worst.
Look at
Oh
that
my
swing. Look
God.
at that go swing. Oh my.
Literally 18 minutes.
Wow.
Dips down.
No, look at this. Look at all the objectives. They got everything. And they're just like,
That's when it all fell apart.
I blame Roundel.
To be rounder.
What did Rondo do wrong in this one?
He 1v1 Keeman, and then everyone else just like, hey yo, I can't take that disrespect. I can't, like, Nova, I'm gonna flicker in and not kick someone and then die, and then Uni's like, I'm gonna go in, kill someone, Winter, and then die, and then let's see what's up.
Here's a pop quiz, right? Here's a pop quiz. The point where DxO started taking back the lead, what happened?
Sorry,
One turret.
I think it starts with Nova kicking Rasi.
actually, I would argue before that. I would argue when Nova flickered so far in, and then Uni goes in alone, I feel like at that point it's like, okay, bro, I mean...
Who are we kidding here, right?
Yeah. That was the kick that gave the Lord away. I don't know.
That was the kick that gave the Lord
Have
away.
you watched Shaolin Soccer, the golden leg?
Oh,
That's him right there.
Right there.
That's why they broke his leg.
Jeez, so brutal. Such a brutal game this was.
If I was their coach, I would be speechless. I'm like, you know what? Just give me 100+. I'm going to trust you guys for game 3. You
Good.
guys got this probably.
Both coaches have had a rough series so far.
Hey,
Ruff has been mentioned quite a lot this game.
he has.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Haru is molding, but MV social team is just like, yeah, we got the clips. Clips, baby. Nice one, Roundel. Nice one, Uni.
Yeah. Okay. I think it's after this where they overcommit like so unnecessary. I like that all the highlights is from Monster Vicious.
That's the best part.
Yeah.
Wait until the Lord fight.
Okay.
Wait, 50 seconds. Okay,
Yep.
now this one. This
The 1v1.
Again, DX was the one that won, but all the highlights are
They'll
Monster
die.
Vicious.
They fight.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
look at
at
this, look at
point,
this.
it's like, what were you thinking, man?
Great stuff, dude. Look at Zeno. Zeno was like, what?
He's like, dear God, why? Oh, this is pain. This is pain. See?
I like that
What
Keeming went in and he still couldn't get it. It's like Monster Vicious saying,
Oh, there's one more. There's one more right here.
yeah, here. Look at him. And then he got.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
I'm sure Keeming is like, "Dude, just one. Just one. I'm not asking for much. Just one. And then Round was like, no.
He's having such
Hey,
a rough.
boy, you're gonna get taken down. You're gonna drown.
Oh, he's having such a rough day. He's having such a terrible day right
it's
now.
the win con, right?
Drink
Shut down
every
Keeming.
single time we say rough. 100 plus, by the way.
plus, because
Drink
that's
100 plus.
that's our sponsors. Yeah, thank you.
Sponsors are great. Because of them, we get games like this. 100 plus,
Exactly.
thank you very much.
We've got 100 plus more bits right after this.
I legit use Head and Shoulders, and it does help me out. Check me out. Nothing, right? Nothing.
That's clean.
100 plus, baby.
That's
Actually, no, Head and Shoulders. I use 100 plus in my hair as well. Just for the added, salt.
3 seasons ago, he would have poured it. 100%.
100%. Thank God he's on the English side. BM side would have done dirty. Would have done him dirty.
Imagine if I was a host.
Oh, no.
I'm retiring from that one. I feel like that's bad for my health.
Hey, not if you do it to other people.
Yeah. Throw some 100 plus in there.
The bad thing is that I would do it first and then apologize later, but by that time it's too late. Where are we going after this?
Well, look.
Oh, yeah.
Based on what we have been seeing so far, DxSoul now even up the score against Monster Vicious. I'm looking at the crowd. It's not exactly the biggest crowd in the world, but there are still supporters out there for both of these teams. And it looks like we have a courtside interview with Poji. Who could it be? Some of the fans? Maybe from DxSoul.
Mana mungkin akan datang kejayaan kalau tak ada restu keluarga. Dan sekarang bersama saya Poji, kakak kepada Keeming dan juga abang ipar dia, Kak Zalina dan juga abang Amirul. Apa khabar, Kak?
Khabar baik.
Jadi Kak, saya nak tanya soalan sikit lah berkenaan dengan Keeming kan. Keeming ni dah cuba daripada season 10 lagi ceritanya. Jadi macam mana support daripada keluarga sendiri? Pernah tak cakap, Dek, main game kot, okay. Kenapa main game? Pernah tak macam tu ataupun, Dek, kau buat sampai kau jadi dekat sini sekarang?
Actually kita dah support dia daripada day one lah. Dia memang bekerja sekarang, tapi disebabkan dia memang minat dalam MPL ni, jadi kita bagi support dan kita datang untuk support dia lah daripada game first lagi.
Jadi maksudnya sekarang ni dia bahagikan masa dia sebaik mungkin antara kerja dan kerjaya di atas sana. Macam tu?
Ya, kita bagi dia support lah sebab dia memang minat sangat kan. Jadi kita cakap go for it and buat habis-habisan lah. Sebab tu kita dan my family datang untuk support dia. Sebab bukan senang nak dapat masuk dalam liga ni kan.
Betul. Jadi pernah tak bila kita cakap lah, kakak cakap tadi dah support daripada hari yang pertama kan. Pernah tak ada satu hari tu Keeming cakap, Kak, saya rasa saya dah tak boleh lah. Saya dah kecewa, saya putus asa. Pernah tak? Ataupun macam dia ada masalah ke, dia kurang keyakinan, hilang keyakinan ke? Ada tak pernah hari yang macam tu?
Ada juga dia mengadu dekat kami, dekat his mother yang dia tak cukup power lah macam tu. Tapi kita cakap kalau dah masuk benda ni pun dah kira hebat lah, dah masuk MPL ni. Jadi kita cakap buat yang habis-habisan and cuba lagi ke kalau contoh dia tak yakin dengan diri dia, kita still support. And walaupun dia tak, contoh kalau dia tak berjaya ke dalam game ni ke apa ke, kita still bagi support. Tak kisah dalam kerjaya ke ataupun dalam minat dia.
Baik. Jadi bila kita bercakap dengan kerjaya, minat, keluarga dan juga support, tak kira jatuh dan bangun dia, sebenarnya apa yang memberikan kepercayaan kepada keluarga itu sendiri? Kenapa korang macam nampak Keeming ni ada potensi dekat dalam game ni? Sebab kadang-kadang ada keluarga ni dia skeptical. Game tak ada masa depan, tapi keluarga kakak sendiri rasa game ni adalah benda yang terbaik untuk engkau.
Sebab pada mulanya memang kita agak ni lah 50-50 lah dengan dia. Tapi sebab kita nampak dia tu memang minat sangat. Jadi kita macam okay, tak apa, kita as a family kita support. Itulah.
Baik. Kalau saya nak tanya sikit lah, kakak dengan abang main tak Mobile Legend juga?
To be honest, saya memang tak main. Tapi suami saya main lah.
Okay, kita nak tanya abang lah. Mungkin kalau mungkin abang boleh kongsi, sebab abang main Mobile Legend juga kan. Pernah tak minta tips daripada Keeming sendiri? Keeming please carry abang dekat rank ke? Pernah tak?
Actually tak pernah lah sebab saya pun noob lagi.
Oh, kadang-kadang orang tu abang humble kot. Mungkin abang yang carry dia dekat rank. Baik. Mungkin kakak ada apa-apa kata-kata semangat yang nak dibagi ataupun disalurkan kepada Kimin yang tengah berjuang dekat atas tu sekarang. Sebab sekarang skor 1-1. Anything nak cakap dekat dia, bagi dia dengar, tambah semangat.
Untuk adik, Kak doakan supaya adik boleh berjuang habis-habisan dan jangan give up dan teruskan usaha untuk dapatkan 2-1.
Tebus balik mata kemenangan sebab itulah yang kita letakkan kepercayaan kepada ahli keluarga kita. Jadi itu sahaja daripada kakak dan juga abang. Terima kasih banyak-banyak sebab dah luangkan masa dengan saya, dah bagi sedikit sebanyak kata-kata semangat juga dan juga dorongan kepada mungkin ada ahli keluarga yang dekat sana nak hantar anak-anak diorang dekat dalam e-sport tapi rasa takut. Tapi dengan apa yang kakak kongsi hari ini mungkin membuka mata mereka semua. Dan itu sahaja daripada kami. Let's go back kepada caster.
Thank you so much, Poji. That's the courtside interview. Some of the family members of DXO. It's great to see the support coming in from the community, man.
Coach still taking a deep breath and he's like, here we go again.
No, he's like, I wonder if we will win the same way in game number 3.
What am I gonna do with
like,
these
I feel like at this point he's like, am I happy or upset?
No, he's probably thinking about the amount of push-ups. Like, the way this team plays, it's on me, man. I gotta do the push-ups.
They're gonna get jacked before they win a trophy.
I feel like he's telling his boss, trust me, these boys after MPL is gonna look like Chris Hemsworth.
Even if they don't make it far in the league, hey, at least they'll be healthy.
They will be very healthy.
Tight career, you know.
They're gonna be tensing up and breaking handcuffs.
Hey, at that point, you know, thank you very much, 100+.
Thank you so much.
Look, Red Side has been winning so far.
Yeah.
Not in the way that we wanted it to be.
Not in the best way possible, you know. This is all the ways that you would have expected. Man, it's really hard to talk about adaptations for this one, dude. Dude, like, I like, what do you even like? Oh, yeah, I guess you could play better.
It's like, how do you counter Lucas? Just hope he plays like Naruto.
Lucas, it's like, man, we called most of the things and it still went wrong.
Actually, you know what? It's like, let him play like Boruto.
Let him play like Boruto.
Although, to be fair, Boruto is smarter than Naruto. And then, to be fair, Naruto doesn't set a very high bar.
Yeah. Yeah. At least he doesn't. Well.
Yeah, like, look, Boruto has a family. Naruto doesn't.
Yeah, facts.
Hey, you know what? Say what you want. Boruto's mom is hot.
Let's fight to our heart's content. Team is bad.
But look, I don't know. I got autism. It just happened.
That's your cop out?
Yeah.
That's a Shippuden take right there, because anything other than Shippuden, that's weird. That'd be weird. All right, back to the Ooh, Lucas Band. Lucas Band. Something's different. Something's different.
Oh my god.
Will now Uni use the Hayabusa?
Or
first pick Hayabusa, we've seen it before.
Or we see a Fanny for once.
No, Fanny
ban.
Oh,
like,
darn it.
They always bans Fanny. Even
Look, it's okay. I'm autistic. You're blind. It's okay.
Man, I really need to get new glasses, man.
2020, baby.
Or just get a screen that has the glasses installed.
What?
That doesn't.
It doesn't work that way.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't work that way.
Focal. You know what? Never mind.
That autism really is showing us.
Red Rim Band. Does this mean they want something like a Joy?
Seems like it. But I do think that DXS right now, the question is, do you want Joy or do you want to have it? Oh, all right, I'm gonna take the Kimmy instead.
Hilda is
Please
also
don't take
open.
Kalia.
Hilda is also open for once.
Joy.
They don't take Kalia or they have to take Kalia.
Actually, they ban out the Red Rim.
Jusin is open.
So many things are open right now.
Wow.
Does it really matter, Husky? I mean, like, let's be real.
Jusin?
Kinda.
Sort of.
Kalia, all right, sure. Hayabusa.
Ah, okay.
That's kind of funny.
It's like the same thing happened. Hey, they're like, yo, they won with that draft.
Yeah.
Right?
They're like, we'll
Numbers don't lie. Numbers don't lie.
We'll show them how it's done.
Okay, confident wall pickoff, right?
All right.
Did they pick up the Granger? Right? Pick up the Granger because Skyzet did do well with that one.
Yeah.
And then Gatot. Or be crazy, pick up the glue.
It has to be a Kimi hero here.
Still waters run.
I wonder, it's probably go for... Whoa! Wow!
That's a pretty early link, dog. Here's the thing. I'm okay with him picking up the link.
To God.
But that's so early.
Wow!
Dude,
What?
if Envy loses, that would be crazy.
Whoa!
That is such a
They won't.
bold-
They won't because what do you call it? Keys to victory, man.
Keys to victory.
Keys to victory. Keys to victory. This is part of the strat. Part of the strat. Hey, listen. I told this before. Just remember it. Buy DX tickets. You'll get your money's worth.
You really will. You
If you
really
don't
will.
care about who wins, you just want 3 games, 10 ringgit.
Maximum value. Maximum value. Man,
Got that, man. Good, man.
I sure hope Kimi gets a kill this game.
That's your concern?
That's how low you're going.
Honestly, yeah. With the Ling second pick, how bold do you have to be to get away with this? No way Haru's gonna let him have it.
Hey, they're gonna get bolder. They'll pick Angela.
All right. Got thought. Oh, if they pick Angela, okay.
If
maybe
they
we
pick
got some-
Angela for Stow-Up, he has done it before.
No?
I think his Kimi is a little better than his Angela. I'm not gonna lie. Yo, Siska, you play Angela?
Siska, are you kidding me? I got Hilda and you want me to
finally got Hilda and then you want me to play something else. Yo, coach, you need to do push-ups.
Rassi's like, no, trust me. Trust my Hilda, guys. I'll win this.
I mean, you just did it yesterday.
He did, but again, it was like very small margins of error.
Yeah, like he's not doing it into a Phobius. In fact, they had the Phobius.
No.
Oh, man.
Wipe out all the injustice.
I feel like if DxSoul doesn't have a catch hero, they might win this one.
What?
Yeah.
If
Just think about it. Think about it. Just think about it. Like, what if you kick a Phobius? What if you hook a Phobius? Just think about it.
Okay.
Right?
I know what they should pick. Rafa.
Okay, something a little tankier. I think like
I feel like if they
pick
pick
a bit more.
Yeah, I feel like if they were taking like something like a Exborg or Alpha, then maybe. But as a Ling,
Export Jungle? Actually, not that bad.
yeah, but now you have a Ling.
Oh, yeah.
Unless Sky said,
Siska.
Sky said, like yo, like
Yeah, watch me.
I'm sorry, I'm taking a piss out of Siska, but I feel like at this point he'll play anything,
I
right?
mean, you could go Rasi Hilda, right? Guys and Kimi, Export XP.
okay.
Yeah, actually, yeah. You know what? That doesn't sound the worst.
We're trying to save the draft.
No, I feel like MPL MY does make us a bit more creative. So I feel like for those that does have mental problems, this actually helps you out.
Dude, we'll be so good at global bans.
We'd be amazing, dude.
We'll be crazy at global
We'd be
bans.
taking out the heroes that are gonna eventually get selected first, so we get power picks down the road.
Yeah.
Ooh. 1-1 does like Ling, based on her voice lines. She wishes Ling wears a skirt.
Yeah. Does he not already technically, like on a technicality, like his base skin?
On the technicality, that's a something.
Isn't it something technically like a?
Ling is Sarawakin.
On a technicality,
Aren't some? You know what? I'm not gonna get into
is
it.
Nana an animal or a human?
Ooh.
I feel like some people might give a good answer that I will not like. So I'm not gonna dive into.
I don't think we can say it either.
Yeah. Yeah. Something broadcast, you know, broadcast. They have rules.
They do have rules. They
Yeah,
do have
it's
rules.
the F
See,
word.
I like this already. I called it. They're gonna use the high loss. They don't have a pick off hero. They might win this one.
Hey, you know what? No anti-heal.
That's the way to go. That's the way to go.
No anti-heal.
That's the way to go.
Now you pick Valentina.
Or Selena.
I think Selena's actually not too bad in these scenarios. You're up against a Vixana. Vixana's always going to like hard outpush you no matter what, unless you want to keep up with it or rotate fast. I mean, Farsa's always just going to be like okay, but Ling's there, so yeah.
I mean,
You might give a kill over.
you have like 2 Minesweepers on DX side, right?
All right.
Clear out the traps.
It's time to go back to good old classics.
Kadita.
Kadita one more time.
One more time.
One more time.
Okay,
First off.
Oh man.
I mean, like we said, Farsa is good, especially in lane against Kimi. She can fight back.
You know, if they
And maybe Roundo's like, no way this Ling is gonna catch me. No way.
If they pick Kadita and they still keep killing Keemin, I think we have a bigger problem at hand, you know?
It's a psychological play, right? After killing him 3 times in a row, Roundel is finally like, okay, if I look really juicy and tantalizing, he's gonna go for me, and the rest of you can just wipe the team.
Yeah, even killing him before they lose the game. That's,
And then
that's the icing on the
He
cake.
tells him, Nova, there's no way you're not gonna catch this one.
No way you messed this up.
No way you ain't catching a Ling that's coming just for me.
He's gonna catch the high low, just watch it.
Hey man, unfortunately, how is he going to be catching those fist bumps here? Let's get into this game. The drafts have been set, our very final game in this best of 3. One of these teams will be achieving 2 points here. And yes, it has been a disappointing bout, but they're looking to redeem themselves right here, right now, in the land of Dawn.
It's one of the few MMA matches you would buy a ticket, the pay-per-view, and you would get 5 minutes, full 5 minutes each round.
Yeah.
Like there will be no knockouts. Just whoever gets tired first.
Whoever gets tired first. You're watching like the super lightweights or something, super bantamweights.
I think they call it like baby fighting.
I don't think that's legal. I don't.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that one.
Whoa, 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 what is this invasion here? A double invasion onto Uni's side as the proxy coming in from Nova. Sorry, the leash coming in from Nova. What was that?
This is why people usually ban the Hilda against this guy, right? Like he's able to make these kind of active plays which he doesn't get to achieve on any other XP laner. So, not that Uni cares, Nova just heals him back up. Great passive.
Great passive. Oh my goodness. A scary moment.
To pull yourself together.
I mean, like, again, I feel like this is okay for the 1-1 because if you do get your assists going on, maybe like 5 assists, it does make it so that you have inspired basically every team fight.
Yep.
But only if you get those, 4 to 5 assists.
I mean, you just gotta tag them, right? The crossbow of tag is a good way to start tag multiple people, assuming that they get knocked out. They are just, throwing away. Wait, hold on. All the rotations towards this top side. Uni finds the steal. Nicely done.
Yes, this guy did his best. Just could not predict Uni's movement.
Yeah. It's sad that they saw it coming and they just couldn't do anything about it. But again, it's like, in the early game, I feel like it's still fine, especially because Kimin does want to scale up anyways. But yeah, it is concerning that Uni using a Hayabusa, if he does get a lead, that's going to be potentially very, very scary.
I would say that, Ling is one of his pocket picks too. Right? Back in the MAL, the Tier 2 days where they were really tearing it up. Ling has always been something that Kimin is known for, so DxO, they're falling back to the comfort.
Maybe they got confidence after what Chibi did just a few weeks ago.
We'll see if he translates. There's a shadow kill into a retribution secure on the turtle. Now the full fight breaks out. Rasi tries to stop the feather airstrike, does not have law in order, sadly. First blood going over the side of Monster Vicious. This guy gets straight back on Nova. Kimin has gone on, and Roundel once more takes him out. Siska not able to stick onto the Roundel. Zeno zones both this guy. Rasi out 1-4-1.
Let me tell you, Gideon, when I'm thinking of rivalries, this is not one of the ones that came into my mind.
Yep, it really isn't. It really wasn't. Holy man.
Roundel against Kimin, man.
Wait, we need a
Saturday, game number 1. Get your tickets.
They should make the poster, like the ring fight.
Yep.
Yeah.
How many knockouts have Roundel gotten on Kimin?
And Kimin always gets back up.
It's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Just stay down, man. You're already hurt. No, I will beat him. I will hurt him.
I'm pretty sure at one point Roundel will get scared. Like, no, he's back again.
It's like it's a zombie or something.
Oh my God.
Here he comes.
No.
Roundel, give it to Roundel. Give it to Roundel. Give it to Roundel. Oh, Nova.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, Roundel was a part of it.
He really is. Roundel's getting really good traction jungler, but God, poor guy.
And Uni gets the buff.
God, they're just taking everything right now.
If you're a DxO fan, it's part of the plan.
And hey, playing in the lead is not part of the plan.
This is WinCon. This is WinCon. We learned about this in Casting 101.
Good God.
Oh, it's true. Gotta find those win cons here. Apparently, it's losing all your inhibitors before finding that comeback, but so far, it's a 1.7k lead. Let's see how much Monster Vicious are going to be able to build up that mountain of gold before it comes crashing down.
Like I keep saying, Gideon, 7 to 8 billion people in the world. People are weird, okay?
There's bound to be a couple. Just didn't expect to be these 5.
Don't judge people. That's the lesson of the day. Don't judge people.
Oh.
If anything, they have late game insurance, right? They have link. Better than Haya.
I guess, yes.
Yeah, imagine how many assists he can get.
Yeah, well, we'll see, because now the Tsunami Sun comes through.
He's gonna grab instantly, will find a kill on the Siska. Todak gets dropped, but crossbow tag on the Rasi will survive with the Revitalize. Nova and Roundel both get forced back, but DxO once more just finds nothing out of it.
Yeah, right now, Monster Vicious, they are trying to get this turtle, trying to push the lead. honestly, what I want to look at right now is the gold difference between the jungle. Because if it's not that big of a difference, say the difference like 500 or 700, I feel like it's fine. Because 2.7k gold lead as a team, not good. But you do want to see, as long as Kimin is not that far behind, which now that I see he's died twice, but level 7, level 9.
No,
all right.
wait for it. Double check it again. Oh, yeah.
3 levels behind.
He is
hey.
really far.
Win con.
Win con. That's fair. That's fair.
Die again. Look at that. He's
not going to, right? I mean, they've already tracked him down. They've already tracked him down to the top side of the map.
It's guys that no way is gonna catch him. If it was, I'm just saying, no way, no bar, is going for Skyzat.
Now it's all about protect Kimin. Look at that. They are surrounding this map.
Okay, yeah, big gold difference. He has less gold
than Siska.
Yeah. Less than Storm. At least he has more than Rasi.
He got his Vertical Fury. Watch his farm speed go up.
Okay, all right. This is
win con, guys. Win con.
Sweet crit.
Yeah, it's all about win cons, right? For now, it's going to be a really slow roll for Kimin, unfortunately. Like, super slow. Rumdell has been able to kind of, hinder that progress for the majority of this game. But now that the T1s are starting to fall, we're expecting Monster Vicious to try and double up on this gold lead. Oh, okay.
The Nova Conceal by the airstrike. Only landing one shot.
Interesting. Comes in with a conceal, finds nobody, and then random feathered airstrike.
Hey, it's all about intimidation. It's about getting into there.
Well, now it's harder to pressure the purple buff, right? Because you got no feather airstrike. Let's see if they can steal.
Hey, they will try.
Dino's here.
Pretty sure they will. Uni's there too to pull him back. Uni wants to go for the steal. So glorious pathway by Rasi. Look at the purple buff.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the Shadow. Okay, Shadow's gone. Now they can actually commit for it. But now the Turtle is up. DxO, do they contest for this?
I don't think they do. That's the grab back onto Rasi. Popped in, revitalized, but crossbow attack gets the job done. Roundel will get the kill. Siska can't really overcommit in this case, but I have overextended. Now gets pulled back, grab, rough on top of him. He has the flicker. And Turtle for MP.
Yeah, but Kimin is getting minions, getting towers. This is overall okay.
Not the worst in the world, unless...
Oh! Good attempt by Stolen. Roundel. Is he gonna go down? No, Eternal Guard doesn't get the kill. Another crossbow tank from Ruff.
Oh my...
Kimin, here we go!
Oh!
No!
No! Oh my god! Oh my god!
He can never kill Roundel!
Oh, the rivalry of the season!
Never meant to be, man!
Between Roundel and Kimin continues!
He's never gonna live this down.
He's never...
He's never gonna live this down.
It is proven...
Roundel killed him without killing him!
It's proven in the prophecy that Roundel shall not die to Kimin. Never! Never! Pull out the scriptures.
Oh my god.
I'm putting it now. Roundel MVP.
Oh my god.
I'm putting it now. Roundel MVP.
Oh goodness. Now the T1s are starting to collapse here. Nova Excalibur gets terrified. I mean, Storm is still hyper aware. Despite whatever is happening with the rest of his teammates, he is not going to make too many mistakes. He's still trying to get his team back into form, but Nova Excalibur does secure himself a very powerful item in the fleeting time.
Now goes for the grab on the Storm with no Purify, and it's going to be an easy kill for Ruff again. Rasi
Don't do it.
can't hang on enough. This guy wants to help to the backline. Tempest on place. There's a chance, but the targets are all untargetable. Kimin just cannot get anything done.
8 minutes in, Gideon. 0-3 and 1. Kimi still hasn't gotten killed.
Oh man, that one time, both targets cannot be hit.
No, dude, he's just... Look, there are times where it's like, it's sad to watch. Other times, that's just... No.
No way, no
Okay,
way.
okay, the low roll, finally. Some luck for Kimin. Jeez,
What has he?
It's not his day.
What has he done? Like, why is he going?
Maybe he didn't brush his teeth.
Trials and tribulations.
Sounds like he spat in somebody's grave when he was in his past lives. And the curse just carried on. Like, all of the karma built up to this one game.
He's a good kid, all right? He's a good kid.
He's a great kid.
But, you know.
This game is just doing him so dirty.
We got to ask Roundel, like, what's up with this?
Like, this game makes you question yourself a lot. I mean, for him, right?
Yeah, for him. For us, we got ourselves figured out.
Hey, I mean, they did. Cody did talk to the parents. I'm pretty sure they're gonna have that conversation again. Oh, the sister.
She was actually the sister.
The sister and the.
Yeah. I mean, the sister and her husband, doesn't play ML, and
oh, he's gonna need some motivational talk after this.
Yeah. Imagine be like, why you play like that? And then it's like, how do you know?
Look, you have to understand.
You don't get it. In my past lives. This has been a very brutal
It's comebackable. It's only 8,000. No big deal.
We're not on
No
the
big
10K mark just yet.
The inhibitors are still up. That's why they haven't won yet.
Okay.
Going according to plan. They should be fine. Here comes Nova. There's the grab on a Siska. Roundel and Ruff are around. But the airstrike Siska will get out. Rasi also escape. A good coverage. Still one more unit won't find a kill. No shadow kill. In fact, Starlium Beam. SkyZ finds the root, but no damage. And Kimin, he is clearing top wave and handling the Lord alone.
He can do it. He can do it. He can do it.
Get out.
Press him. Roundel.
Nice.
Where's Roundel?
Here they come.
Does he find him?
Okay, he killed the Lord.
Does he know?
Finally, some good luck.
SkyZ now has Holy Crystal. I honestly don't know how that interacts with Kimmy, but you know what? They gotta get anything here.
Through the roughest of times, Kimin still keeps it under control.
Yeah.
Somewhat.
Somebody's got to.
I'm pretty sure he was sweating though.
He was. It's like, I can't take another L right now.
If he dies to Zeno there, I think the game ends.
No, he's like, with my luck, I know he'll check this bush.
It can't go worse. It cannot go worse than that. It's the only way he's stuck.
Hey, life has a way to surprise you.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes.
Husky, don't challenge life.
Don't challenge it.
Life has no counter.
The universe will come back at you.
You might say death is his counter, but I feel like they're teammates.
Hey, like my uncle once said, you lose every Toto you don't buy.
Yeah, but my dad said gambling is haram, so yeah.
Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why my uncle never wins.
Shout outs to all the uncles out there. You know? Shout outs to all the uncles. Hey, if you're an uncle, shout out to you.
If you're an uncle?
I'm sure there's a few uncles.
Uncle Chicanok.
Oh yeah, see, there you go.
Yeah, we got plenty. Wishing Lantern purchased by Roundel at this point. Now, I don't know.
You can do it, Kimin. Like, don't
got this.
Don't be discouraged. It's 11 minutes. You should have at least 2 items by now.
They mark him. Like they mark him so much.
See, exactly 2 items.
He does have 2 items. Does have 2 items.
3K deficit. They can turn it around with a shutdown to Roundel.
Oh, that's actually true.
See, he's the key to entire.
If he kills Roundel once, he evens it out. Or maybe Ruff, but Ruff is harder.
Nah, I think Ruff is gonna be way harder.
Hey, don't waste of nature though. They're really confident. Look at that Magic Blade.
That's
it. Hey, they do have anti-heal. Look at that.
Roundel learned this lesson.
Yep, Roundel. There you go. That's a good choice.
So we are.
Hey, even Uni. Double down. See?
We're 6 minutes away from
the
turning point. If they can survive another Lord, or the next 2 Lords, then I think they have a chance.
I think, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that goes,
believe,
right?
Husky. You gotta believe.
How much do you believe in the heart of the cards right now?
There really isn't much to begin with.
That's the kind of energy that we need, Husky.
We work with what we have.
We work with what we have. A 9.6K lead for MV.
Someone has said before, it is what is it?
It is.
I believe that one was Sun Tzu.
Yeah.
Oh!
It is what is it?
Confucius says when life gives you lemons. Actually, they don't have lemons anyways. Here comes the grab. Tsunami slams. Siska will be in danger. Try to blow him up. Ruff and Roundel will do the jump. Ruff tangles up! And there goes Storm.
That has gotta hurt. Even Siska, you can see his reaction to the player cam. He's just like, I can't believe I died there. There should have been no way that I get blasted through just like that.
Or he's like, why does he keep taking us? Why is it me and Rossi?
Hey, look, Kimi can't afford another death, okay?
Yeah,
He's
that's
0-7 in game 2 and 3 combined.
This is Nova's way of being like, you know what, buddy? You had it rough.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about my gold laner.
If they come back from a 12K gold deficit,
they're going to MSC.
They're going to be our second representative.
I don't know about that, but
EWC.
playoffs, yes. Maybe playoffs. MSC,
you gotta have hope, Husky.
Yeah,
you're
right.
so negative.
MV is making it to MSC.
That seems a little too likely.
Hey, my boys.
I don't like the jungler hit-to-hit.
Kimin, you can't die.
There's a Lord to deal with. And they shut down Roundel.
Wait, what? How?
Start. And now Flicker forward from Xenos. Tsunami slam on a Siska. He just needs to soak out as much damage as he can. No Winter Crown though. Sadly, Crossbow Tank goes up again. Storm has his Winter Crown. and they'll be able to stop this out for now. But Zeno will slam it on the Solo. Solo ends up going down. Teammate can't find a kill on the Zeno. It's now him and SkyZ. They need to clear the minute wave, but Monster Vicious eyes on the prize. The Crystal goes down. Monster Vicious wins 2-1.
Woo! That's going to be Monster Vicious taking a 2-1 victory.
The keys to victory, man. You gotta go game 3 against a team like DX Seoul. It's hard to get a 2-0. You gotta go to game number 3. You don't have a choice in the matter. It's all written in the cards.
Yep. It's all prophesized here. Man, DXS. A painful loss, of
course. Look at Stone. Stone looks...
He just knows.
He knows that he's gonna do push-ups.
I can relate. Like you play mid lane, you see your team fall apart. There really isn't much else Stone can do in that situation. At least not on a Vexana.
Yeah. He's still having a smile as he's giving the fist bumps to his opponents here. But regardless, great sportsmanship being shown up on our MPL stage. Once again, well done for Monster Vicious. They got some cleaning up to do. They have a matter of closing out games with respect that they need to work on.
And you know what? They'll do it. Eventually, I don't know when.
Eventually.
But eventually it will happen, Gideon.
They'll make it in time for playoffs, don't worry.
Yeah, playoffs is such a long way away. Like 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Regular season, yeah.
3-4 weeks.
Oh, man. With that being said, let's have a winner's interview with Rose up on stage.
2 babalas, 1 kemenangan untuk Monster Vicious. Now, welcome back on stage, Haru.
Hello. Rindu dah kat stage ni.
Sebab last week interview kita luar playroom kan? Okay, now Haru, last week I pernah bincang dengan Haru in an interview mana Haru cakap actually Monster Vicious masih lagi tengah adapt dengan drafting and meta yang actually baru je keluar, betul tak? So in your opinion, macam mana Monster Vicious buat preparation untuk perlawanan ini?
I think kita dah start adapt dengan apa yang kita perlu main, apa semua. And training pun alhamdulillah tak ada orang sakit apa semua. So yeah, I think we're doing good this week.
Okay, and untuk lawan DX Seoul pula, sebab kita tahu amongst all the teams sekarang ni, dorang adalah satu team yang actually bawa banyak hero ke MPL. Now, macam mana you guys as a coaching staff prepare for this?
Sebab saya kenal dorang lebih rapat dekat tier 2, saya banyak tolong dorang. So I know a bit more or less to them, so it's easier for me lah.
Yeah, dorang pernah mention kan that actually you guys are quite
Kimi ada
close.
mention.
Yes. So is it like an advantage on your side?
I would say yes, but they also have advantage because last season they always scream with us also.
Okay. Now, pasal Roundel tadi, dorang pun cakap dorang like kind of know how Roundel plays and all that. Do you agree with that?
Seorang je. Ada 4 orang lagi tak reti. Dorang tak faham macam mana orang main.
Okay, so seorang je. One cannot beat 5 lah kan?
Betul.
Orang kata. Okay, now Uni. Sebelum ini, ada satu klip media interview yang Rose nampak lah kan. Uni cakap, bila jumpa DX Seoul, bolehlah menang 2-0. Uni, lain kali jaga-jaga So, sekarang dah menang 2-0, rasa puas tak? 2-1, sorry. Ke tak puas?
Puas je lah sebab menang kan.
Apa yang jadi di game kedua tu? Dah nak menang dah?
Star syndrome sikit.
Overconfident. Alah, lain kali tu jaga-jagalah Uni dengan tim ya.
Ya, boleh.
Alright, now kita nampak game yang menarik, agak panjang juga sebab 3-3 game. So jom mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada jeng 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 jeng. Uni! Alright guys, a round of applause. Okay, Uni. Minggu lepas ke minggu ni, I nampak satu klip daripada MPL Indonesia. Mana Khairi cakap, in his opinion, Khairi dengan Fabian bukan Khairi sahaja, top 3 Fanny players sekarang, and salah satu tu Uni. Apa perasaan dipanggil top 3 Fanny players in the world right now?
Perasaan biasa je sebab yang tu saya yang bayar Khairi suruh dia cakap yang tu.
Bayar? Kena rasuah? Tapi bukan Khairi yang ingat nama awak tau, Fabian. Dua-dua kena.
Apa?
Fabian yang ingat nama Uni. Dua-dua kena.
Bayar dua-dua.
Dua-dua kau tim lah.
Host dia pun saya bayar agak. Suruh dia bagi reaction terkejut.
Semua Uni kau tim. Okay, now in your opinion, who is the top 3 Fanny users pula in the world?
In the world?
In the world Nak letak nama sendiri ke?
Tak nak. Number 1, King Kong for sure, for
King
now.
Kong.
Number 2, Kyrie.
Kyrie.
Number 3, Fabian.
Fabian. Boring. Okay, Haru yang cakap boring Ni reaction yang tak dibayar, okay? And I hope Uni tak kena rasuah juga. Alright, now is there anything you guys want to say before we wrap up this interview?
Okay, kita orang ada nak jemput seorang ni, naik ke pentas. Ada benda nak cakap sikit.
Kenapa semua orang gelak-gelak ni? Okay, jangan nak gelak-gelak. Dia nervous, okay. Tak nervous, okay.
Hello guys, saya nak minta maaf atas kecuaian yang berlaku pada minggu lepas. Saya janji perkara tersebut takkan berulang lagi. Untuk sabar, belum habis.
Oh, belum habis.
Untuk fan-fan MB, teruskan support kita orang untuk kedepannya.
Dah habis. Alright, terima kasih. Okay, actually guys, we gotta give props and kudos kepada Zeno juga. Bukan semua orang boleh, apologize lepas dorang buat kesilapan. I hope we all can, forgive Zeno juga. And to the fans, thank you so much for supporting. And with that, marilah show it back to the casters to break down apa yang jadi dalam full best of 3 series ini. Casters.
Thanks, Rose. Once again, our MVP of the match going to be Uni. I love how the majority, every single time we see him, it's always Haru that sounds like a child, and Uni and as well as Zeno have like voices of 35-year-olds.
Hey, yo. Are they good?
MPL MY is
I'll pay the buff.
It's a spectrum.
I got money to pay out Kyrie, Fabian,
yeah,
as well as
I
think it was Clara during that time. Clara.
Gave him some fat stack.
Malaysian ringgit, man. It's doing good.
Yeah.
It's doing good. Malaysian ringgit doing good.
To them, we're millionaires.
I hit up my friend Stormy.
Dude, the thing is, I like that even the coach, he was like, when he said, oh yeah, my top 3 Vannies are like King Kong, Kyrie, and Fabian, and the coach like, boring. I wanted something spicy. I want you to say chibi.
I wanted a hot take.
I want a hot take like...
Zorn. Hey, his Vanny's pretty good though.
His Vanny's alright.
Yeah.
His Vanny is pretty alright. But man, this has been a series, I guess. I guess.
It is one of the series of this time.
Honestly, if you want like nail-biting, high-quality series, AERO SRG. But if you want some relief, but still get long, decent games,
Todak. Oh wait, no, that's the other one that you.
Yeah, I mean this one. Todak goes 2 games.
That was like a little bit lower.
That's not long enough. This one goes 3 games, right? You get your money's worth.
Look, the Rotten Tomatoes review on this one could have been better. Could have been better for sure. But it definitely seems to be like a common issue, I suppose. I don't know. Somehow DX Soldiers brings that out of you. That star syndrome, as Uni mentioned, up on stage.
I like the honesty.
Yeah.
Bro, it's like, what will happen in game number 2? I just think I was that good.
He knows he's gonna.
I thought I was that guy.
He knows he's gonna get clipped for that game too. So so he admits this first.
Hey, respects to him. He's taking some heat away from Zeno.
Yeah, that's true.
Facts.
At the very least, yes, he is taking some heat, but also, I mean,
by the way, I just noticed that Zeno even built a war axe. So in this game, he was like, you know what? I can beat these fools.
Mm-hmm.
You know who's taking the most heat? Keymin. This is like Comedy Central roast.
Dude, he is currently like what, 5-0 against Roundel in the past 2 games.
I think if
I'm surprised he still didn't get a kill.
If you clip everything from game 2 and 3, the moments that he got solo kill and the moments that he could have gotten a kill but didn't get it, it's gonna break your heart. Winter Crown, Immortality,
I mean,
Crossbow Tang.
I mean, if you don't like him, you might like it. It depends on how you feel about the guy.
I suppose.
He's a great guy.
I think he's a great guy.
He is a great guy. I just feel that, unfortunately, today was just not his day.
He does less damage than High Loss.
He did 8,000 damage.
Dude, he legit did the least amount of damage, including High Loss and Kalia.
Dude, this is going on Facebook for sure. You know that.
I'm telling you, one of the rougher days in his career.
Okay,
for
stop
sure.
talking about rough, man. Say difficult. No, IGN is difficult.
No.
Is there someone with IGN?
Diff. There's Diff.
Oh yeah, there is.
That's supposed to be good.
Maybe his full name is difficult, because look at the games.
It has been. It has been. Goodness. It hurts. It really hurts to see. Especially for a young prospect like this to really take a beating like this. A real huge beating from
Even
MV
got
side.
level 15.
From their script partners.
From their own scrim partners.
Yeah.
Oh.
Now, they all,
Like,
they
how
can only go up
jacked
from
can he be by next week?
It comes down to how he bounces back up, right? Like you reach one of the lower points in a pro league. Now it's about bouncing back. You can only go up from there, but it's gonna be tough.
Imagine after this, he goes back home and then he notices he has a rip on his pants, and then he went to the toilet and it's broken, and then he opens up the fridge and it's empty. Like everything that can go wrong, and then he just want to chill, watch YouTube. The internet got cut.
In YouTube servers just break.
At least you know, DSO won't pull a Todak and replace him.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, you know what? Todak is special. Todak is special.
Todak is a different category.
They're in the hearts of some people.
Of people.
Yeah,
they are the manifestation of if you become an addict.
What?
Of gambling. Because you just keep throwing your chips down, right?
Be like, give me another one. One more try. Another squad.
I lost my house, but hey, I might win 2 houses.
Honestly, ADHD does have that kind of problem because their frontal cortex, like, how do I say this? They're risk takers.
Okay.
Yeah, basically like the thing in your head that stops you from taking risk is not working.
The lack of fear.
Trust me, I've been to so much therapy sessions. I learned so much about myself, and I still have no idea what I am.
So how financially irresponsible are you?
Oh, it's a good thing I am making a decent amount of money.
Do you buy stuff on installment when you don't have enough cash on hand?
No, I always buy cash.
Wow, okay.
He's that kind of guy.
Look at this. Oh, that's so sad.
Trust me, it's not the only one.
I will bet you he tapped. He 100% tapped
That's
it.
kind of creepy. No. Here's another one.
Look at that. Look at that. There are 2 targets.
Guess
low
who's
health.
low? Oh,
Here he comes. Tempest of Blaze. And Rough flies up in the air.
Rough flies away. Nova flickers out of it. Everything.
He couldn't even get Xeno, and Xeno was right in front of his face. Tanking the turret.
Man's giving us a free show. It's like, here's my backflip.
Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy like how some of these situations are like extremely unlucky. Other scenarios where it's just like, man, they're just beating them down.
Imagine he gets a bottle of 100+, he wants to drink it, and it just all falls down.
Oh, there's like a crack right at the lid, so it just drips down. It's just not his day. It's really not his day.
He wants to use Head and Shoulders, but it drops on his toe.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
What a series.
Whoosh. That was
he
one
went back
of
to
the
his
games.
car, and then there's a lot of bird poop on there. Because he decided to park outside instead of inside.
Thank goodness I slept 8 hours for this.
Yeah.
I didn't, but yo. Whew. MV's ambush gameplay shut down DX's win. Next target, OB. That was no ambush play. Let me...
And first of all, next target, OB, that's not really a target, but...
Oh!
Our headline needs work.
Yeah,
Our
not next target.
Look, just like Keyman, we're just missing the mark a little bit this time round, all right? Overall, at least MV are going to be able to secure 2 points for themselves. And then afterwards, they're just going to look to hopefully sweep it through. Because again, they want to be as high as possible. They want to actually look for the top spots.
Yeah.
I feel as high as possible.
You know, this reminds me of the Flawless Novaria gameplay, but that lost the game. It's the same thing, right? The ambush gameplay, but they lost the game.
Yep.
But it's okay. We
I feel like even our whoever's typing this, even he's watching the games. I'm like, what, dude? Whatever.
Well, hey, 100+ on me. Don't worry, I got you. Overall, I don't know.
Head and shoulders on me, literally.
First series of the day may not be up to snuff of what we're expecting, but hopefully the rest of our series...
It can't get worse, right?
It can't possibly get worse from this point onwards, right? Got to sweep this one under the rug and pray that the rest is going to be just as good. With that being said, you're watching the MPL MY. We're going to go on a short break. Here's the mic check from the match. We'll catch you right after this. See you later. Bye-bye.
Let's go.
Lukas. Si Lukas. Nice. Nice guys. Kiting Ranger.
Wait. Yes.
Push stop. Nice. Nice boys, let's go.
Guys, boleh tengok aku tak? Boleh, bos.
Boleh.
Ni aku di belakang.
Aku main garuk.
Aman guys, dia tag kat kau.
Dapat.
Mati.
Nice, badang. Boleh end mid, boleh end mid.
Guys, korang try end. Aku kejar badang, aku kejar badang.
End atas.
Go. Korang kejar. Korang end. Aku boleh kejar guys, aman. Dah, korang end lah. Boleh.
Buat start lagi.
Go, end. Badang kat belakang korang, aman.
Nice.
Position guys.
Enter. Try. Our position is not good, you know.
Aku boleh claim mid lo.
Mati ngangkat lo.
Mati.
Dah, jom lo.
Backup. Okay.
Lo.
Kita backup.
Aman.
36k, still full. Clearing.
Pikir dah. Tahu.
Katri ulti kat Dita.
Cico. Choking me. Aja ulti, Cico.
Okay.
Jom.
Gulung behind.
Okay, nice. Lukas.
Luka.
Nice.
Luka.
Tadi.
Winter. Base.
Glue.
No flicker.
Base. Satu orang base dong.
Aku. Gimme.
Nice.
Kau tak kat blue guys. Tak ada winter chill. Lukas winter.
Si, Cico.
Okay, kat blue kat Dita guys. Chow. Lord full HP.
Careful, Cico, flicker.
Blue.
30. Boy. Tahu.
Nice. Alhamdulillah. Comeback.
Hayanya mati. Bismillah.
Nice try. Link 03. Boleh pernah lagi?
Hilda.
Jangan Hilda.
Tambah step.
Guys.
Silas.
Winter di belakang.
Aku Silas. Nice, mati fight sana Etel sama Patam. Nah, tinggal 2 orang doang ya. Kalian pelan-pelan aja guys.
Link nanti.
Tenang aja, udah pasien. Tenang aja.
Tangan, ini 1-1 gua.
Nice one.
Guys.
Flicker.
1-1 me.
Flicker Fabius.
Sekejap. Aku
1 HP.
Tengok aku jaga mid.
Aku tak ada lagi tau.
That's right.
starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。 してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。Menggaruh kulit kepala disebabkan kelumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi kelumur dan kegatalan. Bebas kelumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders. Dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために、私はもっと強くなる。さよなら。背中合わせでいくわよ。
Dengan 100+ zero. Coba, try, taste. 100+ zero. Hey.
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
G will
Pewira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Pewira dan Pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
Rakan muda, coba cerita murnimu. Rakan muda, bersemangat wajah terus berusaha. Keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda.
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
がもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calang-calang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara
emas. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran.
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5GB processor for smooth performance. Equipped with 144Hz refresh rate for buttery smooth gaming visuals. JBL-tuned speakers for solid sound and a more immersive experience. Also equipped with 100-watt fast charge and 5200 mAh battery for less downtime and more playtime. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways: green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Playas, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, DSI, Rafamuda, MESF, PSM.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MPL Malaysia Season 15. Once again, we are on our second best of 3 of Week 4, day number 2. It can't get any worse than this, as we say. My name is Getting Q. This is LaFell, as well as Husky, here at the caster's desk of the English broadcast. Now, this time, it's going to be another bout. We're going to be witnessing Todak one more time to try and redeem themselves after yesterday, and we all saw how that game went.
I'm a swordfish, can't tell.
I had to take a double take on that one. Had to take a double take. I did not.
I was gonna do a different pose.
I was trying to figure out what
It's a swordfish, isn't this like super obvious?
Could have been a wall. Could have been a mosquito.
It could be a walrus, you know.
Could have been. Oh, it could be a walrus as well.
If I put it up, it's a unicorn.
It's
a Hylos.
Yeah.
Hey, Hylos cosplay. Let's go.
It's pretty hard, but just as hard as this game. Vamos is going to be a difficult competitor. I mean, Todak, yesterday, we would have expected them to try and beat out their game as soon as possible. However,
Squad C is back in action.
Yes, Squad C back in action one more time to try and redeem themselves. And I mean, netizens have been very vocal.
No.
My opinion, they didn't have a choice.
They didn't have a choice?
They got to stick to their guns because they said on an interview, this is the strongest lineup. So if they go back and then they change it up again, then the fans be like, but you said the other thing though.
But now Squad B is strongest. What are they going to do then?
Yeah, because it's either you can only go back on your word so many times.
Yeah.
It's either the fans tell you that we told you so, or you stick to your guns and have the fans tell you we told you so.
I don't know. I feel like no matter what, the fans are going to say we told you so. And even this has been going on for like how many years already?
It's been 2 years. Like the crazy thing is, it's not like
this is the most apparent one, right? this season is the most apparent.
No, I feel like this season is when people had enough. People are
That's
like,
right, that's
fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, that hurts more than cheating.
If I get cheated for 2 years straight, I'd flip too.
Wow,
How could you get cheated on for 2 years?
Because he wasn't drinking 100 plus. Refreshed with 0 sugar, 0 calories, and the same great 100 plus taste that you've always loved. No matter the occasion, sugar-free. and calorie. I knew it. Oh boy. Ooh, it's hard to get this one out. Calorie-free 100 plus zeros here to keep you replenished so you can get the most out of every single moment.
I would say that's the best sponsor shout out.
that was great. That was great.
That was one of the more later trends. Vamos though is not going to be an easy competitor, and I think that Vamos on the I want to say at the bottom of the list for sure. They're definitely, I mean, they've had abysmal games. Don't get me wrong.
Vamos this season is much more serious than before. Although I do have to say, I feel like the way that Coach Zaya is taking this approach is that, you know how Vamos before it is, they have like one play style.
Okay.
Right? Now it's like every single game, okay, we're going to try, like say, a siege comp. Now we're going to play like more macro. And then game number 3, if they're pushed that far, then they play like their solid comps. Like there's where you see the carries, you see the Suyos and all those kind of things. So I feel like for Vamos, like game 1 and game 2, Zaya is like, we prep the regular season for playoffs by playing different comps. And I feel like the players, failure or success, they're really trying their best to make the draft work.
Yeah, I think that's something that's commendable, right? Because for the longest of times, even when some of the players were in Homeboys, we can see a very linear play style, right? If you reach late game, you lose late game. But if you win that first 5 minutes, the game is yours. And it has always been this back and forth whether Vamos can adapt, how single-minded they are. But right now, we are seeing the integration, right? They still struggle late game a little bit, still a bit shaky overall, but at least there are improvements. They're taking steps to fix it in the draft.
Taking a bit outside of their comfort zone and still doing their best.
Yeah. Well, let's see how best they can be this time round. Here's the main lineup for Team Vamos. You know them, you'll love them. They have been runner-ups many times before. It's the Espresso, Zorn, Clawkun, Chibi, and Smooth.
Honestly, looking at this entire lineup, I would say the most matured so far has been Zorn, where Zorn, like, people meme about it, right? You know, recalling all the time, emotes. He still does that, but like, it has been cut so much down, and honestly, I feel like it does improve his gameplay. He doesn't make so many mistakes of like recalling and then getting caught.
I think it's because of the genes.
Oh yeah, you know what? You're right. Now his daddy's orange.
Yeah, like he's the only dude who sports the jeans, and he does it consistently in the videos.
He tucks in.
And he tucks in.
He tucks in. That's the thing. He tucks in.
Have you seen his car keys hanging? You know,
like he's embracing the dad image.
He's becoming an adult. That's the real move that he's making. But they're up against Todak, and I think people have been hypercritical about this particular lineup of Shihin, Magma, Zyme Senpoi, Gebe, as well as Momo.
Hey, don't talk bad about my boy Shihin. Feast will not like that. Best goal laner in the league.
Best goal laner, got solo leveled, got solo killed, level 3 against Ruby, against playing Granger.
That proves nothing.
Mel QD, he's just an ordinary mark.
Ordinary mark.
He's kind of mid.
He's soon.
He's like,
Could have been better. Could have been better.
Sorry, my bad.
That did not sound mid. That sounded like you threw up in your mouth. That sounded so much more than I was expecting.
I think I went above and beyond, and I should have been like Toda and then underperformed.
I say at least we have some consistent players on the team, right? Like Zyme Senpoi, through thick and thin, to the highs and lows of the team, Squad A, the Squad C, he has been the pillar. Momo as well, they have been the two backbones of Todak, but sometimes you can only bend it so much before they break.
Yeah, I do agree, because the good thing that we can say about Todak is the good thing that we can say about them is
hey, Team Vamos!
Hey, look at the keys! That's the keys you were talking about!
Yeah, look at that!
Yo, look at that!
Thor, look at he has his IGN.
This is him selling his merch. Exactly. Squad C is back in action. Yeah.
Yep. It's still in the same jeans every single time. We'll check out whether today
he looks more buff, by the way.
He does.
Like, you can see more veins on the forearms.
I feel like it's the jersey. I feel like it's the new cut of the jersey.
I need the jersey because I look fat.
You
fat with a P.
Like a pack. Like a PH.
Yeah. Oh, I think my wife is watching. I don't know how she feels about this.
Hey, don't worry. We'll get her
shout out to my wife, and shout out to all the wives out there. I don't know if you're watching.
I mean,
shout out to the significant others.
Shout out to whoever took this shot.
Yeah, I don't know how they got into the back rooms to get this shot done, but you can definitely see that there is not discord, but definitely disappointment in the eyes of everybody.
Maybe one of the players. Maybe Zayed.
Maybe Zayed?
Is he? Oh, maybe just tired. Or maybe he's just. Wait, where's Zayed?
Zayed's on in that photo. This is the current lineup of Squad C, the entire lineup, in a matter of fact.
Yeah, you can only bend the backbone so much before it starts breaking, right? And I think you can see even.
Bain would disagree.
Yeah, well, sure. He's an octopus, but who cares? They're both.
Actually, I was talking about the one that broke Batman's back.
Oh, that one? I actually didn't watch. I only watched the one with Joker.
You didn't see the Dark Knight Returns? The one that Zyme Senpai have met recently is his chiropractor? Literally, what right after their photo? Yeah. This is the before. Yeah, this is the before and after. This is before. This is after chiropractic.
I actually need to go to Bakam.
What?
Bakam is the one where it takes out your blood. I kind of feel like.
Oh, the cupping?
Yeah, the cupping. Yeah. I feel like.
Oh my goodness!
I thought that was blood.
I thought that was gonna be so much worse.
No, it's just just.
Cupping looks very nasty.
It does. But regardless of what happens today, we're hoping to see some kind of redemption from Todak specifically. We're going to be throwing it over to a short video first before we introduce our teams walking up on stage.
Untuk netizen, semakin kuat korang kecam kita orang, semakin kuat kita orang. Itulah semangat kita orang.
Vamos sekarang lebih berbeza daripada week 1. Macam week 3, kita orang datang dengan strategi yang lebih kuat lah berbanding sebelum ni. So, tim yang akan jumpa kita orang, korang kena prepare lah untuk lawan Vamos.
Melawan Todak, saya agak rival lah. Sebelum saya kalah dengan Todak dekat Upper Bracket Grand Final season 11. Kali ini saya nak revenge sampailah Todak boleh revenge kita orang.
Kalau Vamos, kita just be Todak sendiri, takkan cuba langgar lah. Untuk Chibi, buat yang terbaik, lawan dengan Todak. Jangan tak main pula Chibi, tunggu kau ni.
Marching with pride, bearing the title of Drone Challenger on a mission to conquer the Royal Week. Will the Kings of the Ocean become their next beast? Brace yourselves, the battle is about to erupt. Ladies and gentlemen, the highlight makers, Team Vamos!
Still lost at sea and struggling to chart a course to victory after 2 consecutive defeats, the coaching crew of Todak must reshuffle the strategy and craft a game plan too elusive to predict. Will today's tactics steer them back to glory? Make way for Kings of the Ocean! It's Todak!
Introducing the coach and analyst of the two teams and head of League Ops, Franklin, that will ensure fair play and professional integrity throughout the matches. Let's keep it going with the fist bumps between the teams. A true sign of professionalism, as the team captains will also pick up their armbands to lead the squads in both strategy and as well as in-game shot calls. Good luck to both of our squads. Good luck to Team Vamos as well as Todak as they man up to their battle stations.
And we saw that Zoran and Zyme Senpai are going to be the captains for this one. So honestly, for Todak, better start Husky.
Yeah, that I've been one. I was joking around in the green room, right? Like, what if Kave picks up the armband?
We have
I hope. the talent room. That's what they call it.
There's no green in there. We don't even have a
You're
tree.
colorblind. Shut up.
Listen, guys. If you're colorblind, Husky hates you, right? You know what? Color's not even that great anyway.
Kick him while he's down.
Who cares about colors?
Give him his crayon.
What color's your fairy wash?
Chocolate?
That's as close as it's gonna get. It's time for the team head-to-head. 5 matches played, 13 games for Vamos, 10 games for Todak. But the stats are honestly very overwhelming for Vamos.
Oh yeah.
Good God.
This is what you call a mismatch, right? This is what you call unfair. This is what you call. I should have studied maths a little bit more for me to understand the difference here, because I feel like it's a little bit too big.
Look, like the team total kills itself, right? Vamos played 3 extra games than Todak, sure.
97.
But they have an average of 33, almost 33 extra kills per game that they exceed Todak.
That's it's overwhelming. Somebody might need to call the authorities first, just in case the situation gets out here.
But I don't know if they play Mobile Legends though.
I'm sure they do. I'm sure they have a little group.
They probably play Johnson.
They only play the Saber line of skins.
Yeah. Hey, it's like hey, I'm the later main. I'm the later
Cyclops, Johnson.
Oh God. Oh, that'd be pretty brutal.
That would actually be pretty cool.
It'd be funny. Post it up. Post it up on social media.
Have a competition where you can only play with your.
That's my boy.
It's Zaid.
Why is he not playing?
He's your boy?
Interesting.
Hold on. Oh, Zaid said something here.
Yes, we talked to Zaid, and his quote is, "The feeling of frustration and disappointment when watching the teams keep losing. It feels like if I play, I could do better."
Yes. Yes. I've been saying that. Yes.
The thing is, I feel like the management is up in front, and look at that. The code is all over the screen.
Better question: how do they get such a good shot of your boy right up front?
With
next
Maima
to
there.
Yeah, with the team savior, Maima. Ready is like, put me in. Put me in. I can save this
Maima
team.
is like,
I feel like Maima's role in Todak right now is coaching the female team.
Oh.
Yeah, they competed in MWI, if I'm
I mean,
mistaken.
at this point, my mind is like, sub me in. I'll play anything. I'll play Jungle.
No. Let me be the scapegoat.
I'll do it again. But if we're going down...
Okay, listen. If Todak subbed in Maima, how pissed off would the fans be?
Oh.
Be less pissed off if there's at least the current one. I don't know.
At least there'll be more consistency than we're seeing from this squad, unfortunately.
Yeah.
There.
Oh.
That's the squad. That is the strongest squad.
Hashtag let them play.
For squad B.
We need Side Lord. We need Yan Zed.
Man, it's not a good one. We gotta come up.
Zalord.
Zalord.
We need Zalord.
Hashtags justice for Zalord. God, we need to see them back up on that stage, but maybe Squad C might shake things up. Now, let's look at the most picked heroes between both the squads.
Interesting. Like, it's interesting here that Todak actually picked up the carry more than Vamos himself, and Nets is known for the carry. Nets only picked it 4 times. Todak picked it up 5 times.
I think by average they have the most carry picks in the regular season so far. It's feels like one of their biggest fallbacks.
Yeah,
right?
not many people pick it up.
It's not exactly the safest pick and very situational.
Okay, let me say one thing. Todak has picked up Joy 4 times. Zaid has picked up Joy 2 times. And the win rate is 25%.
So means...
Wait, I mean like he played for 1 match. So they played 3 other matches with Joy. I'm just saying.
Guess who didn't win with Joy?
Only Zaid has won with the Joy with Todak.
Just like how by the end of week 3, only Innocent has won with Moscow.
that is fair.
He is keeping Moscow's win rate above 0, right?
Hey, somebody's got to. Somebody's got to keep our global rankings somewhere. Now we head into the drafting phase. Todak going to be on first pick blue side up against Vamos, red side second pick. It's going to be Matilda, Kimmy, Hilda, and as well as Chip.
Wow, committing into a Kimmy ban. Yeah. Not many teams would go for that.
I feel like they faced it a few times and they just legit can't do much about it. Because I feel like I talk about this with Todak like week 2, if I'm not mistaken, when the patch just dropped. And they did say that Kimmy is mad annoying. They say like it's not carry, like you don't carry with the Kimmy, but it does make your comp look bad. So I feel like they just couldn't figure out for 2-3 weeks of how to deal with it. So you don't want to risk it going up against Vamos.
I think it's fair because again, even yesterday, this Kimmy has been quite a problem. I'm not gonna lie, right? We saw a lot of times where Magma was getting picked off very early on in the game, and therefore Zyme Senpai loses pressure because of that.
I think with the heroes that Todak has been running a lot with Squad C, it makes sense, right? Like they don't have the best tools to deal with the Kimmy. You know, Fanny gets banned out,
So-
Jungler's wide open, Drusin is up as well. They take the Drusin.
Yeah. Vamos this season has picked up the Kalia a lot. They can pick it up here, but then comes to the question: what is the priority? Do they want to take the Haya away, and then let Todak, like, I don't know, Gaby can use whatever?
They can go Kalia Lucas here if they want, I think.
Oh yes, that's true.
Yeah, you can go Kalia Lucas. There's no threat of a Valentina, right? Unless you put Momo in Valentina, which I don't think will ever happen.
No, unless the Lucas goes to EXP, but let's think about this. When's the last time we see Lucas in the EXP and they pick up the Harith first? Pick?
Overall, I think Harith has just been an absolute monster in the meta so far, and in the previous games, we see that Harith has been continuously banned within the first phase. This is one of the few times that we actually let it go within the first phase of the draft.
Why did they let go of Kalia? Because they're like, Todak will not have enough damage anyways.
Ah, that's
Right?
fair.
Right? Because they have Jushin. Like, Jushin is kind of like pick-off kind of girl as well.
Yeah, and here, I think it also opens Vamos up to again, still there's a potential Valentina pick, right? Let's say Kalia. I think Kalia Lucas is a deep. Well, actually, Lucas not that much, but Kalia is there to Todak. Let's see if they'll go for it. They completely ignore it, so they go for Phobia's Hanzo. Huh.
Interesting. But honestly, like, Todak as of right now, they need to pair up with a good roamer to have more pressure, because I'm worried with the way that Vamos plays. If they have priority over the EXP lane, this Hanzo might have difficulty farming after the, let's say, second turtle.
Got thought? There is a problem of dealing with Drusin. As long as Chibi can find Drusin, then sure, right? You can take her out. But aside from that, wonder what else is there. You could go for like Cho.
I think the safest would be Gutthought in these types of scenarios. They could look for immediate like CC to deal with the Phobias, but it does pretty badly against the Hanzo, right?
So they still stick to Valentina.
Blind Valentina into this?
Yeah.
You do have the Drusin that you can steal the Crimson Beacon, which in of itself is good enough. Decent peel on the Phobias.
I think it's all right. I think it's okay at best, but I think they're also expecting two things. Regardless of whether Lucas actually gets through or not, they probably still need setters on the side of Todak, and that's what they're hoping to get off here.
Honestly, if Vamos already pick up a Valentina, and then Todak pick up, I mean, like, there's no way to pick up the Lucas anyways. They already have a jungler, they already have a, EXP laner.
Yep.
If I'm Vamos, like, they have more information than me, right?
Yeah.
I would be more worried about the gold laners than any of the roamers.
I agree.
If I'm being transparent, Magma hasn't really been impressing, but so far, maybe they know something. They're banning out this Khalid. And looking at Magma's reaction, even he's like, wait, what?
Yeah, because even right now, you look at the gold laner pool, there is your Granger, Beatrix, Claude, Clint, Carry, which has been a fallback plan for Sihin in majority of the games he's played. If you want to pick Carry into the Harith, be my guess, right? The matchup isn't exactly the worst. But I do agree, I think if you shut down Magma, you deny his effectiveness to assist Zyme in that early game, you effectively shut down a big part of what makes Todak's early game strong.
Is Hylos a good ban here not to give it over to Todak? I mean, you can get the glorious pathway with the Valentina. I'm just worried that, you know, it becomes a situation where they're a little bit too tanky to the point where you don't get to be as aggressive as you want to be. And I feel like most teams going up against Todak, they kind of want to kill them by 20 seconds.
I think if you are Vamos, you could even consider Hylos, and then you park it under Smooth.
Yes.
You park it under Smooth, you give Zorn something like a Jawhead, if Jawhead is still open. The Kalia is still open, right? There's a lot of, I think, options.
Yeah, see, they ban
they ban the Hylos, which is still fine. You can still flex the Kalia.
Like maybe Smooth might even consider picking up something like a CC, because he did use it, I believe, in week 2. Honestly, not the best of showings, but I feel like, and he also picked it last week and it looked pretty good.
What about Glue, right? I mean, Glue matchup into Phobias isn't the worst, but I do agree. I think the CC also looks pretty fine.
I think at the end of the day, it's like, what are they trying to achieve? And with the Valentina all alone to maybe potentially steal one of the ults from the next two, I think, yeah, Gatot is a pretty good flex pick, especially if we're going here for Red 4. They have the Hayabusa, they have the guaranteed scaling of the Harith. I'm not worried about Burst any longer, because Valentina at least provides that extra bit of oomph in case Hayabusa doesn't find it. There we go. Gatot, that's the flex. And Kalia, for the longest time, has not been locked in. I feel like Todak is very disincentivized to pick it up.
I feel like Todak, whatever marksman they need, he has to be slippery. He has to have dashes.
Because so far, even when you look at the bans and the draft sequences, right? Whatever Vamos picks, de-incentivizes Todak for what they want, right? You lock them out of. It makes good picks become suboptimal. Like right now, Gatot goes over to Vamos. It's a good flex, but if Todak takes a Kalea, oh, there's a Gatot to do with it, right? Same as the Valentina with the Tusin and the Harith Hayabusa. I think Zaya is so far one step ahead of Saifu.
Yeah, and right now for Todak,
Exorcist of the Shadow at your
looks like they're picking up the Granger and the box.
Okay.
Wait, is the Boxia going roam?
It's the Boxia roam. We've seen it before. What was it? MPL ID? I think it was MPL ID. Yeah.
I don't remember.
Wait, no. It's. I saw it from Mekong. I saw it from one of the Mekong matches. Was it? No, sorry. Mena. I remember it was Mena. They ran a Boxia roam
with a Revitalize.
With a Revitalize. I'm not sure how well. I mean, that game, the team with Boxia
won. The theory is there.
The theory is there. The team that ran Boxia won. I forgot which team, but it was a very scrappy match. I don't know how good the translation is. I personally feel like they're stretching it a little bit.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Let's see if it works. I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt because I do like Boxia as a hero. Personally, I've not seen people making it work just yet, especially as a roam. I'm at least curious. I'm open-minded for this one. If it works, great. If it doesn't, we won't shut up about it.
I mean, that's a Todak flavor, right? You want surprises? Like,
hey, I'm allergic to seafood, man.
I
actually am.
I know.
Either or, I think the only benefits we're going to be able to see from this Boxia is whether or not he's going to get some pressure, like find an off angle, some odd timing to actually gank and influence the side lanes. He's going to get plenty of information overall because of his roaming speed. But generally, I don't know. This composition very heavy around Zyme Senpai and Shihin. Gebe is going to try and chunk out anybody they can, but let's get into this game. Let's see how this composition works all together, because Vamos are looking pretty decent here, and I agree with you, Husky. Felt like Zaya was just one step ahead.
Let's see. I mean, this series is very important for Todak because playoff chances are on the line, right? If Vamos wins and Todak goes down, worst case scenario 0-2, we are going to have a season where Todak hangs in the balance. But I can see the theory, like you have a lot of healing, shielding from the side of Vamos. Boxia kind of denies that. You want to run Revitalize on this Gatot and stay in the fight. Boxia denies that as well when he has the Tatouage Poisson. So, in theory it works, but we need to see it in action, right? In practicality, how well does it translate?
I'm looking forward to see how do they itemize around this. What if they're being very creative? And just imagine that Boxia will always be around for the team fight. So you invest in damage items early instead of, like, you know, the anti-heal items like Glowing Wand.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. You have a built-in anti-heal. Like we talked about this early on, right? A hero that has an anti-heal. Boxia is the only unique one that has that property.
Yeah, now Momo, he's getting harassed pretty hard. And it looks like they're trying to set up for a dive angle as Chibi waits in the bushes alongside with Zorn covering Tribrush as well.
There's a gank angle down bot too. Look at that. They're setting up. There's a Hanzo, Granger. Here comes Magma. And there's Fresco. I'm not sure how he's going to get out of this. Gaming should be able to claim first blood. And there it is. Todak making it work bot side.
Yeah, unfortunately, bad flick, but, you know, it is what is it. Now Kalakun sees Zyme Senpai. And so far, at least, yeah, we can see that he can dive towers and he can do it pretty effectively.
Yeah, he's good at doing that, right? Again, he's got the base damage to do so. He's also got the base health. Based on his emblem setup, he wanted to make sure that he can survive these types of interactions, but at the cost of his Revitalize. Either way, Todak do find a slight lead in the earlier stages of the game. It doesn't put Nespresso completely out of commission just yet, but let's see how the next 5 minutes goes.
Make the lane of Sihin slightly more manageable. 1.1k gold lead just off of that small interaction. Vamos, they want to take the turtle, but it's not easy. Crimson Beacon into a Lantern Flare. Zorn gets brought back. Gebe shows up, and they claim another kill. Todak speeding it up, and that's what we want to see from this draft, right? Play it fast.
Yeah, it's a good start for sure. And we see that Zyme Senpai did not hesitate at all. But right now, the fight around Turtle. Is this good for Todak?
Doesn't look good for Magma, right? Curtain call on top of him. Clock on his dead. Chibi takes the Turtle away, finds the kill on the Zyme Senpoi. Todak overstayed that welcome. Magma goes down to Clockwood.
Yeah, I feel like the fact that he already uses his ult for the kill makes it so that going for the turtle, you know, with your original body might not be the best of ideas.
Yeah, not to mention that Momo was probably a little out of the fight, to be fair anyways. I think it's going to be tough because now even Vamos looking for some kind of trade back as Shihin cuts down Zorn in half. GB nearby, but doesn't have his ult, so I don't see this angle happening.
I have a feeling that if you are Todak, you probably care lesser about the turtle. It's about getting Gebe ahead, right? Like, they've seen a winning formula, at least on the first blood for onto Nespresso. Gebe, Magma, you have a very good dive comp. If you get Gebe ahead, then you can keep on stepping on the gas, and they are doing that. This time, the kill goes over to Magma.
Really, really good punishes. And honestly, this Baxia's anti-heal is making it difficult for Zorn to just raw sustain with his passive.
Maybe it is a pretty good counter towards the Gata, because Gata so far has been performing very, very well. One of the attributes for him is just that you can't take him down fast enough.
And then he has to know that a gank might be coming. Gebe once more runs at him with Magmas and Shihin's help. And AOG just to delay the death of Nespresso. And he flickers out of the way just in time. Zorn with the Revitalize saves him. And they find Magma in return. Now Clockwood will show up, steals the Crimson Beacon right on top of Zyme Senpoi. Couldn't get the lift back. This should be a disengage.
Yeah, so far, honestly, both teams have been playing quite well. It's just that I feel like for Todak, they have to have this discipline to understand that if they want to fight, they're cooldown based, right? If the Hanzo doesn't have he doesn't have enough energy, don't go for that fight. Don't set yourself up for failure, you know? Because compared to Vamos, I would say they can dish out more consistent damage compared to them when the Hanzo doesn't have the ult.
Yeah, which begs the question whether or not Team Vamos actually want to have these team fights, or do they want to have these smaller skirmishes? I feel like right now, it's better to just play 4-1 because Smooth is doing a phenomenal job controlling this top side.
Yeah, I agree. Just split the map.
Yeah, like Momo is not staying in the lane, right? Seeing this, Momo prefers to join his team. Ogi Shadow Kill. This time, Gebe secures the turtle. And if you're Vamos, you back off right now. There's nothing left for them to seek. Gebe will attempt, but runs out of energy.
Yeah, right now I'm looking at the difference of EXP in the gold lane. Nets is level 6, Shihin is level 7. Not great, but again, it's not that bad. It's something that Nets can work with.
Oh, they're calling Smooth all the way from the top side to allow Chibi to get some farm to try and deny another dive on the bot side.
Nespresso is having a rough laning stage so far and still loses the turret. Meanwhile, Magma, now with the help of Zyme Senpoi and Gebe, will go for the engage. They turn on the Zorn, who is completely isolated. He AOG's out.
Finally. At least he's able to get out this time round.
Yeah, honestly, good discipline from Vamos, understanding that let's not take the fight. Oh, hold on. GB comes from rear.
Okay, current call into a shadow kill. Every one of them is low. Clockwood flickers forward to secure the kill, but they do lose Chibi in the process, so that's the first Sky Clear stack for Shihin.
Okay, all right. I mean, interesting angle, especially from Team Vamos' side. I mean, you can tell that GB really wanted a high roll there onto getting a couple more eliminations, but Shihin, at this point, that laning phase has gone so well for him. He's already got tempo on the tier 1 on top side.
I feel it's like one day Todak, they recognize that they gotta play for their gold lane, because Shihin is talented as a gold laner, and they just have to invest a little bit more into him. So I like that they changed their approach for this game, and so far, it has been working out.
So far, it can also quell a lot of the doubts about Magma and Gebe, who are not able to protect the bot tier 1. Gebe and Magma now will have to retreat. Zyme Senpoi will cover their escape route. Nespresso, though, forced to flicker away. Zyme Senpoi on the chase. The Crimson Beacon flickers forward to find it. Momo and Sin are joining in, so Zyme Senpoi just needs to buy time. Momo and Sin finally catches up into a pullback, and Nespresso is gone. AOG for the counter engage, finds a taunt. Magma goes down. Revitalize keeps everyone from Vamos healthy, but just like last time, Todak overextending. Losing 2 of their members. Shihin will somehow need to find a way out. Momo with the flicker. Gebe comes in, picks up Smooth, and it is an even trade for both teams.
Honestly, I thought that could have gone a lot worse for either side, but this actually works out pretty well. Todak now still maintain their lead. However, they don't lose too much in terms of structural damage overall. They still will be able to end up fighting for the next initial turtle, and not to mention that Gebe is keeping up with Chibi so far in terms of levels.
Yeah, but that's also like what we can see. If Todak tries to force out fights when they're not ready, it could look bad.
As long as Magma and Momo survives and stalls this out, they have a great chance. And they will jump onto Zorn, who cannot really do much. much. Turtle secured by Gebe. Time Senpoi jumped on by Chibi, but Chibi now has to retreat, gets dragged, airborne, and goes down to Sihin. Once more executed by the Sky Piercer. Vamos will have to fall back.
Unfortunate. He was in the middle of channeling his ult as well.
Yeah.
And then the Sky Piercer triggered right at the perfect time. But they take this tier 1. Team Vamos there in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Todak with 3,000 gold lead, which is going to expand a little bit more. And now they get to control the jungle as well. If they are able to deny the purple buff away from Chibi, this is going to be a much harder game for him, where now he has to depend on Clockhood and Nets to get back some kind of map pressure when Todak overextends and they get a kill. But so far, Todak, they haven't played sloppily. You know, there are times overextending, sure, but compared to the previous series, looking much better.
Yeah, they look much, much better, in a matter of fact. Gebe is currently in a very good position, right? Level 13, he's 2 levels above Chibi as of right now, so about 1.5 levels ahead of him, give or take, rounded up. But once he gets that Trinity already built, he doesn't even need the T2 boots, right? He's more than happy to finishing the Demon Hunter sword.
Something to note as well, even with Abaxia, Zyme Senpoi still opts for a first item on that glowing wand. So even though in theory it could work, but looks like just to be safe, he still picks up the glowing wand. I mean, even without the anti-heal, it's a good item.
Look at Zorn, he just gets melted by Gebe. He taunts Gebe out, so Gebe just kills him. Unfortunately, Vamos can't really fight this. They're not in a position to dish damage, but they would attempt with the shadow kill. Backline got executed by Sihin. Dago smooth. Chibi now on the run. Momo and the rest of Todak chases up. Mega kill for Momo. And Gebe comes back in for round number 2. Clockhood gets chopped to pieces. 4 for Todak.
I mean, Gebe, like, highlights on him, but I saw Momo just now when the quad shadow came in. He was able to pull in Chibi, interrupt him from actually attacking, and then immediately the entire line of Todak went all over Chibi. Like in that previous team fight, Momo was key to stopping Chibi, and then after that, Magma opening up the Revitalize as well, making it so that Chibi did not have enough damage.
I think it's clear to see that Todak right now are playing at a different pace, right? They've kind of figured out what exactly everybody's jobs is supposed to be and how their playstyles need to kind of add up together. It's interesting to see that it took Abaxia on their side and putting Zyme Senpoi on a Jushin to make that happen.
Hey, you know what? I'm playing Baxia after this. It looks interesting enough, not gonna lie.
If you have a comp that can play fast and constantly keep up, then I think, you know, it works. It's a very fast tempo comp. Not to mention, like, all these heroes ahead. I don't know how Vamos is going to stop them in a full 5-on-5. They need to buy time, but only Chibi can reliably do that.
Yeah, I mean, they're an absolute brick wall, right? And they're laying down the fortress walls very, very high on top of it. I think that there is some innate synergy between, like, Zyme Senpoi on this Jushin. Oh, hold on.
They try to high roll that one. Gebe almost goes down, but again, the bit of the iframes to make it out of there.
Yeah, right now we can see that Todak is continuing the pressure here in the mid lane. Looks like they are going to be able to take it. The Lord is still marching down bottom, and now Momo gets Zorn. Zorn is so low.
Executed instantly by Sihin, who has had a fantastic game so far. He did go down early on, but again, another 30 stacks on top, right? He got 3 kills right after that. Clockhood doesn't really want to stay there. Steals the Crimson Beacon, but with Gebe showing up, I think if you are Vamos, you go on the run. Gebe will try to execute smooth, forces the Vengeance out. Now, no Vengeance for the CC. Zorn up in another 10 seconds. Lord still fairly healthy. Todak continues to siege. OG Shadow Kill not really doing too much on Chibi's and gets staggered a little bit. Almost gets caught out once more. Vamos holds the base.
Honestly, like right now, Gabe. Oh, he even got that! He got that?
Oh!
Disgusting. That was...
A Hanzo that is a hit is a monster.
That is ridiculous. He snuck in at least 5 auto attacks before the turret projectile even connected to him. Can't believe that he maintained those stacks. And at this point, Todak getting 2 inhibitors 11 minutes into the game. Oh!
And they're gonna go for the final engage onto Zorn. He's gone. Didn't even get the AOG out. Magma does end up going down, and then lift back onto Smooth. Clockhood escapes. A double kill for Gebe, mega kill for Sihin, and Todak. Welcome back to the main stage. One of the cleanest games we have seen so far.
Ended before 12 minutes. Todak came in with a message. They've been like, hey, we just need a time. And Vamos, you're the first victim.
Woof. That's 1-0 so far for Todak. Todak need this victory to build up confidence, and not only in the fans, but on to themselves to prove that they deserve to still be here to carry that legacy forward. Interesting composition, I'm not gonna lie. Baxia with a combination of synergy with Zushin, you are getting so many pickups, right? The soft CC upon soft CC.
Do you think because Zayed flamed them that they're like, oh boy, oh, when it comes from the fans, it's one thing. When it's from our own boy, now we gotta step up.
Yeah, man. Oof.
They did get some pretty strong power.
I do like the box, yeah. Like, it was unconventional, but looking at how it was played, I like the execution.
Yeah, we kind of went through a bit of the theoretical aspect of this draft, right? And we instantly see it pay off. The level 1 gang, well, not level 1, but the very first gang onto the bot lane. When Vamos was trying to set up onto Momo, the Todak gang was so much easier to pull off. And they just kept running with it. You get the Hanzo ahead this early on. He is so hard to stop.
I mean, the game plan seems so simple, right? Make sure that Zorn isn't able to kind of play his exposure game of walking into bushes, getting free space and finding those cracks of vision, and then going down to the bottom side to make sure that Shihin gets ahead consistently. Simple plan, simple execution, done beautifully.
I mean, I feel like that's the name of the game, right? Don't overcomplicate things, which is a problem that Todak has done over and over again. In this game, I like that they were able to, you know, make a composition where it's really just like, you move forward, press some buttons, and then it's all good.
Yeah, and I think the best part is that I don't think Todak was really too concerned about whatever pick was left on the table.
Yeah.
We thought that, you know,
Zaya didn't see any play.
Yeah, we thought that Zaya was one step ahead. And I think in Zaya's mind, he was one step ahead. But Todak, they just stuck to a game plan that was unaffected. Blue side boxed up, last pick too.
Secret
really,
strat, man.
Really threw in the wrench. So caught Vamos by surprise, caught everyone by surprise.
Yep. I think regardless, really great stuff coming in for game number 1. We're going to be heading backstage to have a look at who our MVP of this match is going to be. Let's quickly take a look. It's Gebe on this Hanzo, making sure that he's getting full profit off of these dives.
Let me just say, he looks like our producer from the Philippines. Zed was his name?
Zen.
Yeah. Right?
He looks like Zen. In one angle, he does.
Look at this.
In one angle, not in general, but in one angle, he does. Big shout-outs, but a strong Hanzo gameplay that we see here today. 930 GPM, 7-0-4 for his KDA.
Yeah, this Hanzo just got a hit too fast.
His hand looks like he looks like he's doing the Hanzo pose. Like, if you look at it.
Kinda, if like oriented it the other way, like the
give him a broom and then you'll see it.
Yeah. I can kind of see it. But generally, well done to our MVP here. I think a lot of work has been put into Todak. I'm not sure what happened from yesterday compared to today.
Maybe. They got good sleep.
Yeah,
don't underestimate good sleep, man.
They've taken a lot of beating since week 3, right? If there's one way to prove the doubters wrong, I think this is the best way. Now is to...
Or therapy.
Maybe
they went to therapy.
Sports psychologist.
Now they just gotta wrap it up, you know, end it cleanly. Whether it's 2-0, 2-1, doesn't matter. If they can prove that it works, then I think it will put a lot of doubters to rest.
Yeah, which begs the question.
If I know the doubters, they still won't rest.
They never do.
Just saying.
They will still hold the grudge.
We're in Southeast Asia, man. That's the kind of people we are. It's
I would sleep at it tonight, though.
It's like, you win, yes, but I'm not stopping. I gotta keep the hustle going.
The social justice warriors are back.
Only one of us can be right.
Only one.
And looking at itemization here, like, yes, I kind of feel like this is like, it is kind of a counter towards the Gatot, because again, what Gatot does best is that charges up whenever his red bar is high enough. You basic attack and you get some heal, but then the Baxia be like, what heal?
Bonk.
Right? Like the Baxia makes Jushin look like Jushin does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Because Jushin lacks first, needs time to lift people up, but they have so much stagger, right? You gotta knock up from Momo, he runs into you, Magma runs into you. The backline of Todak was never really exposed to Vamos.
Yeah. But at the same time, if there is no, especially when you are playing a CC, right? You're heavily dependent on your main tank. And Gatot being a solo tank is pretty difficult, and I think that Todak found a really good way of punishing him overall. Not to mention that just Baxia's passive alone just put some, like, you know, hard taxes on whatever sustainabilities they have from the side of Vamos, including the Harith shield.
Just to say as well, I feel like in this season, Valentina Blind has been more punishing than rewarding. There are some games for sure that the Valentina Blind was rewarding, but this is one of those games where I feel like maybe if they had more range or more burst that they can punish Todak, it would have been better. I'm not saying he had a bad Valentina game, right? He did okay. He did okay, but this is just one of those what if.
Yeah, I definitely don't think Valentina was the core issue, but at the same time, I can't really think of a mid laner
that fixes
the problem, right?
I agree.
The core issue that Vamos had to deal with is still there. Once they lose early tempo, no amount of like mid lane heroes can bring them back into the game.
I suppose they could have gone with like maybe a Vexana for like forceful wave manipulation, I guess. But even then, I think that like this Valentina, especially in that mid range, to try and keep Gebe away, to keep Momo away, or even Magma, he kind of did the work overall. You can tell by his damage, right? He is applying a good amount of damage. They're just really, really thick, and there's no way to back out of some scenarios.
Can't really solve the Gebe problem, right? Like I don't think any mage at this point can deal with a Hanzo that is that far ahead. He's gonna run it either way.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that I would say the laning phase really didn't go in their favor, but hey, surprise picks, man. It works.
I like it. I like what I'm seeing from Todak. It's a very innovative pick. They brought back a hero that a lot of us consider dead in the meta.
Yep.
I was playing like jungle once or twice in other regions, but that's pretty much it.
Rich Guy going over to Gebe. Of course, Shihin going to be the carry with the 8,000 worth of damage. Sandbag going over to Zone because he took the most amount of punishment, but Best Wingman goes over to Magma.
Well, finally putting some numbers up. Gebe and Magma, they went through a lot of heat yesterday and the week before, but hey, being in the Hall of Famers, of course, credits to the entirety of Todak, right? They play like a well-oiled machine, really. They'll smoothen out a lot of the rough edges that we saw last week on screen.
Yeah, no, I like the fact that they kept it simple, kept it straight, but now Team Vamos has to figure out an adaptation coming into this because now they can't just go in blind anymore, and that puts Smooth in an awkward spot. Because it's not like he lost his lane. He was actually winning out the lane pretty hard. They sacrificed first turtle for him to get the entire gold plating, but it's not enough of a lead. Like, CC needs to be 2 levels ahead of your EXP laner, has to be a full item ahead to really start to feel the oppressive nature of this style.
Yeah, and honestly, like, again, looking at... It all starts with this gank down bot. Like, I really feel like they just... I feel like even Todak didn't thought that it would go this smoothly, right? I feel like, okay, let's get Shihin ahead, and then let's go for 50-50s all around the map. But yeah, honestly, I feel like Todak, they perform better than everyone's expectation, including themselves.
No doubts about it there. No doubts. I mean, these are one of the few fights that Vamos almost could have made the big turnaround. But afterwards, once we saw the tier 1 start to collapse, once the mid lane started to collapse, that's when the game truly fell into the hands of Todak.
Yeah, you can see like this entire fight, Chibi didn't want to use the shadow kill because he felt like Zyme wasn't the target he wanted to go for. Never got to use it, right? Goes back to his original shadow, instantly gets crowd control, went down, and Momo has just been phenomenal on this Phoveus.
Yeah, and the early anti-QS as well by Magma, making it so that whenever Chibi wants to go on to anyone, Magma was close by, so he can apply those stacks over to the Hayabusa. Plus, with the Revitalize and everything, like, it just made a situation where unless the Hayabusa was 1 level ahead, he will not have enough damage to kill just about anyone, as long as Magma is there.
Yeah, and not to mention about like the way that at least some of the side laners who were supposed to be giving those kills over to that Hayabusa. Momo, he played a strong lane, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I have to give up pressure. As long as I don't die to Chibi, it's all right.
Yeah. That's and to add on to that, right? That bot lane fight where they went even, Momo got all 3 kills. Big go injection, and right after that, they don't really have a way to kill him, right? Like Smooth, his hands are tied. Do I deal with Magma? Do I deal with Momo? There were no good targets at one point.
I mean, he's supposed to be that tank buster, though, so I think that's the saddest part. And this is one of the few games where it's like, oh, you get punished for picking half because we got so many tanks and you're not good until 3 items.
Yeah, and right now, honestly, I'm looking on stage. Looks like we will have an interview after this where I feel like this will buy enough time for both teams because I feel like after game number 1, even Vamos might be taken aback. It's like, hold up. Like, what went wrong, guys? Like, is it really the draft where you guys, you know... I don't know.
I think up until before Baxia, no. But when the Baxia came out, that's where there's no going back, right? They had to commit to Smooth Zeros was the last. You put Gato at XP, doesn't solve the problem. Smooth needs a strong hero. So yeah, the problem really showed itself only after the Baxia, the gotcha pick came out.
Yeah.
I don't blame Vamos though. It's it's just a very smart move from Todak.
It is, but at the same time, the execution was also just great. So again, I can see that the fans are slowly coming in after that game number 1. It's starting to pile up. Exactly. I think that people who are watching online, it's like, I got to be there in person to see this potential comeback coming in from Vamos. Technically, if the comeback against Vamos, but Todak, at this point, if fans start coming in droves, they're only going to be able to watch one game, which is a little sad if they weren't here from the beginning. Minimum.
That is if, Todak goes 2-0.
We're going to go on standby here at the caster's desk. It looks like we're going to be throwing over to Poji up on the stage. Let's see who he's talking to.
Terima kasih caster-caster yang budiman. Jadi sekarang kita dah nampak bagaimana performance Todak nampaknya semakin ke arah yang lebih positif. Tapi kita sedia tahu Todak ni bakal mewakili Malaysia untuk ke IESF. Jadi kita nak bincangkan sedikit macam mana persiapan mereka menuju ke pertandingan ni. Tapi siapa yang lebih layak untuk membincangkan perkara ni kalau bukan Tuan Muhammad Naim Al-Amin, iaitu Presiden MESF. Jadi dengan segala rendah dirinya saya menjemput Presiden MESF kita untuk naik ke atas pentas bagi membincangkan perkara-perkara serius ini. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Terima kasih.
Okey, baik. Jadi kepada anda yang tak mengenali, inilah Presiden MESF kita. Jadi Tuan Muhammad Naim, saya kalau tak keberatan lah, boleh kongsikan tak sedikit sebanyak tentang perancangan bagaimana pemain-pemain ni membuat persiapan bagi menuju ke WEC MESF ni. Pemilihan pemain tu dah lock ke belum, coachnya bagaimana dan segala jenis lah persediaan tu.
Okey. Untuk seperti yang sedia maklum kan, kita memang dah buat selection di peringkat untuk memilih atlet, untuk memilih pasukan mewakili Malaysia. Walau bagaimanapun kita menjalinkan kerjasama bersama dengan Todak, iaitu pengurusan bersama. Bermakna kita punya shortlist atlet masih belum kita reveal kerana kita masih ada lagi berbaki 1 bulan lebih untuk kita reveal. Jadi kita akan berbincang berkait rapat lah. Melantik coach, melantik manager dan juga melantik atlet. Dan atlet sini tak semestinya perlu datang daripada pasukan line up daripada Todak. Tak semestinya, tetapi kita akan berbincang bersama pengurusan Todak.
Okey. Jadi kalau tak keberatan lah untuk kongsikan sedikit sebab kita kata ada masih lagi dalam pemilihan. Adakah faktor-faktor pemilihan dari segi pemain-pemain tu akan melihatkan kepada performance semasa pemain-pemain ni dekat MPL sendiri?
Ya, sudah pasti dan sudah tentu sebab mereka tidak mewakili klub tetapi mereka mewakili negara kita Malaysia.
Faham. Sebab ini adalah proses menuju ke depan sebagai wakil negara, betul. Tapi selain daripada WEC, kita juga ada Sukan C, itu wakil untuk IMAS. Boleh tak kongsi sedikit sebanyak macam mana pula dengan persediaan menuju ke arah Sukan C?
Okey, untuk seperti dimaklumkan juga, kita ada MLBB kategori women dan juga men's. Kategori women kita adalah beberapa shortlisted yang kita dah listed, terutamanya baru lepas MWI tu hari. Tetapi mereka juga akan melalui proses, iaitu proses liga yang kita akan perkenalkan pada season ini. Dan untuk men's dah tentu kita berkait rapat dengan MPL Malaysia, terutamanya untuk kita shortlistkan, longlistkan atlet kita, iaitu top 2 untuk kita angkat mereka sebagai long list, dan juga the individu-individu. Walaupun pasukan mereka tak pergi in the top 2, tetapi kita mahu juga sekurang-kurangnya kita ada 20 atlet untuk kita pilih dan shortlistkan mereka. Sebelum mereka pergi ke boot camp dan sebagainya.
So, untuk soalan seterusnya, boleh tak kalau kata kita macam mana kalau kita nak sebagai orang awam, contohnya peminat-peminat nak tahu tentang perkembangan pemilihan ni, ada tak apa-apa medium untuk kongsikan dengan semua penyokong-penyokong?
Okey, medium dia tentulah pastilah kita menggunakan MESF kita punya media untuk kita menceritakan perjalanan selection proses dan juga bootcamp. Bootcamp ni pun kita ada bahagikan, satu in the technicals punya bootcamp, satu lagi bootcamp tentang mental dan juga physical dia.
Baik. Jadi kalau tak keberatan lah saya nak tanyalah kan, So bila kita bercakap dengan tentang pasukan emas tu untuk sukan C kan. Jadi apakah sasaran utama untuk sukan C kali ini? Sebab kita tahu sebelum-sebelum ni kita pun dah nampak prestasi yang agak memberangsangkan daripada pemain-pemain kita sebelum ni. Tapi untuk kali ni adakah juara menjadi misi utama kita?
Saya nak tanya audien, kita nak medal apa? So itulah jawapan dia, emas.
Baik. InsyaAllah dengan segala persediaan yang dah pun dirancang, dengan segala persiapan yang dah dibuat daripada pihak MESF, saya juga menyokong dan juga berdoa semoga kita dipermudahkan segala jalan dan urusan, dan terima kasih kepada Cik Presiden kita. Semoga segala yang dirancang akan berjalan dengan lancar, dan terima kasih. Terima kasih dah jemput bawah semula. Saya sangat berbesar hati sebenarnya bila kita dapat mencemar juli daripada Tuan Presiden kita sendiri. Jadi kepada anda yang berada di rumah yang kalau kata ragu-ragu lagi dengan pendirian macam mana pemain-pemain Todak ni bakal ke MESF, AESF ataupun WEC, itu dah pun diterangkan. Perancangan masih lagi berjalan, pemilihan masih lagi diteruskan, dan harapkan apa sahaja yang berlaku yang baik-baik akan terjadi untuk pemain-pemain yang akan mewakili ke peringkat yang tertinggi. Dan itu saja daripada saya dan juga Presiden kita, dan kita harapkan yang terbaik. Dan let's go untuk kita menuju ke game yang seterusnya.
Thanks, Po G. Interesting. Some good insight into what's going to be happening for the selection process of what is to be WEC. That's going to be a fun time.
Yeah, like TLDR, if people didn't understand what was going on, so Todak won like the previous, I would say qualifier.
Yes.
But now it's more like a joint
effort.
Joint effort, thank you very much, between MESF as well as Todak, where they're going to be helping out in the selection process, and it means that they don't have to take any Todak players, right? Like they're still ongoing for the selection for the coaches, players, and even the managers.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be from Todak, right?
Yeah.
Like they're aiming for hopefully a pool of 20 players in total, and then they can kind of shortlist from there. We also got Homeboys Arcane who are going to MWI, but even then they are also working, side by side to create the best possible roster to get that gold medal back.
I mean, considering how Todak is performing right now, it's looking pretty great, right? Things are all starting to line up for this organization, as Todak will now get first pick this time round. 50% win rate so far. Not exactly the greatest win rate in the world. It's a bit of a coin flip, but things have been starting to look up for them. So good luck as we start heading into the draft real soon. Vamos, the adjustments that they are going to make is going to be a little tough because, man, the Baxia came out of so left field. Where did that come from?
And you would honestly think, is there something else?
I feel like there's something else, right?
Yeah, now it keeps you guessing, right? All it takes is Todak to show one good game to restore some faith. Now they got to keep it going. Everyone is excited to see what else Todak has planned. They obviously won game one. A big part is good execution, but also some cheeky drafting. But let's say game two, we go back to a more normal kind of draft, right? A more standard kind of game. Can Todak still keep up? Because their main has always been how fast and how calculated Vamos plays.
Dude, does Zaya just have a screenshot of the draft, what he wants in the draft, like a full-on scrim?
Yeah.
Like
a full screenshot of the drafting screen.
Yo, this man, he needs his information. I didn't believe that was going to look like that. All right, it's time to start making our way into the drafting phase in our second game of this best of three. Let's jump right in.
And I would say, like, we saw that Zaya is looking at basically his own stats, I guess, to figure out what kind of picks to fight against Todak. I'm only slightly worried if they're like tunnel visioning on a certain draft, and then potentially what happened in game number one, just one pick kind of ruins all of it. Like, it's good to have a game plan. Don't get me wrong, good to have a game plan, but I'm just worried if they're too tunnel vision that they don't see the obvious.
Well, let's see. Because first of all, you're seeing that Zaya is going to be getting rid of that Hanzo, right? Again, a major problem. One of those safe junglers with non-committal ways to dive you underneath
as
the
well.
turret. And yeah, the Jushin as well. So again, two major problems taken away from the side of Saiful.
Yeah, and I mean, the last time that Todak beat Vamos in this case, or majority of the players, was back in season 11, right? In the playoffs, 3-2. Afterwards, season 12, 13, 14, Todak has not been able to take a single series from the MPL. This would be sweet revenge, considering that it is quite a new look for the roster.
Oh yeah, for sure. I would say Todak, they look much more confident, much more comfortable
Time to drop
when
the beat of the flash.
when essentially they have priority. I feel like that's the best way to say it, priority, especially in mid. So I feel like if they're able to get a draft where at least both Zayim as well as Magma have a say of when they want to leave the lane, I feel like it's going to be good. And now Todak, they first picked this Harif, which honestly, maybe from the side of Vamos, they don't mind that because again, a lot of good picks are left open, but you might question yourself. Do you still want that Haya?
Is Haya, Kalea still up, was untouched the entire game 1. I think
it's okay.
I
think it's like for how Chibi plays, honestly, something like the Suyo ain't bad.
Yeah. He has a decent track record on the Suyo. Well, I say decent track record very loosely because Suyo has abysmal win rate in our league.
It does. I do agree that it does fit his playstyle, but I feel like based on what Coach Zaya was trying to create for game number 1, which was a very macro-centric, very predetermined where your fights are going to be, rather than just have fights for the sake of fights. Oh, a Lucas Valentina opening.
Instantly covers the Lucas.
Looks like for both teams, they're like trying to edge each other on. It's like, do you want the Kalia? I'm gonna leave it open if you want it. You know, it's all you.
By all means, take it. Right? We'll see whether or not this third.
The Hilda is open, by the way. So I feel like if Todak pick up a jungler here, they just have to keep that in the back of their minds.
They could take Hilda themselves if they want, and then you grab a jungler.
Like a Haya.
I think Haya works too. Haya, Suyo, I mean, the usual, right? There's no Joy, Hanzo.
I mean, what if they just want to go crazy and...
Unless they go for Fred.
They could go for a Fred.
They could go for a Fred, yeah.
I think it's a little too early to show it for
Fred,
now.
Yeah. Unless you want to flex it.
Oh, that's
Serena, okay.
Serena's alright. They're gonna go with at least Mobius.
And that's fine.
Honestly, still hiding a lot of what their draft is about.
Yeah, it's like a very good sandbag. It's like a... They show a bit, they show the cores, but it doesn't tell you the full story.
Yep. All you see is purple.
Yep.
They're all purple. Like,
except for Harith.
That's not purple?
No, that is not.
Oh my god.
Yeah, sorry to burst your bubble there. Granger gonna be the next lock-in for the side of Vamos as we move on to the second phase of the picks and bans. It feels like a gentleman's agreement that both sides are not looking for the Kalia, especially when the counters are still available. At this point onwards, I feel like Zaya could technically set up for it, right?
I feel like at this point, it really gets into your head, right? Because you're like, okay, if we ban out Magma's heroes, he might come up with something crazy again. But then it comes to your head as well, like if you ban out the obvious assassin junglers or fighters or whatever, maybe Gabe comes up with something crazy as well. What if like an export jungle is coming and then they're just not ready for it?
I think even right now, when you look at the remaining heroes, the remaining roles that Todak needs to fill up, it's Magma and Gebe, right?
Yeah.
Like and we saw the cooperation in game 1. Like Magma and Gebe, they work together just fine. Zyme has also been able to keep up. And there's still a lot of room for them to pick heroes that can play the exact same tempo as game 1. So Haya getting banned out is a good start by Vamos, leaving Todak to only have Suyo left in the pool, or they kind of pivot to Alpha Fredrin or whatever they want. But there's still Cho, Jawhead, heroes that can go pretty fast.
Interesting that at least for Todak, they got rid of the Guinevere.
Yeah.
Why ban out Guinevere when Kalia's on the table technically?
Because it's not the easiest to catch, right? Like it depends on who catches who first.
I feel like it's the player. Because I feel like Zorn has gone like not on record, but we have heard that he's really not all that comfortable with the Kalia, but for some reason with the Guinevere he feels much more safer, and Zorn's playstyle is that he jumps in and then with the Guinevere he's able to get out. That's something that Kalia can't do. If you go in, you stay there.
I love the Fredrin ban.
Yeah.
I didn't anticipate this. Now you funnel Gebe into the remaining 2 picks. Like Alpha Suyo are the most obvious one. They take the Cho away. So Zaya this time really making sure that he plugs all ties up all the loose ends.
Yeah, I just want Todak to have one more tanky guy because I feel like they work better with a solid front line.
You can take the Gatot here if you want, I think. I mean, the Kali was banned out by Zaya in the second phase in game 1.
Yes.
I don't think you need a Kali. I think Gatot is okay. Or you could go Franco.
I mean, Franco would be a pretty interesting pick as well. We haven't seen a Celia Franco in like a very long time too.
I feel like the last time we see that kind of comp, not exactly, is from Vamos, where if I'm not mistaken, they pick up a Novaria and Franco.
Yeah.
In a different game, Selena plus something else. So, you know, we'll see for Todak. I want them to keep it simple.
So they do take the Gatot Furio.
Okay, this time more conventional.
Yeah, extremely conventional. But I guess the neutral objectives are going to be a little harder for Vamos. Good blue pick here for the side of Vamos to try and win out that lane as hard as possible to make sure that all outs have been taken into consideration.
Great
5% win rate.
I don't know. For a matter of fact, Todak will not have enough damage to deal with Smooth for a majority of the early to mid game. So that is going to give Vamos a very good way to threaten Todak in these small skirmishes.
Well, honestly, with the draft being quite honest by both teams, Vamos should have a good upper hand because they're not caught with their pants down. But if Todak has a dominating win, just like game number 1 against Vamos, when both teams are being honest, it's good for Todak. The fans will be like, okay, you know what? We trust you now. But for Vamos, that could be pretty bad because they are at the top with SRG and Homeboys. They need to win this one to make sure that the crowd still favors them being that top 2.
Yeah, well, I mean, the only way they're going to do that is if they win out that very first turtle fight. They've got a composition that plays decently well in the early game, so let's jump right in it for game number 2. It's either a 2-0 sweep or an equalization for Vamos. Let's jump right into it as the jungler is going to be starting on opposite sides of the field.
Yeah, and this is for probably the 5th or 6th time since Todak's last win over the members of Team Vamos that they've come this close. He's already losing out the lane. Espresco with the camp at the bush was able to win it out.
I feel like I've seen this before. It happened before, right? I can't remember, but I believe it definitely happened. I believe it happened in week 1. But anyways, right now Smooth is holding Momo, but Momo is just freezing that lane. Zorn has to figure out. And again, this is Todak's way of having some kind of priority by putting pressure onto Zorn and just a little bit onto Clockwood.
Yeah, as much pressure as possible, considering that Momo was already freezing that bot side. There's a potential gank angle down by the bot lane.
I wonder if Todak are going to send anyone to help Zihin. I think he really needs the assistance for now. Chibi on the top side, so Magma will hit there. Does not have to revitalize. He's still down for another half a minute. Zorn gets staggered a little bit. Gabe almost finds the first blood. Smooth was able to save his Roma. Gabe turns around with the arrow. Does the find his move. Flickers forward to get the root. Clockwood comes in, tries to go for the execution. The heal are terrified. Just enough. First blood for Clockwood.
A very dangerous needle that they're trying to thread through. Such tight conditions. They cannot afford to give anything over to Todak for now. Oh, arrow doesn't connect though.
Let me just say, the fact that Smooth flickered forward to make sure that Gabe stayed around, he must have had incredible trust in Clockwood to be able to come down fast enough and actually get that kill.
Yeah, not to mention dodging the right spells. Here we go, one more interaction by mid.
Right now, honestly, looking at both drafts, Todak definitely has the upper hand here when it comes to the turtle. But I feel like Vamos, if they play their cards right, maybe they can get a kill.
They're gonna come in with the beast. Of course, Chibi wins the retribution. Now comes in with the flash combo. Gets hit by the arrow, but doesn't matter. He is CC immune. Both teams trade one. Magma and Chibi both go down. Zorn now gets gone up by Momo. Smooth sticks on the Gabe, but finds nothing. Clockwood now has opportunities to do damage. Keep Momo away. The arrow misses. Momo moves on forward with the chase. Inferno pursues. Smooth still gets out, and Zorn comes in to help his teammates disengage. Clockwood still gets gone on, but Todak finds nothing.
Oh man. I'm not gonna lie, a little unfortunate here. Chibi did not have 2 charges to get the CC immunity and did actually have to take the full duration of a pretty long stun coming in from Zion Senpoi. Not to mention that somebody needs to, again, help Shihin.
And Magma will do that.
Honestly, right now, both teams, they are playing for their micro mechanics, right? They're really trying to test each other's limits to see if they can bait out any kind of mistakes. Earlier on, yeah, Chibi made a little bit of mistake, and Todak definitely punished him for that.
He is 2 levels down. And now they're endangered. Zorn comes in, flicker kick. More than enough.
The Vamos crowd roars at the play. A clean double kill on the top side of that map with no hitbacks from the side of Todak just yet.
The only bad thing was that was avoidable, right? You could have asked Magma to help hold the lane for a little bit and then allow Shihin to recall, get back some HP, and then come back.
I agree. And now Zion Senpoi has to take the punishment. As much as Selena has that long crowd control, big burst damage, it's about landing the arrows that's going to translate into anything. Magma will find Falcon, but Todak is not in a position to take on any fight.
Yeah, Magma just walks away for free. No angle there just yet. As the invasion happens, Zorn, again, feeling pretty at home on this show, right? He's finding these cracks in vision, finding these angles to actually sneak and park in some of his teammates to find these flank angles, these advantages that Todak don't have eyes on.
Something to note here that Todak, game number 1, clear game plan, gank the goal lane. Here, not entirely sure what is it, but now looks like Zorn got caught.
The goal lane got shut down pretty early too. Zorn not able to find the Jikundo into a kick. Chibi gets staggered all the way. Here comes the AOG. Magma can control smooth. Chibi goes down as Gebe takes him out. Good turn into a kill. Momo finds the second one on the smooth.
A little bit of a late rotation coming in from Vamos' side. They initiate, but they get punished on pretty hard, and this means that Gebe gets a full conversion off of that turtle with another buff falling into his pockets. Right now, Todak fighting and trying to pull back. Oh, doesn't get the purple buff. Sorry.
Now,
Nets.
the Nets does not have flicker. Easy kill for Zyme Senpoi. Zorn, late to the party, finds the kick onto Zyme, and Zyme's pretty much safe block with us coming with the AOG though, the stolen one, allowing Zorn to find a double kill off of that.
Yeah, honestly, right now, Momo joins in the fight. He wants to go and hit, finds Chibi.
As Ian with him, Chibi will try to stagger it out. Still goes down to Momo, will flicker away, but right now Momo caught in a very rough spot, terrified, pull back, grabbed under the tier 1. Falcon finds a shutdown.
Right now, honestly, it's all about the mechanics, but I gotta talk about how Todak showcased what happens when your mid duo is losing out. Now Gebe 1v1 against Nets!
Tries to heal up, but Nespresso guns him down. Meanwhile, Z-Hit in a 1v2, looks for Clockwork, can't find it, has to dash back. Magma now gets back into the fight after reviving. Smooth will also retreat. The arrow blocked by the grab, as Zyme Senpai still follows up with a dash reset. Smooth and the falling scrappy fight from both teams.
Hey, shout out to the Crab.
The Crab's a homie.
Crab's a homie. Crab's a Vamos fan for sure. But even so, as we see, these games are starting to really start to heat up between Vamos as well as Todak. They're trading objectives across the map. They're realizing they're coming in one by one, taking hit after jab, after jab, after jab, after jab. And now the next play.
So Momo and Nespresso wants to take him down. Gebe will try to block some of the shots, but the damage comes in from different angles. Nespresso finds the first Sky Piercer stack.
Yeah, I feel like Nets, the last time I saw him on this Granger was week 1 against SRG. Haven't seen him on the Granger after that, but now looks like he got his confidence back to use the Granger, and he's been doing it very well so far.
He's been doing quite nicely. And, oh, Gebe shows himself on the top side. Yeah, this is going to be a fast clear from the team Vamos. Get this turtle, and then try to look a conversion on towards that mid lane. They will be losing their T2 in the process, but no. It looks like they've noticed the rotations here. The vision from Zyme Senpoi, good enough.
Yeah.
Gebe should be able to make his way out, not a problem. Zorn and Momo gonna make contact. Magma around there as well. Arrow a bit slow on the travel speed, doesn't get the connection. Zorn continues to just stagger the movements of Todak.
Yeah, haven't seen Zorn on that show as well, and now he definitely looks very, very comfortable. Starting to get back that recall habit, that emoting habit. Vamos, honestly, with 3,000 gold lead, honestly doesn't even look like that far ahead, because Todak is still holding down the map quite well.
Yeah, they, again, are looking for these picks. And Zorn will take his time, right? He's the master of the Cho. It's a signature, might I add. But now T2 on bottom side, left to its own devices. Todak has been rotating too much.
Just try to keep Team Vamos on their toes, but losing structures in the process. The macro favoring Vamos. They light up the bottom quadrant of the jungle. Gonna spot out Zorn, which does keep Gebe safe. Just got the War Axe. We see Momo with the NTQ Ras, first hand of priority. These arrows haven't really been finding their mark, but it's giving Todak enough info to deal with Vamos.
Right now, Vamos, the thing that I like is that they're not really forcing it. They're not forcing anything, essentially, right? They're playing it slow, they're playing it macro, and they're trying to outmove Todak all around the map. And Zorn is just taking care of nets, just to make sure that no shenanigans gets onto him.
Yeah, he's just making sure that he's covered from these rotational angles that they're expecting Todak to try and slip on through. Last game, we saw that Shihin was dominating Nespresso after 2 dives, and he never really recovered from that. this time round, Nespresso significantly ahead of Shihin. We'll see whether Shihin is okay playing from behind.
And they will find Clockwood. Good control from Todak. Too much crowd control, in fact. Move will hold the front line. Chibi unleashes the beast. Now needs to find an angle win. Magma's gonna try to hold them back. See him though, does get blasted by both Chibi and Nespresso. No more Harif in the fight, but Todak still has the damage. Nespresso would do his own, finds a double kill. Momo to the back line. They get dove, and Chibi ends up going down, but Nespresso still finds a triple kill. 40 stacks on the Sky Piercer.
3 for 2 trade in favor of Team Vamos. Oh, Zorn! So close, no cigar just yet. But with that being said, Team Vamos will be able to get into full fighting force just a little bit faster than Todak.
Yeah, something to keep in mind. Nats is playing well and he has that Sky Piercer, so that's stacking up. Fun fact, if I'm not mistaken, Fresco in Tagalog basically means like, I'm that guy. Like, it's a way to say that you're arrogant. That's no direct translation, but it's like saying I'm arrogant, like I'm better, I'm the best, something like that.
Okay, I thought it was just, you know.
Yeah, no, I know, but then, yeah, but Brigida told me. It's like, you know what Fresco means? He means like, I'm that guy. I'm good, I'm him.
Hey, shout out to our brothers and sisters out in MPL PH. Next fight might just begin here as they're, again, both teams are just wrestling for position over vision and position over this Lord.
It's going to be a tight dance. Move has been really providing a lot of that distraction for Team Vamos, right? Nespresso untouched so far. And man, the damage on the Magma, he's not holding on any longer. See how Malefic draw too much penetration.
Yo, Nats is hitting the shots. He's zoning everyone away from a mile away. And now Vamos getting the Lord. And now Momo got caught.
The fourth error. So Momo goes down. Nespresso is godlike. Lord for Vamos, 4K lead.
Zorn still no flicker, but he does have the way of the dragon. It's just going to allow this conversion over the mid-tier 1. Looking for some more pressure down by that bot side as Chibi will cover the lanes. Team Vamos has a very good spread, and now this is where the composition starts to get stronger and stronger and stronger.
Yeah, the question is that they have to get onto Nets somehow. The question is how. And now Nets having 60 stacks here, you don't even have to be all that low to get taken down. So honestly, Todak, even if they make a good play, it will look bad just because Vamos can chunk you down low enough for Nets to just execute you.
I think the only way they're doing it is with Momo, right? Like a flicker knock-up and then start sending in Magma as well as Gebe.
Not easy, like even Gebe is getting manhandled by Nespresso. Was able to escort the catapult towards the holy defense, so the top one is now gone. Vamos really managing the wave so well.
And honestly, like even if you get that far, Zorn's there. He can kick you away.
Yeah.
You can still move and Zorn, looking for a target. Brought out by Todak, but it's okay. Vamos will get the inhibitor either way.
I like that this move is using the second skill to become small and taking turret aggro, just to make sure that Vamos has a clear way to actually go inside and you know, get that inhibitor. A good use of the new glue mechanics.
Oh, look at the difference in terms of raw gold. No holy crystal, but literally every item under the sun for Nespresso. He is so huge.
Magma is going to lose all of his health on one more shot to execute him. He swaps to revitalize. Chibi and Clockwood on the bottom end. A two-way fight. Chibi gets away with the CC immunity. Dives in, but still catches up. Finds a killing spree. Now we have to escape, but Nespresso takes him down. Now Magma is seen, jumps on Nespresso. That is an opportunity that they've been looking for. Rose Gold Media, not enough. Shut down. Stolen AOG from Clockwood. Doesn't hit the mark. Double kill for Sihin. Todak holds on.
Yeah, impressive way to hold down. Now Smooth has to go away. Someone has to clear the minions though. Magma, I'm worried that he might die to the minions. But so far, minions have spawned. It should be okay. Gebe gets the kill. And Vamos, not entirely sure what the idea was. You change it to your Sacred Beast form to scare away Todak and get the inhibitor. I mean, like, to be fair, they got what they wanted, but I feel like the price that they had to pay was a little bit too expensive.
Yeah, it was definitely too high here. And I mean, I think the worst part is that Nespresso, he's going to be losing like a majority of his stacks coming into this now. 20 seconds until we see the next Lord actually spawn. We're going to have a real game here becoming, well, actually, it's going to progress even further, right? Todak has turned around quite the lead that Vamos developed for themselves. Oh, that's another Sacred Beast being utilized by Chibi. That has to be a mishit.
Almost like a 5k swing minimum for Todak. Now they have control of the Lord. Of course, regardless of where the Lord spawns long lane, is a constant problem for Todak, right? Both side lanes inhibitors have gone down. Maybe working with the Lord down to less than half health. Vamos in the vicinity. Do they roll the dice? Smooth goes in, finds a 3-man Groot. Todak turns around and just bursts him down. Shihin has come online with the items.
Yeah, right now, Vamos, they just gotta try to bait something up from Todak, and now Momo, maybe he overthink it.
And Momo's gonna flicker forward. They go straight for the backline. It's Espresso who is the target. AOG from Magma misses. Gebe now dives in. They need to protect Nest, and Thorn will do exactly that. But is it enough though? Because Sihin has the damage. Thorn will revive from the immortality, but Zyme's endpoint and Sihin takes him out. Double kill for the Harif. Todak wins that fight.
Finally, Shihin able to get some real damage onto the members of Team Vamos. It's a 2-for-3 trade in their favor. And now Todak have pulled it all the way back. They might even get an inhibitor off of this. It seems a little unlikely, but without their jungler and, more importantly, somebody has to constantly deal with these waves back at home.
Yeah, this is actually quite rough for Todak. Honestly, if Vamos can stall out the game a little bit more, control the Lord, and then just let the minions do his thing, Todak might actually lose this one.
Yeah, there's still, I mean, it still favors Vamos either way. Zyme Senpoi got his Divine Glaive. So these arrows, these pops are gonna hurt so much. And Smooth needs to start readjusting how he takes these fights, right? We saw how fast he got blown up before the fight even starts. Obviously, top lane pushing in, Todak will have to eventually deal with it. They will leave it to Zyme Senpoi, who now has a lot more damage to handle the waves.
I think at this point, as much as I want Smooth to readjust,
it's kind of his job.
It's kind of his job, but who do you want to get right on top of, right? Everybody has some form of dash, some form of way to negate the displacement. Oh god, oh god.
Okay, he has to conceal use it. One Zorn dead in. Look for him. Loses vision of Zorn because Zorn pops conceal. Buys the time, finds the kick, and now Vamos comes in from behind. Zyme Senpoi will be able to dash away to safety. They still try to dive in with Smooth in the back, but Momo is holding the rest of Vamos back. It's a noble sacrifice to get the rest of his teammates out 2-for-2.
Honestly, like, it was good from both teams. The fact that Zorn, she hit.
Oh, he takes the fight, and they trade.
If Chibi wasn't there, that might have been the most epic goat lane fight we've ever seen.
Yeah, that would have been the closest one, and I think that Harith might have been able to clutch it out. The base has been exposed for a very long time here, and Team Vamos, as much as people are hoping that they can at least start stealing away this Lord, Gebe, the threat that's looming around, even Clocken stealing his ult.
Oh, hold on. Chibi wants to go in 1v1 style.
They could be. Gebe needs to wait for cooldowns. The arrow from Zyme Senpoi. Gebe! Man fights both of them. And Gebe goes down the clock gun. Vamos have finally edged it out.
Nicely done. Team 7 almost complete here. Team of Vamos, hidden Sasuke tech. Clockhood able to follow up beautifully. Team Vamos will now secure the Lord and Todak. This is going to be a very difficult push to hold back.
Dude, that was impressive. Like, that was an enemy fight. Like, you thought, oh no, Naruto, you got caught. Like, this, look at this instant replay. It honestly looked bad for Chibi for a second there, but then, boom. That was...
Sometimes can take away the MC aura, but Clockhood gets blasted by Sihin.
Oh.
And now Magma will be able to hold back the fort a little bit. Smooth gets gone on. There's the stun. Smooth needs to run away. Turns into Gobius for now. These arrows, Todak still incredibly dangerous, but without Clockhood, Todak will be able to slow down the push a little bit.
Yeah, honestly, Vamos, if they play it well, maybe they can pressure with this Lord to actually end the game, because right now only the mid inhibitor is there, and all the minions, well, they haven't managed to, manage the minions, but they could have let all of them, pressure.
It's hard without Clockhood.
Yeah, I think with Clockhood dying here, this means that we're just going to have to wait for another Lord to actually pop back out. There's a lot of heroes that want to go for the dive, that want to go for disengage, but there's a good amount of them that just want to only, shoulder bump, make contact with them somewhere across the map to allow everybody else to find it engage from a separate angle.
And right now for Todak, funnily enough, they do have the goal advantage, but at 18 minutes, only a few people don't have full items, and for the people that do, it's all about item swapping at this point.
Yeah.
For Vamos, it's hard because they're juggling who's going to be the front line. Is it going to be Zorn? Is it going to be Smooth? And then who's going to be the one protecting the back, right? We saw Smooth didn't look well. Zorn did it. He was able to bait out that Zaman force. and you know, for a long period of time that Vamos could have done something with it. Oh, hold on, Zorn got caught.
Oh, gonna lose the immortality to the Wishing Lantern pop. So that is some resources Vamos would have loved to keep.
The thing is, it's 18 minutes at this point, right? So the next time they're able to take the Lord is going to spawn so fast. So if they do this right, if they time it around the 41 seconds or something like that, they can let the Lord walk, establish pressure around the map, and then once Todak say they're able to handle the Lord is going to spawn again. Like, this is one of those checkmate angles ever since the patch, where after 18 minutes, if you play with the Lord well, you can give non-stop pressure, and Todak with basically just one inhibitor, they don't want that to happen. The moment Vamos gets the Lord, honestly, it's GG.
Yeah, I think the worst part about it is that with missing inhibitors on your side, you don't really have the choice to force a tempo breaker on Team Vamos, not without vision, and most importantly, not without the right positions. And that's why you're seeing Vamos have a pretty good spread along the river line in case Todak try to come from a different angle.
Oh, Chibi will go for the Husk boys. All about surviving.
What?
I saw Zyme's standpoint, you know, a lot of chatter just now. He's trying to get his team on the same page. This is going to be that dice roll if Todak wants to force it.
Yeah, they have to play an incredible macro game from Todak to win against Vamos. That is in this position. Look at Zorn as well. He's providing vision and maybe a catch later on.
Yeah, those sideways are going.
Zyme is clever. He's putting traps just to figure out where the flank is coming.
Sideways are such a pain to deal with. Good news is that you can still hold out the top wave for just a bit longer, and Vamos, they are not letting go of the aggro. Clockwood almost gets blown out. That's half his health bar gone. Zorn has an angle to come from the back. Lord gets reset just a little bit, but Todak will have to return home very, very soon. The top wave is pushing in. You either roll the dice right now or take that big risk. Zorn wants to go for a kick, doesn't get it.
Zaman Force out. Zaman Force out.
No revitalize. Here we go. That's the dice roll. Chibi turns into the Primal Beast. Here comes Momo to the back line. Lord, dangerously low! And Kebe finds a Momo who sacrifices his life to ensure that the rest of his team gets away. Todak now needs to back up because Vamos, they're on the hunt. AOG stolen by Clockwood goes in. A taunt and a turnaround. Magma saves it, but now they're going to defend the base. The minion wave is strong, but Magma holds still.
It could end now.
They want to end, but there's no more wave. Todak once more holds on.
Oh, if Todak wins this one, man.
Hey, I
don't know. That's a statement. That's a statement.
This could be their push right here. Clockwood's back up in 38. Smooth is back up at 25. Chibi needs to fight something before he builds up enough charge to unleash the beast. Right now, he's about 90% of the way. He just needs 5 more seconds.
Oh, this is going to be tough. The Lord is tanky. 4 members of Todak here, making the Lord even tankier.
7 Force pop by Sihin. Chibi loses half his health bar. With one enhanced attack, Chibi turns into the 9-tailed beast, lands a shock blast, does nothing, an arrow connects. Winter Crown, Chibi gets stunned up again, chain stun, taunted up, swaps to immortality, comes back to life, flash stab, tries to get away, but a snipe from Gebe. Sasuke wins out this one, quell the 9-tailed beast.
But so far, with that play, Chibi have to sacrifice himself.
Yep.
They're still in this game. You don't want to die for sure, but at least your base is safe. So Chibi, amazing play. Wow. You had to die for that one, but amazing play.
Really good stuff. Really good stuff. Now, we're going to see that Todak wants to get at least and even up the score by taking away the long lane, and they force this.
And they will force it with the AOG. Sure as heck they can. Sihin will be able to avoid any sort of a kick attempt. That's the top inhibitor going down. Spoon trying to walk out of this, but again, killed by Gebe. There's the kick on the Sihin, but there's no follow-up. Sihin turns into ice. And Vamos now on the ropes. Magma comes in with immortality. Zorn gets stunned up, staggered. Momo and Sihin works together to bring him down. Chibi up in 5 seconds. There is a minion wave to keep Vamos afloat, but the whole Vamos base have been teared down by Todak.
Oh my goodness, they were able to clear up all the waves from every single lane. Momo tries, he misses the flick.
And now they will go for Sihin again, but this time Todak will go for the prize. Revenge serve! After 3 seasons, Todak will find the biggest revenge of the regular season run. 2-0 over Vamos.
Woo! Finally, they break the lose streak. You can see Gebe, he's not impressed. He's dealt with the heat, and now he's coming with the burns.
I'm looking at the players of AERO, and even their faces are in shock. They're like, what was that game? That was an amazing game.
That was some good stuff. A lot of footsies between the teams. And again, handshakes all around. That was a beautiful sport from both of our competitors up on that stage. Woohoo! Todak have something to cheer for.
At least this week, they're like, okay, we're good.
Woo!
After yesterday.
After yesterday.
I think no one would have expected Todak to win. Not in a 2-0 fashion even, so...
I feel like winning like this gives them a bit of a, you know, a bit of space.
A bit of breathing room.
Yes,
sure.
thank you very much.
They've definitely silenced a lot of doubters.
They won dominance, like dominantly, and then they won with the comeback, like the full spectrum.
They've proven all of us wrong. So welcome back, Todak. Welcome back to the main stage.
Holy cow, what a battle. MPL. They're like, we got to perform today. He's coming. The guy is coming. We got to make sure. Mr. President, sir, we have to show you what we're all about. God damn, what a game. Good surprises, but I think it should be about time here. Holy cow. Oh,
This is an amazing game to watch.
Yeah,
it has been.
It delivered.
Let's throw it over to Rose with the winner's interview up on stage.
Kemenangan pertama untuk pasukan Todak, 2-0, 3 mata penuh. Stadium juara, round of applause. Wow, minggu diraja and Todak dapat menang. Technically first 3 points for this season. Saiful, Kuja, apa perasaan korang? First 3 points. Menang bersih kan?
Yalah. Tak apalah. Okey, first kali kita orang gembira sebab semalam baru kita orang kalah, kita orang tengah sedih. So hari ni kita orang gembira, kita orang menang.
Macam mana? Sebab kita nampak ada satu gambar mana coaching staff tengah discuss, like very big discussion tadi ada gambar. Where apa yang korang tengah discuss, apa yang korang tengah bincang untuk perlawanan hari ini?
Untuk perlawanan ini kita orang bincang pasal apa yang kita orang nak bawa. Kita just fokus untuk guna kita orang punya strat lah.
I see. Now Kuja. Hello, long time no see.
Hi.
Okay, now kita tahu korang ada player baru which is Magma dan juga GB. Now, adakah you rasa dorang dah selesa dalam team? Is that one of the factors atas kemenangan hari ini?
Okey, kalau mengikut keselesaan sepatutnya dah memang selesa. Dan nak kata disebabkan keselesaan punca kemenangan hari ini pun tidak. Segala faktor kekalahan semua kami berdua yang tanggung. Dan kemenangan hari ini kita boleh puji untuk players lah sebab dorang buat komitmen lebih lagi lah daripada yang kita orang expect.
I agree. It is a team effort. Now, ramai orang tengah tanya pasal drafting sekarang ni. Actually, you guys focus macam coach yang draft ataupun players give their own input juga pasal draft?
Okey, kita orang tak jalankan sistem kuku besi. Kita orang memang menerima input daripada players. Even daripada outside yang mana-mana fans Todak bagi input. Dan kita ambil kira semua benda tu untuk kita orang solidkan drafting kita orang lah.
Improve better from there lah kan?
Yes.
Alright, we like that. And of course, one more question. Maybe you boleh terangkan sikit kenapa Baxia tadi diambil di game pertama?
Okey, yang tu sebenarnya request daripada Gebeng Amak sendiri. Request daripada dorang yang dorang kata, bang kata ini kuat kali ni, dia kata. Kuat banget ni, dia kata kan. Bisa buat. And then, one more thing. Kita orang punya identiti langgar kan. So, Baxia tu kerap langgar orang je lah.
Langgar je tadi. So, style Todak dah keluar tadi. Alright, now stadium juara kita dapat saksikan perlawanan yang sangat-sangat menarik. In your opinion, who is the MVP? Alright, mari kita tengok MVP in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada... Momo!
Naik, Mo.
Alright, Momo, come. Join us on stage. Teman kita orang di atas pentas. Hello, Momo. Long time no see. How are you? Baik. Okay, Momo. Now kita tahu Momo has been playing in whatever lineup yang Todak keluarkan untuk musim ini. Macam mana Momo adapt?
Benda tu biasa dan sebab kita semua pun ada chemistry dan senang untuk adapt.
Okay, Momo happy tak dengan performance Todak hari ini?
Happy.
You rasa dengan kemenangan hari ini, adakah ini satu like sign that from today onwards, the Todak Langgar is back?
Ni bagi pembakar semangat kita orang untuk jadi lagi baik untuk next week.
The morale boost is here. Momo, anything yang nak cakap kepada fans Todak yang hadir ke Stadium Juara untuk sokong Todak?
Pul ni cakap.
Okey, untuk fans Todak, terima kasih sebab datang luangkan masa. Untuk fans Momos juga, terima kasih sebab luangkan masa. Minta maaf sebab semalam kita orang tak dapat menang. So, apa-apa pun jangan lupa support Todak.
Benda tu takkan hilang bila-bila pun. Alright. Okay. Terima kasih and congratulations once again to Todak. Wow, what an amazing series. Perlawanan kedua minggu di Raja. And with that, let us throw it back to the casters to analyse apa yang jadi dalam clean sweep game ni. Casters, back to you.
Thanks, Rose. Oh, and there you have it, the whole squad up on stage. The MVP of this game. Give it up for Momo on that Fulvius in both Game 1 and Game 2.
Good
Dude,
God.
Crazy, man.
When they say trust the process, we made fun of it, but now I'm starting to trust the process a little bit more with these two games. Obviously, Momo did one of the most fantastic Fulvius series I've ever watched.
I honestly, this is why I'm okay with them sticking with this lineup, because they themselves said this is the strongest lineup, right? So even a broken clock is right twice a day. So it was just a matter of time. And I feel like this will spark argument online where people will ask, is Todak good or Vamos actually bad?
Oh,
right? Because again, like Vamos is one of the favorites to be top 2. And and you know, like, I don't know.
I think looking back at both games, Game 1, I think Todak just...
of course.
The draft, right? The draft made all the difference. Game 2, I think Vamos started making a lot more mistakes. It's the same Vamos that we've talked about so many times. You reach that late game, they start getting sloppy, right?
And oddly enough, I feel like Gideon would agree with me here, is that Chibi did not look good on this Lucas. And it's not the first time he used the Lucas. He used it before against Envy, if I'm not mistaken. But I feel like quite a few times, either he was making the mistakes or he got baited by his team thinking that there was a backup coming in, and then he just went a little bit too hard.
Yeah, I think it really boils down with the timings, the off timings coming in from Zyme Senpoi there, which made it feel like, man, he's making like so many more mistakes than he probably should have overall. I think the biggest thing, the biggest changes that I'm seeing coming in from Todak, number one, is just Magma and as well as Zyme Senpoi. They feel a lot more synchronized today, right? There's no split weird decisions. It feels like everybody seems to be on that same page in comparison to yesterday, where it's clear everybody had different ideas of how the fight should look.
And honestly, Shihin, even though like the early game, not all that great, the moment he got that Holy Crystal, we see much more confidence in him, where I kind of feel like, Vamos was able to bait out the Zaman Force. You know, he's going to get pressured. He somehow leaves the fight, and then once the ult is back, he comes back in. Like, you need a lot of confidence to do that.
Yeah, I think even at one point, you could see, I think there was a moment where Momo and Gebe, they did, I think, one of the smartest decisions in the game. This Lord pit fight on the top side of the map where Nets was retreating towards where the Golem was. They just full send into Nets. They died, sure, but by taking out Nets, they made sure that Vamos couldn't get control of the Lord, and they reset the game state. I think that itself, great sacrifice, but the call from Todak to make that move, I don't think most teams would even commit to throwing your jungler for a goal laner.
Honestly, like, which reminds me of the play down bottom when Vamos was really forcing out that bottom inhibitor, where during that time, Nets had 60 stacks on that Sky Piercer.
Yep.
And he lost half of it.
Oh, yeah. That really
like, I feel like if he was able to maintain 60 stacks on that Sky Piercer, eventually they will win.
A lot of these fights would have been a lot less close. There's a lot of times where you saw some members from Todak's side walk away with like a quarter of their HP. And it's like, man, if he just hits one Death Sonata with 60 stacks, if not more, that's an execute for sure.
That death was game-changing.
He was literally just hitting critical mass. And then he got ran down by Shihin.
tripped over his feet, man. Tripped over his feet. But I think in terms of a couple of situations, number one, the fact that they're prioritizing Nespresso over Chibi in these neutral objective fights, it just boils down to the characteristics of the hero. Again, in terms of raw damage, yes, Chibi is building full damage, but as a Lucas, you can't really tank the Lord or do it by yourself without the committal of your ult.
And not only that, if we take out Nespresso from the fight, Cian can easily deal with Chibi. Not a problem at all.
What she didn't show just now probably makes Fix proud.
No, dude.
This is what I've been talking about, guys.
Best goal laner. Best goal laner in
Best goal in the world.
It took 4 weeks, but there he is. There he is.
He knows how to kind of like ramp it up really fast, man, which is very impressive for such a young rookie. Young rookie gold laner.
And he doesn't look like he's overheating in a match.
Yes,
right?
Yes.
Like his focus is always there. He knows like I should go in, I should back out. No, like oh no, what to do? I'll try my best. Nah.
Yeah.
He played it calmly.
I think also have to give props to the backbone, one of the backbones, in this case, Zyme, right? Like a couple of times I caught him on the player cam, he was talking a lot. I think, especially in that late game phase where they were behind, slightly inhibitors down, Zyme, pretty sure he's been able to keep the members of Todak cool, calm, and collected before they go into this big coin flip, right? Gabe getting the late game Lord was also game changing.
Yeah, I mean, they were rolling the dice on a couple of moments here. And I think for Team Vamos, I think it's just coming down to the understanding of how we need to fight, where we need to fight. We got to make sure that we need to take advantage of certain things, right? We had 2 inhibitors on our side. They could have waited it out. But let's look at the 100+ play here.
Oh, this is so good. They lost, but that was so good.
So good. Gabe, he dodges the Sever. Taps Sever with the help of the Winter Crown.
Yeah. And like, again, I feel like Vamos, they force out a little bit too much in this game. Maybe certain plays make them feel like super good.
But these animations are sick.
Hey, this is a good case to buy the skin.
Oh,
dodge. Oh, so nice.
The thing is,
and now we're gonna throw it over to Poji.
Terima kasih caster yang handsome. Dan sekarang kita berada di dalam post-match interview. Kita bersama dengan Zon selaku kapten pasukan Vamos. Zon, soalan yang pertama. Apa dah jadi sebenarnya?
Alright. So kita orang baru lepas kalahan dengan Todak 2-0. Mengikut pada kita orang punya performance untuk lawan Todak ni, boleh dikatakan kita orang punya performance underperform kot untuk menentang Todak. Which is Todak dapat deliver yang performance yang bagus lah untuk lawan kita orang.
Sebab sedia kita tahu, macam tadi kalau kita tengok klip sebelum bermula game pun, macam korang ni macam ada derby yang menarik di antara Vamos dengan Todak. Tapi kita tak jangka, kalau kita tengok based on performance Vamos daripada minggu-minggu sebelum ni, kita menjangkakan sesuatu yang lebih solid dan lebih kuat. Tapi sayangnya dekat dalam game ni, Vamos macam hilang arah. Boleh tak kongsi apa yang berlaku dekat dalam kom korang? Apa yang tersalah shot call ke ataupun macam mana kesilapan-kesilapan tu boleh berlaku?
Rasanya lawan Todak ni mungkin kita orang ada sedikit pressure kot berbanding dengan tim-tim sebelum ni kita orang lawan. So boleh nampak macam teammate saya punya communication untuk lawan Todak ni macam agak orang kata banyak bercampur-campur lah. So macam kita orang punya decision tu untuk buat something tu banyak kepala.
Banyak kepala. Tapi bila kita cakap pasal kepala, ada satu kepala yang lebih mengganggu sebenarnya bila kita ada kepala Baksia dekat dalam game tadi. Dengan kemasukan Baksia tu, dia nampak macam kacau korang punya perancangan. Dengan bila masuk lagi CC, korang tu macam tapi kurang impact, kurang burst untuk bantu. Macam mana pula dengan benda tu? Korang nak counter tapi tak jadi.
Boleh dikatakan Baksia punya pick tu betul-betul itulah Todak kot yang kita kenal dulu. Sebab diorang banyak bawa hero yang pelik-pelik tiba-tiba bawa masuk kan. So kita orang boleh cakap macam kita orang tak ready lah untuk lawan dia punya Baksia. So pemilihan Baksia untuk menentang kita orang punya yang selalu kita orang bawa, which is Gatot, semua tu betul-betul saya boleh cakap bagus lah untuk melawan kita orang. Which is saya sebagai Gatot user pun kata boleh cakap Baksia tu betul-betul mengacau. Jadi saya tak boleh buat apa dengan Baksia tu. So baguslah untuk Todak.
Mungkin boleh belajar lah, maksudnya daripada kekalahan ni korang dapat satu input yang penting, betul?
Ya, betul.
Tapi Syam, soalan yang paling penting lah, dekat dalam game yang kedua sebenarnya kita dah nampak yang Vamos ni dah ada macam peluang untuk menang, tapi suddenly benda tu terbalik. Dan benda tu lebih kepada arah tarik tali. Todak nak menang, Vamos nak menang. Todak nak menang, Vamos nak menang. Tapi tak kita jangka kekalahan tu berpihak kepada korang sendiri. Jadi dekat mana kesilapan yang berlaku bila korang dah owning tapi tak jadi?
So saya rasa kita orang punya betul-betul crucial mistake dalam kita orang punya base code, which is dalam tu pun banyak juga kita orang punya orang kata planning lah yang tak jadi. Sometimes ada orang yang macam tiba-tiba nak ambil tahu atas, lepas tu kita orang pula nak ke mid. So kita orang punya communication betul-betul bercelaru waktu kita orang nak masuk dia orang punya base tu. So hari ni punya communication lah betul-betul boleh dicakapkan serabut lah kalau korang dengar mic check kita orang nanti.
Kalau boleh lah, tak keberatan, boleh tak kongsi kenapa boleh berlaku? Maksudnya kalau kita sedia tahu bila dekat dalam kom kan biasanya ada satu yang akan shot caller ataupun satu je suara penting untuk dengar. Tapi kali ni macam Syam cakap, Zon cakap ada banyak sangat suara. Kenapa ada banyak suara sangat?
Maybe sebab saya rasa saya punya teammate semua berpengalaman. So bila pengalaman ni kita ada banyak yang macam kita rasa patut buat macam ni. So macam masing-masing ada point of view masing-masing kan, pendapat masing-masing. Cuma bila terlalu banyak point of view untuk lakukan dalam masa yang sama, so dia jadi macam betul-betul serabut lah jadi. So waktu lawan Todak ni boleh cakap kita orang ada miscommunication yang banyak sangat.
Faham. Tapi hopefully dengan kekalahan hari ni korang boleh belajar something daripada Todak. Itu konsepnya langgar. Tapi sebelum kita tamatkan kita punya sesi ni, kita nak tanya dekat Syam sikit lah. Boleh tak kongsi sedikit persediaan untuk melawan Homeboys esok?
Okey, untuk menentang Homeboys, ini adalah salah satu tim yang kita orang tak sabar nak jumpa lah, which is kita orang punya ex-team kat situ kan. So untuk persediaan lawan Homeboys boleh dikatakan kita orang hari ni kena review balik apa masalah kita orang dengan Todak ni, so that kita orang takkan ulangi mistake yang sama untuk lawan Homeboys pada esok hari. So saya harap tim saya dan juga saya dapat reset kekalahan hari ni lawan Todak, because kita tahu Homeboys sekarang memang betul-betul solid untuk waktu sekarang. So kita orang memang betul-betul kena reset kot.
Faham. Kata-kata akhir kepada semua peminat-peminat yang menyokong kepada pasukan Syam sendiri. Vamos, anything nak cakap kepada diorang?
Terima kasih dan saya nak minta maaf guys untuk hari ni kita orang punya performance betul-betul boleh cakap underperform untuk melawan Todak ni. Mungkin korang punya expectation kita orang akan menang lawan Todak, dan hari ni kita orang buktikan yang kita orang masih lagi ada beberapa mistake yang kita orang perlu dibaiki kan. So saya harap walaupun kita orang macam ni hari ni, korang tetap sokong kita orang lah. No matter what, korang kena doakan kita orang untuk season ni.
InsyaAllah. Dan semoga segalanya akan berlaku yang baik-baik saja untuk Zon dan juga pasukan Vamos itu sendiri. Kepada pasukan yang berada di luar sana, berjaga-jaga. Vamos dah pernah kalah sekali dan akan bangkit lagi. Dan itu saja daripada Zon. Dan juga saya, let's go back to the caster.
Thanks, Poji, and as well as Zorn. That's going to be the post-game interview there, and a lot of good insight coming in from Zorn.
Yeah, in case you guys don't speak Malay, just gonna translate a little bit. So Poji basically asked like what happened in the game in terms of the communication as well as the Baxia pick, and he said that all of the players inside the team, they're very excited to face against Todak, and maybe that excitement kind of betrayed them a little bit because with the collection of experience from many different players, everyone had different shot calls where they're like, oh, we should get top, and then someone's like, no, we should get mid, and then because of that, I would say the shot call was pretty split, and unfortunately within the game they couldn't come to a consensus of what they should do, and the Baxia pick really threw them off guard, where Zon said as a Gato Kacha there was literally nothing that he could do, and it was just something that they weren't prepared to deal with, and they couldn't recover from that.
Yeah, that's just, again, just one from one each and every single time. It's great to see that Todak is coming back into these types of positions, man. Vamos, I mean, they could have made this an even harder struggle.
Yeah, I mean, he even said one of the lines that we've yearned to hear for a long time, right? This is the Todak that we all know. A Todak that brings surprises and a Todak that makes it work.
Oh, dude, that's going to be a pretty epic battle. Guys, before we're going to be closing down for the break, before we head on over to our final best of 3, we've got a video for you, a highlight trailer of what is to come with Vamos' next matchup, and also their mic check afterwards.
Yeah, it's gonna be about Vamos against Homeboys for tomorrow. Like, the game is so good, we're gonna hype it up today because honestly, we saw both teams going up against Todak, and Homeboys definitely look much better against them. So Vamos, they gotta reset, they gotta get better.
They gotta get better, they gotta reset. With that being said, thank you for guys watching here today. That was our second best of 3. Let me present to you the video.
boleh dikatakan sekarang tak sabar. Which is selain pada jumpa homeboys, dia boleh dikatakan saya nak jumpa tim yang tengah win streak sekarang kan. Since diorang sekarang boleh dikatakan performance diorang memang on top lah. Tak ada kalah, menang semua.
Saya nak lawan Chibi lah sebab Chibi pun sebelum ni pernah bermain dengan saya dekat SEA Games. Saya harap yang season ni kami dapat beri saingan lah.
Kita orang takkan bagi menang mudah dekat orang sebab kita orang dah kehilangan banyak poin dekat tim-tim yang kita orang dah lawan. So kali ni kita orang akan menang 2-0 lah.
Ni ibarat macam reunion kembali lah. Season lalu reunion kami kalah teruk.
Kita masih yakin. Cuma kalau hasil nggak ada yang tahu.
Tak kisah menang atau kalah, at least kami dapat beri saingan.
So homeboys, cool lah, have fun dan bagi game yang the best lah untuk kita orang.
Make sure korang prepare lah untuk lawan Vamos. Saya rasanya kali ni maybe korang akan jumpa lawan yang sepadan kot.
Jangan pandang rendah kami lah. Saya janji yang lawan Vamos nanti di regular season saya akan buat yang baik lah. Kami semua akan buat yang terbaik.
Oh, nak apa bom? Hayat hati. Gas. TV. Nice guys. TV. Guys, tenang lagi mid lane. Balik. Nice. Tenang. Ada bawa. Tenang. Semoga ada ulti be. Tower dulu. Ada ulti. Ayo. Lihat gua. Yuk, oke ayo. Perangin aja guys. Nice guys. Lagi aja. Perang aja guys. Ada wave lagi guys. Orangin dapat Gigi. Orangin terus guys. Lagi. Nice boy. Main.
Tahan. Tutup K2 tu, Bi. Minin. Ada atas. Mini kita keluar.
Kaki lurus saja sebab. Nice try ke?
Nice try.
Nice game. Let's go.
Try.
Nice B. Wah, pop. Bata dia kam. Nice. Kiting guys. Dapat tu yo.
Aku tadi mana?
Balik.
Depan ni.
Nice one. Dapat terus. Ya. Bob, aman guys. Depan-depannya guys. Dulu nih, monyok. Lokasi tuh. Lokasi lobat guys. Nice. Bukan mati. Lihat game. Daki. Ada gua sini. Aman sini, ada gua sini. Nice guys. Tiga guys. Boleh ya?
10. Main.
Gas mau. Green guys, dapat. Nice guys. Green tak ada flicker guys. Ya. Ranger kena nih guys. Bisa lihat tak? Depan dulu guys. Nice. Green aja. Nice guys. Langkah guys. Caw dulu. Nah, mati. Bawa ada minute tau. Oke, aman aja guys. Aku bukan dua. Dapat. Aku mati. Back aja guys. Aku mati. Nice, ada gua. Balik. Santai. Satu untuk satu guys. Backup. Gua tahun. Nice guys. Ini. Aman. Boleh guys. Kita rapat lawan guys. Diorang main aman. No play je guys. Betul. Load mid. Okey, jom. Kamu load je guys. Dengar aku. Kamu load je. Ayo guys. 3 lompat. Jom. Bawa guys. Aku boleh second flick Ranger guys. Mau. Ayo. Boleh. Aku ready. Bismillah.
Okey. Chill boy.
Tak kena. Okey, kalau. Nice.
るレジェンド M6 スイスウォッチ。
みんな、内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Kerap menggaruk kulit kepala disebabkan keluh mumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi keluh mumur dan kegatalan. Bebas keluh mumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために、私はもっと強くなる。やっ！なら！背中合わせでいくわよ。
Dengan 100 + 0 Coba, try, taste 100 + 0 Hey! ここは俺に任せてもらった4代目火影を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Jiwa perwira setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。 つやかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Boleh dikatakan sekarang tak sabar, which is selain pada jumpa Homeboys, dia boleh dikatakan saya nak jumpa tim yang tengah win streak sekarang kan. Since diorang sekarang boleh dikatakan performance diorang memang on top lah, tak ada kalah, menang semua.
Saya nak lawan GB lah sebab GB pun sebelum ni pernah bermain dengan saya dekat SEA Games. Saya harap yang season ni kami dapat beri saingan lah.
Kita orang takkan bagi menang mudah dekat orang sebab kita orang dah kehilangan banyak poin dekat tim-tim yang kita orang dah lawan. So kali ni kita orang akan menang 2-0 lah.
Ni ibarat macam reunion kembali lah.
Jangan tiga pemain tapi lawan juga tumbang walau jika tak ada. 4 pemain daripada champion dan lesap kita dapatkan Homeboys.
Season lalu reunion kami kalah teruk.
Kita masih yakin. Cuma kalau hasil gak ada yang tahu.
Tak kisah menang atau kalah, at least kami dapat beri saingan.
So Homeboys, cool lah, have fun dan bagi game yang the best lah untuk kita orang.
Make sure korang prepare lah untuk lawan Vamos. Saya rasanya kali ni maybe korang akan jumpa lawan yang sepadan kot.
Jangan pandang rendah kami lah. Saya janji yang lawan Vamos nanti di regular season saya akan buat yang baik lah. Kami semua akan buat yang terbaik.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up. Yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Now swim my click, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Langkahlah sama-sama langkah. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5GB processor for smooth performance. Equipped with 144Hz refresh rate for buttery smooth gaming visuals. JBL tuned speakers for solid sound and a more immersive experience. Also equipped with 100-watt fast charge and 5200 mAh battery for less downtime and more playtime. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways, green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Playas, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, PSI, Rapamuda, MESF, PSM.
MPL MY Season 15 currently under its way in the 4th week and the 2nd day for our very final best of 3. We have AERO Esports after an astounding performance in day number 1, week number 4, facing up against the JP Niners, continuing to look for success. Welcome back, everybody. My name is Gideon. This is going to be Husky as well as LaFell here at the desk to keep you guys entertained for this very final best of 3. 2 top junglers who will secure Hayabusa.
This is supposed to be a 9, by the way. That is supposed to be.
Yeah. I thought you were doing the J, the P, so I was trying to do a 9. We got close. We got close. We got
close. You know
close.
what? The chemistry, ironing out.
Figuring it all out.
Speaking of which, Hayabusa.
The hot pick here so far.
Imagine like all the great junglers get banned out, including the Hayabusa. Fanny gets through.
Hey, that might just be the case here. And honestly, considering the big impact that we saw from Hazel, a single series was enough to show everybody, hey, this could be the guy that could save AERO. Same could be said about Max.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, let's not hype it up. Because then Max will be like, yeah, let me fight you back with Frederick.
Go back to
see value with me? Good.
Go back to the good old classics. But we have to hype them up, just like Head & Shoulders. Up to 100% dandruff-free plus itch protection, guys. It is dermatologically tested. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. And if you're wondering, dandruff is what makes your hair itchy in the first place. Guys, please pick up our official shampoo partner today.
Yeah, you guys got to be careful because dandruff is bad for you. For example, you might think that it's salt or sugar, and then you just season the wrong thing. Don't let that be you. Head & Shoulders.
Yeah,
you don't want to season your noodles.
I used to make it snow.
Oh.
Yeah, I was like, we only have 1 season here. I need some salt.
We had the same problem. People make it rain, we make it snow.
Hey, look, whether it's raining or it's snowing, you can tune in to the MLBB official live stream channel at 8 p.m. on May 17th and May 24th for the MLBB X Naruto Ultimate Clan Showdown with the top KOLs including XK Punjaha, Litara, pro player. I
hey,
this the last time. Pro player, Sunfrost, Form and Formaze, and AJ, Yannette, and more, like Sith, who's right at the front of our lower third here, will go head-to-head in an epic Naruto clan battle. Just watch the stream for a chance to win exclusive MLBB X Naruto limited edition figures. I don't know why. Apparently there's figures to this. Naruto limited edition figures, custom merch, in-game skin CDKs, and MLBB Diamond rewards. So mark down your calendars. You won't want to miss this showdown.
Did Sunfrost ever go pro?
No, he didn't. But it's funny because Sith is right at the front, and our script tells us, hey, by the way, Sunfrost is there. He's on the side. He's on the left. He's on the left side.
I mean, some good names, Formaze, AJ, got Pajahat there.
Hey, all the classics.
Yeah, I see Mama Jess. And Sith.
Figure it out. So, he is a pro player. He just hasn't told us.
Really?
It's going to Todak. Because Todak just won, right? So, They got to change it up next week.
They got to spice things up.
Right? And then Milo's like, no, he's probably going to OB. And I'm like, no.
No, I don't think that's going to happen.
I know Sunfrost.
Very unlikely.
He will go to Todak before OB.
More likely.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he would choose a team that's winning.
He does like
Honestly,
to win.
Even winning for Todak, debatable.
Debatable. I don't know. After that last best of 3, I think it's definitely kind of set what they have and should be looking like throughout the whole season.
No, just imagine Sunfrost came in, and then the coach is like, Zaim, you're not playing this week. And then Zaim's like, who's going to replace me? A caster.
Sunfrost walks out.
Professional player.
Kicks down the door, out of the way.
And then be like, what's his qualification? He played for the Naruto event. Should have seen him. Amazing. Julian mid.
Crazy.
That's why the last week of the transfer window, Zaim goes to a different team.
Ooh.
CG.
Look, if we're talking about junglers, we have to bring out the savior of the JP Niners. He has saved so many teams in the past. It is a Max, and we got the quote from him. I don't feel pressured being called JP's savior. I just focus on giving my best every game, and results come second.
This is one way to say, don't put hopes on me.
True words have never been spoken by a king.
Like results, you know, it's whatever. You know?
It's whatever.
Let's just do our best.
As long as I'm doing my best, we will win. Don't worry.
That's what they say. Paycheck comes first, result afterward. I get the work done.
That's the energy that we need.
That's the energy that we do need. And I think that, honestly, for JP, it's been a long time coming, right? Again, a star-studded lineup. We were hoping for so much more in just gameplay, the series, but now with Max, it feels like they're more connected. At the very least, I don't know. These junglers are bringing in something different.
Yeah, when he came in and won that series for JP, it felt like a breath of fresh air, right? In a way, it felt like, okay, they finally have a jungler that is willing to go aggressive, a jungler that can make his own calls, a self-sufficient player compared to Zidane. I think Max definitely wins in terms of that experience. And that has shown time and time again. Now he's back to do it, what, a third time?
So far, he's used Fredrin and Hayabusa. And again, that's just the 2 games that he played. Maybe he has something else.
That's not where your jaw is, Max. Come on. That's not what the jawline is, all right?
He's like, if you're going for the throw, aim here.
Yeah.
Cut here.
I feel like when Fabian does it, it gives confidence to everyone else. Everyone has a jawline. You just have to have imagination.
All right, you have to... Okay, choose Fabian or King Kong?
Ooh. Fabian.
Fabian?
Fabian's my kind of body type. Is that the wrong thing to say? I don't know.
Hey, potato.
Because I feel like, you know, him doing it brings out confidence. King Kong brings out... it makes me feel inferior. King Kong makes me feel inferior. Fabian makes me feel like I have a friend.
Positivity.
Love yourself.
I talked to Fabian on a lift when he was doing his laundry and he was sick.
Okay.
And, you know, we were talking, we were chatting, and then I was like, hey, Fabian, are you really sick? He's like, yes, I was. And I was like, shouldn't you cover your mouth? Like, dude, you're exposing me. And then he just stopped talking.
Look, either way, if we're talking about sick junglers...
It was a lie, by the way.
We have to talk about Hazel. He's had a crazy debut for AERO, turning this team around on that Hayabusa. And we asked him a couple of questions, and he gave us a quote of, I want to fight all MPL MY junglers and destroy them all. So, to the other teams, wait for us.
Yeah, you know what? Hazel, incredible guy. Number 1, the name of my cat. Shout out to Hazel back at home. My little white princess.
Okay. Wasn't expecting the other moniker that came alongside with it.
Yeah, honestly, like, for him to achieve this, he has to go to the playoffs, right? Because there's a few junglers that he can't fight against. So, one win at a time. And I feel like if they win 2-0 against JP Niners, high chance, playoffs.
But he started with by taking out one of the top junglers we had, right? I think as much as they lost to SRG 2-1, you cannot deny that Hazel put up a sick 1v1 against the guy. So just I think overall statistics, that series, you can say that Hazel definitely outclassed the guys.
He was head
But they lost against SRG. Humiliating.
I mean, regardless, it just goes to show how potentially strong we could get AERO to eventually become, right?
Yeah.
I think a lot of people have been like really critical about the way that AERO's been playing, but now with the breath of fresh air in Hazel, I think this team has a brighter future ahead of them.
And here's the thing, a lot of people are saying like Hazel is solo carrying. I would disagree very, very highly because legit everyone is making work, especially I would say the other duo in that mid trio. Kim honestly has been zoning people out very, very well. I understand that they made some outplays. You know, Kusei sometimes flickers a little bit too early when there's nothing going on, but still, give them time. They only train like 3 days. 3 freaking days! And they're looking this good. What is our plan? To win. Up to Saho.
It's the brain rot.
Saho.
It's brain rot. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it too hard. Now, let's look at the beyond the arena with Hazel, because he's had honestly, for such a young jungler, he has quite the history, right? Initially, guys, if you don't know, he's from MPL Indonesia. He started off his career in the MDL with Penjajaran Esports in MDL Season 8, turning the team's losing streak into a comeback run and earning multiple weekly MVPs, awards, and titles.
I mean, he's played under the great RRQ at one point, right? Got recruited by GigFam and then transferred to RRQ. And then he was still in school. He's going to school and balancing pro play and early stage time in Season 15 of MPL ID, and he's taken more wins than else on the MPL ID stage before Susujin took over.
And I like his mentality. He really has this, I don't care, I'm just gonna win. Like, I'm just gonna play and I'm gonna dominate everyone, right? Like coming into MPL MY mid-season, coming into AERO and not the other big teams. He's just like, hey, you're the first to offer. I'm just gonna come in and we're gonna win.
I mean,
I like that confidence.
Look at this, right? Like, what an accolade for a young man like him. 3rd place with GigFam ID on Season 13, 2nd with RRQ in Season 14, and now loaned out by RRQ to AERO, and they have a good chance of making playoffs.
Yeah,
very good chance.
I mean, when he first came in yesterday, he was looking to like try and qualify for EWC if possible. And that's a very tall mountain to climb overall. But I think it's time we start getting the show on the road. Remember, this is going to be an important match for both AERO and as well as JP to make sure they break away from the middle of the standings. Let's have a look at our first lineup. Say hello and introducing the JP Niners here. The JP Niners consisting of Loliel's Hazelnut, Warlord, Max, and Sapai.
I like that they don't really change their lineup, you know, not going back to Zidane. Max, again, like we said, that hasn't had a lot of training time, but ever since then, he should have a solid 1 to 2 weeks worth of training time. And I feel like because he has played with these guys before, you know, like he entered the roster a bit late, but he has played with them before. So in terms of chemistry, I think this is one of those cases, 3 to 4 days, should have, ironed things out.
Yeah, he's either played with or against them, right? At some point in his career, right? Team Secret days and then the JP Niners. He's been through the ringer. He's been through the worst. He's even experienced what it felt like to avoid relegation by 1 single game. And he was the one who broke the Team Secret's loss streak also a few seasons ago. If you want to talk about his accolades, he has quite a record.
Kind of the same as Hazel during his MDL run, where he came in and then helped the team out.
Basically.
Yeah, something about Indo junglers.
Indo junglers are always going to be very accomplished if they're coming over to MPL MY, and sometimes they get even better when they head on back to the MPL ID stage. But they're facing off against AERO Esports. They've been doing kind of awkwardly until Hazel has arrived with Aaron, Kim, Zekif, and as well as Kusei.
So happy to see Aaron back on the stage, but my shout out goes out to Zekif, right?
Yeah, agree.
Coming into MPL as a rookie, but yesterday did not felt like he was a rookie at all. He was hitting his mark. He was catching Innocent and Stormy multiple times. Like, his Padang is the force of nature.
Honestly, I look at the online comments and people say that he sucked.
No.
Say that he couldn't get a catch, and I'm like, are we watching the same game?
Like, yeah, I saw a couple.
Like, were you watching a replay of last week or something?
Like, I saw and I engaged with some of those comments, and I'm like, just because they lost doesn't mean that he sucked, you know? Like, have you seen the plays he made? Have you seen the amount of times he took down the cores of SRG?
He has an eye for discounts. Every time he goes for these big engages, he finds that 2-for-1 deal almost consistently. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready to see these teams battle it out live here at Stadium Juara.
After 4 defeats, they secured their first victory. Now they return with 1 goal to claim their second win. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for JP Niners!
They shocked everyone with an outstanding performance yesterday by managing to steal a point from the defending champions. What surprises will they bring today? Get ready to fly with AERO Esports!
Introducing the coach and analyst of the 2 teams and head of League Ops Franklin that will ensure fair play and professional integrity throughout the match. Let's keep it going with fist bumps between the teams. A true sign of professionalism. The last graces before they duke it out in the land of Dawn. Good luck to both of our competitors as they arm themselves in their battle stations.
Yeah, and to know that Coach Bam is up there alone. No one else to help him out on stage, which could be good, could be bad. Like, in terms of the good thing is that you won't be arguing with anyone. It's like, this is the pick. Just pick it up.
I mean, he's the only team, aside from the current OB roster, that has no assistant coach, right? Even OB at the start has no
assistant coach, no analyst.
Yeah, no analyst. So he's been pulling the weight all on his own, but thankfully, so far, it has paid off, especially yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, considering everything that has happened up to this point, let's look at the team head-to-head between the JP Niners and as well as AERO. AERO overall now starting to get a little overwhelming with their results, but the things that we do notice from the side of the JP Niners, 1 extra in hero pool, but an extra 10% in first blood rate.
That's the Yisun Shin.
That's the
Yisun Shin. You know it's the Yisun Shin. But yeah, honestly, like, it's expected to have this kind of numbers because again, JP Niners only won 1 match, and that's against OB Ocean Black, right? Fun fact, JP Niners and AERO kind of share a manager, where the manager of JP Niners was, of course, with JP Niners in previous season, and now is in AERO. Honestly, it does not impact the gameplay in any way, but you know, fun fact.
Hey, just to kind of keep these
trading managers.
Yeah, trading managers, keep them a little tight even before and even after the game. Regardless, in terms of the games played, 9-13, AERO has had a little more grinding to do overall, and that's probably why their stats also look so overwhelming.
Yeah, they've had obviously more games, but I think a big part of the statistics also came from yesterday's series against SRG, which was pretty bloody, you know, towards the far end. Funnily enough, both junglers are here to save a team. Yeah. It's the battle of the saviors, as they call it. Both ID junglers.
Yeah, but either way, like, I would be very surprised after yesterday's game if JP Niners gives AERO a comfortable draft, right? Like, we saw him on that Hayabusa. And you can watch the previous games that he had in Indonesia. His Fanny is incredible as well.
He does not miss. He does not miss. Hazel is extremely reliable, but same can be said about Max. The only big difference is that we've seen Suyo on Hazel and Fredrin from Max's side. In terms of average KDA, Max is still winning it out, but that was against OB during the time. I think this is going to be a true test to kind of balance out the numbers.
I never thought I would see a head-to-head where both players just played once.
Yep. It's
like, oh, we have 3 slots, but they only play 2 heroes.
That's how important they are.
Yeah.
Could have been 3 for Hazel if he didn't pick 2 Hayabusa games.
Yeah. I mean, like, I wouldn't blame him, as you open that up, I'm gonna pick it up.
One of the most feared Hayabusa in MPL ID too. Like, people respect ban that hero against him. It was like this thread going on and people saying that, oh, why did SRG not ban Hayabusa? Even TL ID bans it. Something like that on the internet.
Yeah, SRG better.
Yikes.
Wait until they bring out that 0-3 loss in MPL.
Yeah. Oh, dude.
Oh, man.
0-3 getting third. All right, it is time to get this best of 3 underway. Our very first game is about to begin. Let's jump right into the drafting phase.
Let's see.
Waiting for it to come up. Just give me a second.
All right. Wow, instant Fredrin ban. Okay.
this is the idea. No way Max is practicing a lot of heroes. He doesn't get the Fredrin. GG, we win. I mean, like, again, they used to share a manager, so maybe the manager is like, yeah, Max, he ain't that good.
Let's see if we see the Roger ban right after, right? Because we don't see him play anything else.
Thank goodness, no. Thank goodness, no.
Even Max was questioning OB when they picked the Roger, so I don't think they would.
When Max like, Roger, seriously?
Yeah, Max, are you serious? Are you kidding me?
Look, the meta picks are out of the way at the very least, and a couple of comfort picks for each of these junglers. Hobbs now with the final pick, final ban of this phase. Let's see where it's going to lead into, because again, I'm still... Hilda, the
Loi. First pick went to, Joy, Harith.
Actually, yeah, against AERO, you got to consider that Luyi, because Kim can play a mean Luyi.
Yeah, one of the nastiest Loi. I think we've only seen a handful of Loi with, him and Clockwood, right? There's also the Joy you need to consider.
Oh, yeah.
No one can escape.
Okay, Harith. Now Harith is up on the table. Do they give it to Kusei?
Oh, what are they planning? Like banning out the Badang? Like, do they want something like a Hilda?
I think it's a respect to Zkif too.
True,
with what he accomplished yesterday. Oh, I don't want to play against that Badang.
He got a lot of value from it, and I think Badang is one of his better performing heroes overall in the league, based on what we've seen. First pick comes through, it's going to be Zushin with side of AERO.
Now Kalia is open again, and I don't know, at this point, do you risk picking up that Harith? Because Harith is an amazing hero, but we do see teams playing around it quite well.
But it's also low level signature, right? And it could, because again, I think these kind of draft sequence forces red side to make tough choices.
Yeah.
If I don't take the Harith, boom, AERO takes it.
Yeah.
But if I don't take, I take Harith and I leave Kalia, they can take it as well, right? There's some trades going on. I think Harith is a higher priority than the Kalia right now for JP.
It's like choosing what to eat. It sounds easy, but deceptively, it is actually quite difficult.
Yeah, I think it's choice paralysis when you have so many choices that it kind of makes you a little slow. It's Joy this time alongside the Kalia for JP Niners.
All right.
So Max has trained with that Joy.
Okay.
You have to assume, right?
Yeah. Sabat's like, check this out.
although honestly, I have heard there are teams that is practicing Joy EXP.
Really?
Like unironically, they are training it. Not big success yet. That's why we haven't seen it. But it's like it's part of the training in scrims.
I can see it happening. This could be Phobius. I want to say Phobius, but that Dusin can be quite a pain.
I don't know. I feel like the trade-offs are kind of difficult right now.
Yeah.
As much as Zushin doesn't like Joy jumping on top of her, you've already got the Gatot to kind of deal with the Kalia almost immediately after, guaranteed scaling in the Harith afterwards. I think so far things are looking pretty good for AERO. And now we get Hilda for the side of JP.
Which honestly comes back to why they ban out the Badang, because the Badang is pretty good fight against the Hilda. So honestly, good pickup here. And in a way, it does limit AERO just a little bit when it comes to those jungle choices.
I think it does kind of put Hazel through the list, right? Like the tier list of what else is left. Suyo, there's no more Fredrin, so what? Yeah. Suyo, Alpha.
Like if you want to go crazy, like pick up something like the Ling, but again, it's not that great against the Hilda, right? So it kind of like introduces the question: do you still want to use those assassins, or do you opt for something like a fighter?
Yeah, and how much does JP want to kind of focus on Hazel? They banned out Lucas.
Good ban.
So now Suyo is the next on the list.
Yeah.
In terms of priority junglers, that's totally true. AERO, on the other hand, is probably looking towards Pop's side. What hasn't been determined is what's going into the mid lane. Oh, they are going to get rid of the Moskov this time around. I think I'm totally fine with that, but it still kind of gives the idea that AERO wants the assassin.
The Granger is still open too.
I feel like Granger is going to be a good pick because one, Kusei is relatively... sorry.
Oh, no, for Loliel.
Sorry. Loliel is pretty okay with that pick as well. But more importantly, Granger is one of those picks that can actually handle against a Harith. And one of the things that I'm actually really considering is that if you're thinking about the mid laners here for JP Niners, one of the better matchups against the Jushin is going to be that Eve. It's just that Eve and Kalia doesn't really play with each other that well. We forgot about the Hanzo. Yeah. At least I forgot about the Hanzo.
And if they want to go more utility, I think the Valentina isn't too bad of a pick also for Warlord if he wants to. He has the pocket pick of Faramis if we ever go down that route. think here you could just review.
Maybe even reveal your gold laner.
You could reveal your gold laner
yeah.
here. I think you take the Granger if you are JP, Granger or any gold laner, right? That Noliao is comfortable with.
If Granger is let through.
They could take carry too if they want to go a bit more late game centric, but manage to, yeah. I think now you might.
Or pick up a mid laner and then a Yi Sun Shin.
And then the Yi Sun Shin. Yeah. Or would you prefer the Yi Sun Shin?
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
Would I prefer anything but a Claude?
I was about to say that. Would you prefer the Yi Sun Shin or the Claude?
Yi Sun Shin, any day. Yi Sun Shin.
All right. Now we come back to AERO, who needs to look to finish off their composition. At this point, they see the Bruno, they see the Hilda, they see the Kalia, as well as the Joy. They still need a jungler.
Suyo is still open.
Suyo, yeah. Suyo is probably their best option.
It does feel like a bit of a bait, though. Right, it does feel like a bait.
They need something that helps them get over that early to mid-game phase, and I think Suyo is probably the only one that kind of fits that bill.
Unless you go Matilda Alpha here, right? Like,
I suppose that could also work.
Which would be madness.
Yeah, it could technically work, but then who's going to deal with the Joy, right?
You go Glue? Oh, wait, you haven't seen the mid laner.
Yeah, the environment's good.
They haven't seen the mid laner, so no. Tigro then.
Okay.
I feel like, yeah, if they saw the mid laner, then maybe, right? But they haven't seen it.
Honestly, now you can still pick up the Valentina because you have the implosion to take.
Well, again, that's pretty. It would be pretty okay. I suppose. What would be better? Would you rather have the extra damage but still have to worry about the Gato jumping towards you, or do you just straight up just take the Valentina just to make sure that you have some kind of disengage?
Honestly, for synergy, something with burst is honestly good, unless they're very confident that whenever the Kalia picks up someone, Joy will always be there.
Just to go Aurora, right? Haven't seen that hero in a very, very long time.
But she doesn't have enough burst to like one-shot somebody, right?
So yeah, Valentina.
They got the Valentina, take the implosion, and then just figure out how to counter-engage, right? But it is one of, like, I would say JP has one of those drafts that will only look good if every 5 players here individually actually plays very, very well going up against AERO, because their draft honestly has a lot of margin for errors.
As long as DK doesn't grab the Tigro into his team, I think they will be fine.
Yeah.
Which they don't do the El Crowd control.
Which, let's be real, could happen.
Very possible.
Super possible here in Malaysia.
We've seen it too many times here, the mistakes that are going to be made, but let's look at the final draft. A teamfight style of composition with disengage and re-engage from the side of AERO. JP, on the other hand, got to be a little bit more creative with the way that they pick off their opponents. I think that Loliels has a lot of work on his shoulders, because if all else fails, it's on him to get them through to the end.
Even taking the Purify, so mobility is going to be slightly limited without his tackle. Let's head into the line of down for game number 1 of this final best of 3 today. JP Niners against AERO Esports. We got AERO on the blue side, Niners on the red side.
Right now, honestly, like my thought process when I'm looking at JP Niners, the way that they drafted and everything, I'm really curious, what are they trying to go for? Like, are they trying to go for a little bit more aggression, trying to get those early kills and then give it over to Max? Or they want to avoid fights, let them scale up, and then do something about it? Because I prefer if they go just a little bit more aggressive, because I feel like they can win all the lanes if played well. And then with that priority, just control the turtle and then eventually go to Bruno's lane and try to get as much tower plating as possible.
Early trading being done by both of these teams. Little Wanderer falls into the hands of Max. No problems there. I am curious about what happened in the first couple of seconds. How exactly... Oh god.
Plenty of damage. That's Purify out. Hazelnut misses a title strike, but it's fine, right? Warlord gets away. But then they lose that lane priority just for a little bit to AERO Esports, which they initially have with Hazelnut and Warlord just being able to get an early shove in.
I think that's totally fine. I'm more curious, how did they manipulate the first wave to collapse on each other like a sandwich there, rather than what it should usually look like, which is this linear line?
You just walk into the wave? Really?
You can't do that in ML, though.
You can't body block the wave.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, that's the.
No, I mean,
you know what? You got me curious. I'm gonna try to.
Yeah, I don't see how they like, aggro.
Exactly, because he got like a free trade. Luckily, they had a Kalia, so it doesn't matter too much. He's able to heal off of the Litho Wanderer, but that's just a small thing. For now, we see how the rest of this game is going to be played, because again, the junglers have not shown themselves on the map at all as they're looking to hit level 5.
We saw the start for Max's jungle. He's slightly faster than Hazel. Now I think they're keeping up. Yep, on even ground. The Sacred Hammer, Sapat will flicker away. Hazelnut goes in to make sure that Niners will have the space to work with, and this Lantern is starting to become a bit of a problem. Warlock will steal the beacon away, lifted back, secured by Hazel. Turtle for them, but first blood for Max. Hazel ends up going down, and now JP Niners look to strike more. Another lift up, but there's just not enough damage from AERO.
I actually feel like that's a very good trade by JP9. Sure, AERO got the turtle, but the fact that Max got a kill and it got a kill onto Hazel, I think that's really big. And now 1v1, Lolio against Kusei, looks like they're backing off. And Gideon, to answer your question, it was the Sacred Hammer. He just pushed the minions back.
He just straight up pushed the minions back.
Yeah.
All right. Good to know, good to know. Now, as we see, both JP and as well as AERO, they've already exchanged fists one time. And it's a minor lead here, but not really too much. Hopefully this is enough to allow Max to kind of start getting ahead in the game. They want Max to be in a position where he gets that Holy Crystal as soon as possible after his Starlium Scythe. In the meantime, Hazel's actually trying to do the opposite, right? He wants to kind of help out the side lanes, kind of figure out ways to force priority into their favor so they can dive down and help Kusei out.
Guys, I kind of feel like, now it just dawned on me, this match might have more Indonesian viewers than Malaysian viewers.
Oh, there's a very good chance. Very high chance.
Like, it's
I'm
not,
willing to bet it will have.
Like, it's not just Hazel, but Max as well. Right? People are like, hey, Max playing back. And it's like, oh, dude. Feels like MPL ID with extra Malaysians.
What's up? Kingdom?
Yeah.
Is that what they call it? The Kingdom?
Yeah, the Kingdom, yes.
Kingdom, right?
Yes.
Kingdom is what?
Actually, they call it something else, but we can't say it on broadcast.
I think that's the case.
Yeah. Anyways, right now, looking at how things have rolled, really has slowed down a little bit. So it does look like for both teams, they want to play around. Ooh, as I say that.
That's going to be a dead Warlord. Just, you got to respect the Gatod, man. You got to respect the space.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting extra. A little bit of movement speed there to catch him off. Unfortunately, he does end up losing the Purify on top of it. And this is going to allow, at least for Hazel, to catch it back up ever so slightly in terms of EXP.
And the lift as well from the Lantern Flare. If you want to purify the stacks, you got to do it before you get lifted up. Disables all your controls. So with Warlord needs to get back into the fight, Sapat will be gone on, flick this away to safety. JP9 is able to thaw out the turtle take just for a little bit.
Yeah, and now, honestly, for JP Niners, that was good by Sapai just to slow things down, but now they gotta commit.
Comes back in, and Max, he has found his entry. Sacred Hammer misses, and Max just does a Grand Theft Auto, finds the turtle. They do lose Sapai though, as Max wants to go for more. It seems like that's not possible, but his backline will get the work done. Zikif goes down, Lo Liao will find the kill.
Yeah, these have been very, very clean fights from both sides. You can see that Sapat is just chunking it down. Hazel trying to kind of buy that space and time to allow Max to make an attempt of a steal, if not for a kill.
And this is a solo kill attempt onto Hazel. Gets away with the iframes just in time. But orange buff now will be stolen. Lo Liao 1v1 against Kusei. Does not have the output. Kusei with the solo kill.
Looks like for all the players here, they're trying to go for those solo kills. And now Hazelnut, he does have to be a little bit careful because he's taking quite a lot of free damage here.
And Tidal Strike cancelled by the Sacred Hammer. Kusei comes in, should be able to pick up some easy kills. Killing spree for Kusei, follows with the Cyclone 9. Warlock will get away as Sapat comes in trying to trap Kusei down. But he does have the Diamond Force to dash away. Sapat will be gone on, and sadly,
he goes back.
Nothing. Kusei just outplays him with the footsie.
Nicely done.
If he died.
If he died.
If he died.
I think he knew that Sapat just didn't have anything left, right? I mean, Sapat clearly doesn't have his ult. It's not enough there. Won't be able to finish him off if that's how much damage he did. Regardless, I think at this point, the picks falling into AERO Esports' hand has been very, very good. Like Kim, I mean, Zikif and Kim right now are working very nicely together to ensure they get maximum value.
Yeah, honestly, I like that the way that they're controlling members from JP Niners, whoever is overextending. So I actually want to see them being... Oh, hold on. It looks like they're going for Hazel, but Sapai went a little bit too deep. And it's crazy to see that there's a lot of, I would say, small skirmishes, but nothing super big so far yet in terms of full commitments to the fights.
Yeah, nothing more tangible, right? So far, Kusei just trying his best. An early lane swap to try.
Wow. Then Kusei is 3-0, right? He has one of the best early games that Harry could ask for. Bottom tier 1 goes down. Max wants to recall. AERO Esports will take priority off the turtle. Warlock steals the Crimson Beacon again. A lift out onto Sapat, onto Dragon, further back into enemy lines. But no cigar. Sapat healed up by Hazelnut.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a problem here. They bought plenty of time to deny AERO Esports first position and more so holding priority over the turtle, allowing Max to not only pick up his buff, but participate in this fight.
Yeah, right now I'm actually looking at how JP Niners can actually engage cleanly because, hold on, they came.
The game explosion forcing out the Purify of Lolia, who will get away by the Sacred Hammer by the two-man knockout, ensuring the death of Hazelnut as Hazel gets the turtle. The fight goes down, Max suddenly realizes he's all alone, stunned up by the Play Surge. Hazel picks up the kill, 3-4 AERO.
That's one of the unfortunate events of when you not over.
Yeah, he's gonna try to get away with the Stolen Crimson Beacon. AOG from Marin, the cut of Lolia from Warlord. Oh! Wardy does take down Kusei as a shutdown for Loliao.
That's good. That's big because I was about to say that that's a big problem when the Harif skills a little bit too early, right? The immediate damage that you thought would come in another 2 minutes is happening now. And we see that JP Niners get punished heavily. And now AERO with 2.5k gold lead. It's a good thing that Loliao is able to get that shutdown because if not, this would be like 3.2k.
I mean, look at the gold difference between the two, right? It's 600 difference between both gold laners. And at this point, 2 items for Lolios is going to be very useful for him before the Holy Crystal comes in third for Kusei. In the meantime, Hazel trying to save this top tier 1. Doesn't find it, though.
Right now, just I would say, small complaint here where I kind of feel like they should have some Dreadnought armor here to prevent a little bit of damage coming in from Hazel because even looking at Zapat, he went straight for the Dominance Ice, which I understand you want some kind of anti-heal, but I feel like if you have that Dreadnought armor, it does help you out in the team fight just a little bit to make sure that Hazel doesn't dish out that much damage.
He needs to be able to kind of hold his own. I think it's a lot of trust. It's a lot of trust in Hazelnut, right? That he's able to kind of sustain through the raw damage rather than having to like commit himself to a component. I do agree with you that the component's going to be useful in these types of scenarios, especially when you're dealing with like Hazel if he ever finds him.
Yeah, I feel like he does need it because, again, like the team has to trust him like how you would trust the table.
I think it's good news for Hazel, right? He was able to catch up in terms of experience just because of that earlier skirmish. And now Max is lagging behind just by, I think, half a level. Mid-tier 1 going down as well, so it allows AERO Esports to get a lot more of that map control. The threat of Zekif's implosion is always going to be something that Niners need to be careful of.
Yeah, the thing is that I want to talk about before the previous skirmish was like who's going to engage from JP Niners. They have ways to zone, but they don't have ways to engage.
Well, they found a solo implosion on a Hazel. Now they really want to take him down, but he's pretty tanky. Flickers to safety, dashes with the title strike. Here comes the AOG Aaron, zones out Loliao, and Hazelnut gets grabbed up. Max attempts to steal, doesn't find it. Hazel good on the retribution, and Loliao will be gunned down. Triple kill for Kusei. AERO Esports coming alive, and Kusei alongside Hazel will wipe out the Niners.
Hazel's like, nah.
He's the kind of guy that would do that.
Yep.
He's that kind of guy.
He feels like it as well. A triple kill for Kusei, a double kill coming in for Hazel. A clean fight coming in from AERO Esports as they split the battle lines once again against the JP Niners. And it's going to show that Kim, he is playing a strong Jushin game. Warlord is struggling to get in on these fights.
Let me just say, congrats to the teams that fought against AERO before Hazel got in. Because now, yeah, not so easy, man.
Yeah, they got away. They got off light. Well, Max just got his Holy Crystal, but it could be a tad too late. Lord will be coming in from the bottom end. Kim has 12 assists out of the 13 kills AERO Esports has. He's been a part of almost every single encounter.
Crazy that you said a tad too late, and you look at the clock, it's just 10 minutes. Now it's just 11 minutes.
I think
crazy to think, right?
Kusei is too fast, I guess.
Very fast indeed. Holy defense is breaking down. No commitment just yet. Oh,
a pullback in the taunt. Zapat is gone. Another Sacred Hammer implosion. Good stuff from ZK, but that's the cleanup crew showing up. Double kill for Kusei again. Max didn't even hit the fight. He's trying to clear out the top wave. But again, too late. AERO takes it 1-0.
That's one of the cleanest wins we've seen so far. And to be fair, this is what we expected. After their match against SRG, they should be dominating the competition.
I mean, the macro aspect of it, again, super duper clean fights. Like, no doubts whatsoever about like how the fight should be played out. No hesitation as well. Cut the battle lines, make sure this Valentina can't get in on the fight. And whatever comes afterwards, we can start peeling. Again, huge plays and really nicely done, specifically from Kim.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the moment we saw that Kusei was able to win that 1v1 against Loliel, kind of over.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I love the usage of this Gatot from Aaron, right? Like teams are really starting to understand the applications of the Gatot Kacha, secondary layer of engage, cutting off battle lines. Aaron, he didn't even need to hit his AOG.
Exactly.
He just needs to put himself in between Niners.
That's what I keep saying, right? Like in my rank games, I tell people I don't have to hit my AOG. I just need to split people up, but y'all don't get it. When a pro player does it, looks good. But come on, fam.
Yeah, we have the same MPL tags, right? Why don't you listen to us?
Gotta show some love, man. Gotta show some love and respect. I think that generally, honestly, this game it really came down to like just 3 team fights, right? Everything after that kind of didn't matter because the couple of steals that we did see from Max didn't really matter because they got it back afterwards after taking the tier 1s. And once the mid lane was unlocked, I think that's when AERO was like, all right, it's go time.
Yeah, I feel like we can talk about it a little bit when we get to the highlights because honestly, yeah, small interactions here, like how Warlord basically was all alone in the mid, gets killed like twice, and then Hazelnut not really impacting much in this game. Solo kill, Loliel, and then yeah, after that it just keeps crumbling down. Every time Sapat wants to zone people away, they're like, we wanted you to come in because we can kill you now.
Yeah.
I remember the last time I saw Hazelnut on the Kalea. It's also the same issue, right? Like he was not able to find any sort of engages. It felt like he felt uncomfortable on the Kalea, just from hindsight itself. And in this game, it's made harder by Kusei on this Harif.
Yeah, won out his lane, especially against Loliels. There's a couple of moments when Loliels was playing a risky game and Kusei was like, that's perfect for me. As soon as I hit my item power spike, you're dead. And we caught him right on the money.
Yeah. Gets a solo kill. And afterwards, he was uncontested, right? The only time he went down was before the solo kill into Loliao. And afterwards, he went on to get 6 kills straight. Or 8 kills in this case.
God, he was not missing. He was not missing this time around. 94% kill participation. He was basically there for all of them.
Dude, honestly, like, he has the chops to be a talent manager, man. Like, being a player is great, but he has a lot of career paths. But either way, this is just outclassed, man. Like, JP Niners, I feel like they came in prepared, and it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, the Kingmaker week has been quite unpredictable. I came into the... Well, before we saw AERO yesterday, I was like, today might be a close free match. But after seeing AERO SRGs today, I'm like, oh, JP, if they get one game, it'll be great. But it's not easy.
Yeah, again, it really just boils down to how they're... Unless they are trying to, you know, do a macro fake, but I think that's asking a little too much with such an honest composition coming up for the side of the JP Niners.
Yeah, and again, I kind of feel like this is just micro mistakes from all grounds. I really feel like JP Niners, at least Hazelnut should have the... What was it called again?
The Gusto.
No, the small anti-crest.
The Dreadnought Armor.
Yeah, Dreadnought, thank you very much. He needs at least the Dreadnought Armor to chump a little bit of the damage coming in from Hazel. Like, it won't be like Hazel doesn't dish any damage, but at least you'll be able to do something against it. But honestly, that's about the items. But I feel like we don't even have to talk about that when your mid laner just dies all alone clearing the lane, where I kind of feel like Warlord should have enough experience in the league to know you can't do that.
Oh, yeah.
He's made some very rookie mistakes, right? Walking within range of a Gatot Ton. I don't know how that even happened. It definitely feels very weird, and also losing control of that mid lane, right? They cleared away with Hazelnut, got priority, loses it 30 seconds after that.
I think JP Niners are just really uncomfortable against Kim on the Jushin, right? Even Sopa died by the inhibitor, getting lifted up. And again, he didn't need to get repositioned. He immediately got jumped on by the rest of AERO Esports. So at this point, I think it's worth banning out the Jushin.
I think so too. And we didn't even had much time to talk about this Tigreal pick, right? We know Gatot interacts, the Gatot interaction with Kalea. Kalea doesn't want to grab him, but he can counter engage. Same for Tigreal. 2 layers of counter initiation from AERO that JP Niners have no answer to.
Yeah, legit, like JP Niners, most of their lineup, they couldn't use any of their kits. Like you said, Hazelnut can't do anything with this Kalea. Like, I feel like even good Kalea players will struggle against this lineup.
There's no one to grab.
Exactly,
has Purify, you don't want to grab the tanks. You probably will never reach Kim. Hazel has iframes. There's too many things for him to consider on this Kalea.
Yeah, too many things to consider. I think the only way that JP Niners could have done is either play, splitting into 3 and 2 sections of the map, or looking for lane ganks, which we don't see very often. But since Max is technically on the droid, which is highly mobile, very possible.
I agree. I don't think that... I'm not sure what the comms of JP Niners are, but if at any point in the game they considered fighting 5-on-5 against AERO, I think that is the point where they start losing the game, right? It's this draft, I don't think there's going to be a universe where they out-team fight what AERO has.
Yeah, the crazy thing about a Tigreal is he doesn't need a good set to get into your head. Like, just knowing that there's a Tigreal there, it will cause some hesitation. Like, do we really want to full commit? What if we all get caught?
He doesn't need to hit his implosion on multiple people. He can just implosion from one guy, and that's good enough. We saw that on Hazelnut. Didn't kill him, but enough to make him useless that fight.
Yeah. And I feel like that's the name of the game, where honestly, amazing draft coming in from AERO, making sure that JP Niners can't really do much. And maybe this is why we saw in the previous series just now between Todak and Vamos, neither are picking up that Kalia, because now teams are catching on how to draft against it.
But I think the big problem right now is that even if you're in Pop's position, right, what is the adaptation? Going to blue side means that, oh, I still have to ban out these dangerous assassins that we don't have access to, and I'm still technically not winning out on these bigger trades, even if I do somehow get Harith on my side.
And I think this game isn't even about Hazel being the problem, right? They banned out 4 of Hazel's hero. You include the ones that were picked. That's 6 jungler picks before we even saw the Suyo. But clearly, that isn't the problem that I think Niners need to fix. You could open some picks that they've Hayabusa. If you go blue side, you can open Hayabusa and maybe take it first. Or maybe you take red side, but you ban something like a Gatot, right? There has to be some sort of a push and pull.
I feel like the adaptation, don't lose me that hard.
Yeah.
Because, like, you can't support your side lanes.
You really can't. You really can't. I think overall, if we had to go lane by lane as we look at into these highlights, right, there was just basically no priority, because Aaron is able to fast clear against Sapat 90% of the time. Even if Sapat does get the initial clear, there's still the AOG to work with. Kim, the 2v2 between Zkeefin as well as Kim beats out Hazelnut and Warlord. Hussein, naturally, unless he makes a significant mistake, wins out against Loliels until Loliels gets multiple items.
Yeah, and I like where Kim is moving around the map. Like, I feel like, moving around the team fight, he felt like he was not needed anymore in that skirmish, so he immediately zoned Loliel away, understanding that Loliel already used that Purify to get away from the AOG. He can't fight against that Jushin. So honestly, very good priority when it comes to the team fight. AERO is playing it cleanly.
I think the only time I saw a Tsunami Stand being used was Hazelnut grabbing Aaron into Loliel.
Yeah.
Hey, Milo.
MPL MY things, man.
Milo has done it to me. Milo grabbed a high loss into my Loi.
I tried to save you that game, man.
Dude. You're playing in Malaysia, man.
I'm sorry.
You gotta have that experience.
I forgot the golden rule.
you were playing against pro player strats.
Yes.
He was playing like a pro player. Maybe Sunfrost would do the same.
I didn't understand Milo's. I didn't understand Milo's gameplay, but now I do.
Right.
Now it all makes sense. It all comes into one giant
I
circle.
TP him into a gang spot. He grabs the tank into me.
We watched so many MPL MY games that it has gotten into our soul.
It affects our gameplay, for sure. For sure. There are moments where I think about it as well.
Right.
See the Harith on the other side. Maybe I'll pick Cloud this time. This time it'll be different, I swear.
Let me tell you guys, I'm not even joking. Gideon has been spamming Yusun Shin.
I have.
Way too much Yusun Shin.
Hey.
It works though.
Above 50% win rate, as long as I can keep it above 50.
As long as you can show it.
As long as I can show it.
As long as I can show it.
I'm down. It's fun. I like it. He's one of the few heroes I actually have to use my brain for.
I might use Boxia after this. And it's just one game.
Yeah.
Just one game. I'm like, hey.
Okay, to be fair, we've all been going out of our comfort zones and using heroes we don't usually use. Like, I've been playing too much Selena.
Yeah.
It's pretty unhealthy.
What do you mean it's unhealthy? You're getting pretty good at it. You switch on the forms and stuff, throw the trap. At least you're not playing Kalia.
You don't get to play Kalia often.
That's also...
He gets banned out.
That's fair. That's fair. Let's quickly jump on over to the Infinix highlight reels. Guys, you got to get this phone whenever you can, man. It's so good. An all-round performing beast.
Man, Rose photo bombing every single selfie.
She just shows up. It's like, hey, you got to have me in it.
You got to have me in it.
You got to have me in it. Do they have to have her? No. Just go.
Bro,
All right.
I'm not gonna do though.
You're not gonna do the full. No, don't go for the full one because people are watching from their homes.
All right.
Yes, of course. We have a big shout out. We have a big shout out to everybody who's watching from their bathrooms. I know you're watching from your bathrooms. It's disgusting. Wash your hands. Timothy. Some guy named Timothy out there probably knows it.
Is there a guy in Malaysia named Timothy?
Probably, right?
Timothy?
Emoti. Emoti sounds more Malaysian. And we're on TV!
And shout outs to y'all who are watching from Astro Arena because you guys don't miss a single moment of the MPL MY Season 15. Now you can catch all the live action on your TV screens only with the Astro Arena. From epic clashes to highlight-worthy plays, experience the thrill of esports like never before right from your living room or your bedroom, depending on your TV is.
Can you have a TV in the bed?
Yeah, you can have a TV any way you want.
Because I feel like I've seen one show where they're like putting the TV in the bathroom. And at that point, I feel like
you think it's
I want to be that rich.
What are you watching? Are you watching like Last War ads?
So like you know a bathtub, right? And then they put a TV screen basically inside the wall.
Inside the wall.
Yeah, so like
the mountain, like the mountain.
Yeah. So like imagine the wall and then like glasses in between.
Okay, yeah.
But like imagine how rich that you are. You just stay in the bathtub and then I don't know, Netflix or something. It's like
I don't know if that's the right. If that's a.
I want to be rich that I can buy unnecessary stuff. Like I want a toilet that heats up.
That's not unnecessary. That's very comforting.
I mean, Japanese people would say it's a necessity.
Yeah, I would agree with them.
Yeah, but I'm not Japanese.
Doesn't matter.
I would want it too.
We're all gaijins up here, but we still want bidets that do the heated seats.
It's not unnecessarily enough. You need something a bit more outrageous. For example, I want a bed that folds up.
You want a what?
A bed that folds up into a table.
Into a table? Into a table?
I don't know how they do that. Or in a couch. It makes more sense, a couch.
I mean, okay, all right, fine. Couches, all right. Beds that fold up into the couches make more sense, but since it's unnecessary, I would say the table into the bed, I think that'd be pretty awkward. Yeah. Be like, hey, where's the guest bedroom?
I want to
ate on it.
I want a 6-seater, but only I am driving the car.
I just want a Tesla.
I want a van that I can comfortably have one of the best Wi-Fi's in the world in.
Get a Cybertruck.
What, you want a trailer?
Yeah, something like that. But someone else's drive, so that I can actually do stuff in.
A trailer with a personal driver.
Yeah, I hope if you ever do get it,
and I'm gonna get Vin Diesel.
You're gonna get Vin Diesel as your personal driver, wearing the MPL MY S15 exclusive merchandise, which is on sale right now with more designs available at the MPL MY Arena merchandise booth.
I'm gonna give it to him if that's what he wants.
I think the most we can afford is a Vin Petrol Ron 95, subsidized by the government.
Hey, 95 is pretty great.
95 is pretty great.
95 pretty good.
70 ringgit per tank, depending on the car you're driving.
I Cybertruck.
I-62 ringgit.
Yeah,
oh.
Yeah. If it's like 0 to 100, around 70 for me.
Yeah.
But 60 is the average.
It's 0 to 100 here, but in the US, it's 0 to 60.
Hey, man. This conversation brought to you by Astro Arena because kids don't understand it.
Do you get it? Because for us, it's 0 to 100 kilometers.
Yeah. I was
60 miles per hour.
I was trying to figure it out.
It's not that hard, Husky.
All right, let's have a look at our MPL Insider. We chatted with Bobs and we asked him, is it true that scrim results can't be carried over to MPL? And he said, that statement is true because during scrims, Zidane performs well, but when he's on stage, he gets stage fright. So for me, what makes the difference is experience.
And gold.
I'm pretty sure Max scares him more. And items, yeah.
No, just give me the gold.
All those are very different.
No. I would prefer only gold. If I'm down 5 levels, but I have infinite gold, I have max items, I would still win.
I don't know how happy I would be if I have a lot of money.
The thing is, you can never have more. You can never have more gold than experience, right? Because that gold source gives you experience.
Yeah, but experience, you stop at level 15.
Exactly.
You can in life, you might stop at 50. Depends on how lucky or unlucky you are.
Depends. See how much that hole in your pocket burns when you get Vin Diesel with MPL merch. We also asked Sutsujin any advice to Hazel since you have to play in MPL MY. And his was
10,000 IQ, GG, no advice. Gee, thanks, bro.
It makes Sutsujin be like, hey, Hazel, don't worry, you don't have to warm the bench anymore. I got the main seat right now. You can enjoy your time.
That's like, good luck, little bro.
That's also Sutsujin's like, Yeah, you're fine.
yeah.
You don't need anything.
You're all good, little bro.
Just pick up anything in the jungle. It will work out.
Suji's been here. He's like, all these.
It's not that
all
hard.
these scrubs.
All these scrubs in their dirty, weird-looking jerseys.
Their food is good though.
Their food is bomb though. All right. Coming into our second game here in this best-of-3 series, AERO are looking for 2 full points, and that's going to shoot them up the standings and bring them maybe into the upper echelon. Welcome to the drafting phase.
Okay, so right now, JP Niners are first pick and immediately banning out those assassins. And again, AERO, they're really respecting this Fredrin, saying, all right, no Fredrin, no Kimi. Now comes to the question, if JP Niners will pick up that Jushin.
Wow, so the biggest threat that Coach Bam thinks JP Niner poses to them is Max's Fredrin.
And you know what? Fredrin's great.
Even more surprising is that Pops is banning the Fanny blue side, right? Let's tell us something. So it means there's no intention for Max to play Fanny at any point. Jushin banned out by Coach Bam. All right, here we go. Harif is open.
Yeah, I agree with Harif.
Do you take the Harif? I think you should take the Harif.
Just don't pick up the Kalia, I feel. Like, I feel like it's not his...
what do you say?
Just had to jinx it, brother.
You know what?
We knew it was coming.
No, you know what?
What?
Sapat is gonna use Kalia.
Sapat Kalia.
This is EXP.
Look, Kalia is sitting at a 50% win rate, right? Any loss, she's gonna go below 50. And they give away the Harif again.
I think it's pretty crazy that they were willing to give away the Harith overall, right? Especially in these types of positions. Especially since, like, you saw that without any influence towards the goal lane, that Lolios lost to Kusei.
Maybe he's just like, it's just a Bruno. If you give me a Granger, I'll do good. So he should pick up the Granger.
I mean, they better pick it now. They better pick the Granger now and...
Yeah.
Okay.
See, maybe he's just like, trust me. If I had a Granger, too easy.
It'll be different. It'll be different. I swear, coach. I swear. 58%.
Like, Kusei more like, no say. Okay, that was pretty lame, but that sounds like something that Lolio would say.
That sounds like something Lolio would say with one of the deepest voices in MPL.
That is absolutely horrible.
He does have a deep voice, by the way, if you guys haven't heard his interviews.
He talks as if he's been smoking Cuban cigars for his entire life. Because he's just...
Smoking is bad, don't do it, kids.
Don't do it, kids. And Cuban cigars are way out of your price range.
Yeah. Get older first. and then, you know. Okay, what is this? Did you know? Hazel and hazelnut both named after their love for hazelnut chocolate.
Hey, and you know, one of them can spell.
Then why is your name Husky?
Because I like the dog breed.
Yeah.
Then why do you name yourself as Gideon?
Because that's my name, dude.
All right.
I don't think I can change that, unfortunately, and neither can I put that in my mouth. So, well.
I mean.
Hey.
Well.
I figure you tried at some point.
Okay, moving on. Bovius band, that's a good band, right? Let's talk about that band.
I love that band.
Yeah. Bovius has been sick this week.
It has.
In a good way.
Well, he has been all.
Hey, Bobo,
right.
Bram.
That's true. That's true. They've been doing very, very well.
If there's anyone else, I totally don't remember.
We haven't had that many games this week, unfortunately. Oh boy. Week 4 feels so short already. Badang has already been locked in for the side of AERO. They've got their 2 means of engagement. Deal with this Kalia all over again.
The AERO banning out EXPs. This Kalia, man. No way Hazelnut's gonna use it again, right?
They'll never see this one coming.
Oh man, so they banned Hylos too. They're taking out big disrupting front lines from JP's pool. I mean, I can understand JP banning the Loi. You know, good respect to Kim. They've seen and the variations of this possibility of this draft yesterday. But who else do you ban out to stop Kim? And Kim also plays a mean Eve, right? We haven't seen like we saw that yesterday too.
Yeah, I was thinking of that Eve as well. I feel like the Joy can deal with the Farsa, but it's just one of those things that you have to consider. Like, they might not ban the Farsa, but just be ready for it.
Let's fight to our heart's content.
Lucas, of course, yeah. Good ban.
All right, now let's see what AERO is going to go for here. With the Zushin ban from AERO's side, I am curious to see whether or not they're going to be locking in their mage pick. They don't have to worry about Gato jumping at them because they picked it up for themselves, right? So they've set up for an artillery mage. The only problem is that they don't have a direct answer to Joy other than the Badang.
I would prefer delaying the mid lane pick just so you see what Warlord is working with, and then you can play around it, right? Like, maybe a Selena would be good, maybe a Farsa, maybe an Eve would be good. Like, there's a lot of good mages open, but you would prefer having that priority.
That's true. Oh wait, the Hanzo's open technically.
Answer is open too.
Payback.
He'll go for the far stuff, guys. Keep it simple. Long range artillery that threatens Lo Liao already. Not to mention that Farsa is very well protected.
Oh yeah. Let's see. In terms of mid laners, I just want something with a little bit more range. If not that big of a range, pick up something like a Selena, someone that can save yourself. Novaria is good too, yeah.
Like the longer range, but if they pick Novaria, the last pick has to be a front line that can either peel or start fights, right?
Something like a glue.
Yeah, I was thinking of glue since the far side has already been shown. And there we go. Glue gets locked in. Are they pairing it up with the Novaria? No, they're gonna go with the Farmis Classic.
Okay, interesting. But this does also mean that Kalia doesn't have a good follow-up.
Like they already saw.
Is
here!
Oh!
He is here!
He knows that there's views.
Oh boy.
He knows people are watching.
He's ready for the clip farming.
He's about to dominate.
Let me show these kids.
Yeah. He's ready to smurf on us. He's ready to smurf on these kids.
Yo, Sai's probably watching, foaming at the mouth, like, let me play.
Please.
Toda, let me play. I can use it.
I honestly thought Zai would be the first one to whip it out, but no. Hazel, he's like, nah, I got the bigger guns this time. All right.
Second day here. Bring out the Lancelot.
Gotta show some swag, man. Gotta show some swag on the very first week that you're in. Let's get excited for game number 2. AERO could be looking to sweep this up with a composition that could just pop off at any moment.
Interestingly enough, the MESF president is still here.
Really?
Yeah, he was there on the scene. It's like, wait, you're still here?
Hey, you gotta see the candidates that we have, right?
That's dedication.
Who's that jungler? Who's that? Oh, he's from Indo.
Dang. He's our enemy. Get him, get him.
Hazel sounded like a Malay name.
I thought Hazelnut and Hazel were related. Darn it. All right, let's get right into this. JP Niners on the blue side, AERO Esports on the red, both starting on the mirrored sides of the map.
Something to note that Warlord used to pop off with that Pheromones during his time with Vamos, and during that time Pops was there, so maybe this is one of those comfort picks. But again, I just don't feel like they got a draft that really favors the Kalia.
I don't even feel like this this Pheromones was entirely necessary, right? It's not like oh, we didn't see the enemy mid lane and we can't pick the glue. They saw the Farsa and they went glue Pheromones. So if they want to go for full dive, sure. But most of the time, you're not going to be protecting Max anyway. And AERO can blow up your Nether Realm fairly easily. That's looking for some Badon.
Something to note as well, Aaron is going to be the one using the Badang.
Yeah, so I don't know how it's going to work. And on top of that, he's not running a Purify.
Yep. It's all about making plays, right? I think that at the end of it all, the Farmist loses its value due to how much AoE we are seeing from AERO Esports. Kim is going to get a lot of value breaking through the temp HP. Even Hazel, to a certain degree, when he gets enough items, should be able to start cutting through the temp HP like butter.
Honestly, I'm very curious to see how he's going to build this, because again, we haven't seen Lancelot for a while. One of the last times that we see it's like, I feel like it was a War Axe second item and then just try to survive the fights. And then just big bursts.
Yeah, I mean, at one point there was a Thunderbelt build, right? The tanks a lot. Curse Helmet, Thunderbelt. I think right now Assassin feels definitely way better.
Yeah. I'm surprised that they didn't go for Killing Spree, instead going for the Impure Rage. So I guess he does know that it's going to be a little hard to find people low, especially when you have to deal with the Netherrealm. So you might as well get some big chunks, move away, and then re-engage later.
And I feel like perhaps this is more damage, right? Impure Rage does more damage than Killing Spree, because Killing Spree gives you survivability, no damage at all. So maybe he just like, okay, Lancelot is okay, just a little bit more damage, and then we're good.
If he just plays with the iframes, right, then you don't need to worry about losing much health. And the conditions to proc Impure Rage are just so much easier. As long as it's off cooldown, you proc it.
Yeah.
We'll see, it's been quite a while since we had some good Lancelot games here.
Any Lancelot game, yeah, or bad.
Yeah, at least not in this region. Here we go. The spread Aaron instantly gets dropped. The fist crack ends up going down. First blood to Max again. Ares was forced away from the turtle pit.
Yeah, it looks like, I think that was a bit of a mistake coming in from Aaron. Like, he took a little bit too much of the goo from the glue.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, once the glue is on top of it, he has no idea what to do.
So let me stand with the Z-Kip. AOG out.
good responses here. But I think for AERO, this is like, we're willing to sacrifice one person, but if we have to sacrifice any more, it's not going to be worth our time.
Oh, almost grabbing Hazel. Good attempt from Max and Hazelnut.
Yeah. I mean, like, Hazelnut didn't have the Tsunami Slam anyways, so if he didn't hit his second skill, then, you know, not really much that he could do anyways.
Yeah, almost got him with the Tidal Strike. It's okay. Purple buff coming back up. Hazel not really too affected. Still keeping up in terms of experience with Max.
It's just one green camp stolen away. It's not that big of a deal. I think that Hazel can still kind of keep up with things. I mean, Lancelot is one of those heroes that slowly, eventually ramps up. Kind of like Ling, but in a very different posture, especially when it comes down to like the mid-game section, right? Once you get like the Hunter Strike, once you get the War Axe as well, that's when his farming speed suddenly spikes up.
Something to note as well, looking at all the lanes, no one has been dying unnecessarily. Well, not yet. Like, no solo kills on gold, no solo kills here in mid. So this game, at least for the first 5 minutes, it looks much more even. And Hazelnut's first item is going for that Hunter Strike.
Also, this matchup between Aaron and Sapat comes into a skill matchup, right? Like if you aren't familiar with Glue into Badang, Badang can be a pain to deal with. It's so hard to interact with him. But Aaron, Sapat has been managing very, very well. Aaron now gets the Thunder Belt. It's time to start stacking it up.
Yeah, and he doesn't mind trading against Sapat proactively, honestly. Just making sure that he can just quickly throw his fists around.
Yeah.
Try and make sure that he gets at least some numbers here. Interesting how Zequif as well as Hazelnut keep interacting with each other along the river line, right? They're both struggling to fight for the space, but Zequif can't stick around for too long.
Gonna get gone on and grab back. All 5 members of JP9 laying in wait. Easy punish. Good stuff.
He even had the ult, but he just couldn't use it. Now Feather S-Strike drops Warlord and Lolio down quite low. If Hazel finds an angle, he could get a kill.
Aaron's gonna get control, turns around with the fist crack and fist spray, and Kusei right into it. But Netherrealm will keep the Memphis of Niners alive for a bit longer. Hazel now finds the backline. Lolio will dash away with the Rondo. The butt now gets gone on. Tagged by the magical damage of AERO Esports, and Kusei picks up 1 kill.
Nicely played by Kusei, making sure that he was dancing around those dancing around the turtle, not making it easy. Oh, AOG.
They clip Max into a taunt. That's a dead Max. Kusei finds a bonus.
Yeah, that was a good play coming in from Zequif. Like, that basically neutralizes the advantage that JP9ers has. Like, yeah, sure, you got a turtle, but hey, your jungler is going to die. And we look at Hazel here, taking advantage by going into his jungle.
Oh, here we go.
Hazelnut tries to stop him. Can't. So hard. Thornrose iframes.
Yeah, Thornrose iframes. I mean, Hazelnut was thinking about the Tsunami Slam, but again, there's nobody to like really follow up with the damage in time. They take the T1 down on bot side while Lolios is looking for the T1 on that top side. Early rotation's going to get very beneficial.
Yeah, right now, looking at the formation coming in from AERO Esports, they're already moving as a unit. And JP9ers, again, my worry is the same as game number 1. How are they going to engage?
Well, maybe this is one of the ways they do it. And there's still a Netherrealm available. Better airstrike on the Sapat. They try to save him with the Netherrealm, but Sapat gets brought underneath the tier 1, so he's going to be sacrificed. Tsunami Slam brings Sneaky back in. He buys a bit of time. AOG does not go off. As Hazelnut finish him off. Phantom Execution. That's the backline exposed. Hazel finds Oliel. The Cyclone Eye saves Oliel, but only for a moment. Hazel finds a double kill before Max punishes him.
Worth it, worth it. Worth dying for there at that point. Unfortunately, Max is still alive in these scenarios and now has the same KDA. The conversion goes back. If Max is able to steal 1 buff, then that's when he starts developing the lead. In the meantime, though, both Kim as well as Aaron just waiting for an opportunity, knowing that Warlord does not have his Netherrealm available yet.
It was unfortunate as well because, you know, it was a missed flicker coming in from Lolio, barely moving anywhere. Looking at the goal differences here, so far, not a lot of big... Yeah, honestly, no difference at all. I mean, okay, now I look at it. Yeah, no difference.
No, basically no difference, right? I mean, nothing too significant here. I think the most is just the extra cash coming in from Zequif. But other than that,
Hazelnut gonna force the grab. They do take down Aaron. And the airstrike also forced out. AERO Esports cannot find a way in.
Wow, that actually worked pretty well for the JP9ers. However, that did cost them a couple of resources.
Yeah, honestly, right now, it looks like Aaron is not as comfortable on that Badang compared to Zequif.
Not only that, they still have the Netherrealm to deal with, so they have to just let Max get the turtle. A concealed play. Kusei, he is so far out of his team. They get knocked up, purified. Kusei still gets away. Zequif with the AOG ensures his safety.
I would say that was impressive by both sides. Warlord actually able to use the Shadow Stampede to pull him back in. Like, again, like, I thought Warlord would be a little bit rusty on this premise, but looking good.
He's looking very, very good. Hazel manages to walk away with a steal here. Let's see how Hazel holds his phone. That's an interesting grip. Making sure that he's using his thumb. Okay. I was expecting the claw grip normally here. But overall, make sure that he uses his thumb for basically everything.
Yeah. Why?
If anyone is confused, why is Hazel in the top lane? It's just because he's on the red side.
Yes, he is on the red side. It is mirrored. Don't be too surprised.
Zeke gets stuck on again. No Liao chunks him down. Zeke just turns it around. Bit of decent damage. AOG gonna force them away. Net round instantly committed. Zeke executed by Sky Piercer. AERO Esports not in a position to fight, but now with no net round, maybe they can consider, or maybe not. Tsunami stab, grabs Aaron back. He flickers the safety, but gets sniped by Lo Liao. Kusei dancing in and out, but it's just Kusei and the Niners, and Kusei goes down.
Bad call here from AERO. Aaron definitely got caught. He had the flicker available, but they didn't have any of their ults to really follow up, even if there was a means to go for a counter engage. I know for a fact that Hazel, he was looking at that scenario and was like, nah, there may be 4 people to like hop over, but that's not going to be enough for me to secure a kill.
It might be good, but I'm not insane.
Yep.
Yeah. And honestly, I like that JP Niners, they are putting pressure. Considering that AERO Esports picked up a Lancelot against them, right? Probably the Lancelot is a good pick, but you can't let that slide, right? You can't let it slide. You gotta punish them. But honestly, I kind of feel like JP Niners is more about them punishing AERO out of their own mispositioning. Specifically Aaron, honestly, where I feel like Aaron gets caught and then everyone else has to try to save him. And then in saving him, they sacrifice themselves as well.
Now we go to the next Lord. Another fight that JP Niners is more than happy to take against AERO now that they have a 2.8k lead. They're about to hit their next Iron Power Spikes. Hazel's about to hit level 14 as well, so he can actually keep up with Max.
So far, they haven't been able to keep the fight away, which normally you can do with the pushback of Badang. A lot of things that AERO Esports needs to start looking out for. The snipes from No Liao's also becoming a bit of a problem. Actually, Senpai getting staggered. Now, that's a flicker in. Vicious. But again, JP Niners getting the better end of that trade.
Yeah, but right now JP Niners, they got to figure this out. What do they want? Like, do they want the Lord? Do they want to fight? They got to come to an agreement here.
They're gonna punish Ziki first, out of position. And that is the playing ground. Can still play from the side of JP Niners. That's Phantom Execution. Hazel now needs to wait for cooldowns. Max down to top of him. That's the pullback into another Tsunami Slam, but Kusei is back. As now the fight breaks down and gets extremely scrappy. Max escapes.
Oh, unfortunately, is that
Just got a Malefic Roar, misses the Thorn Rose. They will look to go for him. No flicker for Warlord, so no pullback.
Wow, that was a lot closer. That could have been a moment where he could have actually found a kill angle there. One I wasn't expecting, but luckily Bloodwings keeps him alive.
And how did it turn out like this? How did AERO get possession of the Lord?
Hold on, we're going to talk about that a little bit later because we got to see JP Niners. Can they do something with this? Hazel still gets the Lord.
But they will lose Hazel afterwards. The damage is too much from Lo Liao. Zikif, the next one on the chopping block. 3 dead for AERO. JP Niners strike back.
Yeah, I would say that's big from JP Niners. And just to answer you, it's really about JP Niners being indecisive. And now, Max looking very confident here.
He's getting right in the faces of AERO. It's already taunted them. AERO, at this point, they need to just hold on to their inhibitor turrets, right? They just need to make sure that Kusei gets to that critical mass already. Lo Liao's, if they can just take him out to make sure that he doesn't have too many Sky Piercer stacks, that would help. Oh!
Again, another Tsunami Slam. AERO just does not have time to play the game. 7th death of this game.
Yeah, I kind of feel like next game, if they do pick up that Badang, just give it back to Zikif. But the other thing is, JP Niners, they themselves almost put themselves in a very bad position against AERO because they were juggling around. Either they want to zone people away, whether they want Lord, whether they want team fight, where AERO Esports caught them off guard with the good flicker coming in from Aaron, able to get a good engage. And JP Niners, they gotta be a little bit more decisive against AERO and making sure that Max doesn't get caught.
Should be able to get away. They use retribution on him. Oh, Max has no jump pad.
He missed.
Oh,
he missed
no.
Yeah, he couldn't dash. Yeah. That was a rare mechanic error that we see.
You need to be so precise with those movements.
You really do. You really do. And I mean, both Joy as well as Lancelot. I would say that Joy's a little bit more forgiving here. Lancelot, you got to be quite precise. Regardless, now the initiative is on AERO's side to look for some kind of conversion and some permanent damage. Ideally, it'd be a tower, but the waves have been pushed out quite nicely by the JP Niners.
Right now, looking at JP Niners, almost 3K gold lead, but AERO, honestly, with JP Niners not having a lot of map dominance, they can come back. Because Kusei, even though he has made some bad decisions, right, trying to 1v5, trying to 1v4, but eventually there will be an opportunity for AERO Esports to get a good engage. But something that AERO needs to keep in mind is that traditionally you don't associate damage with Faramis, but 14 minutes in, he probably has 2 to 3 items, and if they're clumped up together, you would be surprised by how much damage that Warlord can do with this Faramis.
Yeah.
The fireworks show.
I mean, the splash alone from the Ghost Bursters is going to be pretty devastating. I think if anything, I'm curious to see how many items Kusei has right now. Is he in a position where he can one-shot Loleo?
I think he had the Holy Crystal. The last time I saw, I think he had a Holy Crystal.
But does he have the Divine Glaive?
That's a good question. I don't think so.
No, not yet. He's going for concentrated energy next.
Really?
So
Okay.
he wants to survive. Okay. Oh, conceal play.
Oh, ZK. I'm not sure if he can get out of this. Barely gets out of range.
Yeah, now it's all about controlling the Lord area. JP Niners, they're at the bottom side of the map, so actually AERO has possession over this Lord area. So actually maybe a back off by JP Niners trying to use the conceal and the check, but it looks like AERO, they're not holding the area that great.
Because their top wave wasn't properly set up. Hazel just took care of it. Still, they have a bottom wave that they can work with. ZK needs to be extremely cautious. The pokes from Loliao, they're restarting to hurt ZK, forced to take a recall.
Yeah, I wonder how many stacks he has on that Sky Piercer.
Should be a decent amount, right? He's already 9-2 and 7.
At least 40 stacks?
That makes sense. That would make sense. Now, let's see whether Hazel can actually make the steal of a lifetime. He's won a lot of steals already. With the Lancelot, there's a high chance that he can do it.
He did the people like the guys with the Hayabusa, and that is the engage. Another grab onto AERO. He turns around. That's a counter engage into a full combo. Then around from Warlord keeps his teammates alive. JP Niners loses possession of the Lord, and Hazel won't grab it. But JP Niners, they want to re-engage for a fight. They fight Kusei again. Stuck in the Lord pit as Loliao takes out the immortality of ZK. No AOG. JP Niners finds 2 kills.
Honestly, it looked bad for JP Niners because they caught the Badang, and the Badang just countered their engage, but Lolio's doing work with this Granger, and again, Faramis, you don't really see it, but the splash damage is huge, and I feel like AERO Esports, they're not able to see their HP bars in all of this, crazy animations in the fight, and then just like, wait, where did our HP go?
You gotta really feel for Kusei. He hasn't had any freedom to move in the past, what, 8 minutes? Either he tries to 1v5 or Niners just jump him. 75 stacks on the Sky Piercer. It might as well be maxed out for Loliao.
The stage.
75 stacks.
Yeah, he's a very strong boy. AERO Esports need to take him out, and they need to take him out now. Based on where everybody else's items are, it is possible to potentially one-shot him, but they gotta get both fours to commit pretty hard. And I think half the time we see that Kim drops that Feather Airstrike, he's not getting maximum value just yet because JP Niners is playing the footing game of like, it's about holding my ult until you let yours rip, and then see how much time afterwards until I have to let mine rip.
Honestly, I feel like the biggest reason Lolio hasn't died is because of Warlord. Because the front lines are doing their job, and Warlord is just making sure that no one in the back line gets caught, and he only has to worry about one guy, and that's, and that's Lolio.
As long as Lolio stays alive, the AERO is going to continuously, face the music. He's 10-2 and 8-2. Like, this Ranger is insanely farmed. They want to get something out of Warlord, but wasn't able to force anything.
Yeah, at this point, honestly, even if Warlord dies, he's gonna revive so quick? Because I would imagine he has max stacks on his passive, so he only takes like 2 seconds to revive.
He's going to come back like he never left.
Looking at the items one more time. Yeah, max items for both junglers. They're in really powerful positions in terms of their build.
Yeah.
Can't say the same thing though for Loliels and Kusei.
Yeah, Warlord as well has a lot of damage here with the Lightning Truncheon as well as the Divine Glaive. Like, the splash itself is going to be good, but after the changes of the Lightning Truncheon, it does deceptively a lot of damage.
Yeah, especially the chain lightning bounces, right? There's no target limits anymore. As long as you are within the race, it's going to jump to you. What, 110 damage or something? I forgot. But sure as heck feels like double if you use it on the glue.
Yeah, it just hurts so much. Now, right down by the bot side, you notice Kusei alongside of Zeke just chilling, like, right? Waiting for a position for JP Niners. Because we saw them the last time on that bottom side for their Lord take, that they actually like to hover towards that southern side, closer towards the lane.
Yeah, we can see that JP Niners tried to establish a slow push, just damaging the minions a little bit, and this is going to give a lot of pressure over to AERO because JP Niners can take their time and dance around this Lord and let the top wave build up.
That they use the conceal too. Not sure if Aaron saw that, but they're gonna try anyways. The flicker into a tsunami slam. Here comes better Ezra as a backup. Aaron instantly popped, but they got only out. The nether realm from Warlord was late. Kusei now has space to go insane as Max takes out Hazel, and with the help of Max, they will also get rid of Kusei. It's a 3-for-3.
Honestly, like, how did Loliel die? Because was he outside of the nether realm? That's how he got caught. Because yes, I heard you say that the nether realm was late, out, but I was like, I'm gonna check it back.
I think he just exploded before Warlock could save him.
I think he exploded too. It's a little tough to say here, but now we see that Max is, as well as Warlock, going to be working in on this. Kim and Zeke have to delay them as long as possible.
10 seconds for Aaron, 17 for Hazel.
Yeah, he got blown up, yeah.
And yeah, Max can't contest this. There's a top wave that they need to deal with, and I'm pretty sure Aaron can handle that. So back to square one with this dance.
If Aaron is going for it.
Hazel will go for it, right?
Hazel's there, yeah.
At least they have somebody ready to kind of show face. I think that for JP, they probably don't want to be on the same side as Hazel as of right now. They're going to get Loliels to start doing the Lord and hoping that AERO start getting baited by the action.
Yeah, can't make the same mistake twice, right? Nether Realm is ready. And if Loliel explodes again, this could be AERO taking the game back into their grasp. 21 minutes in, the next Lord that gets taken will be so much powerful. It's probably guarantee all inhibitors down.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Now Aaron pushed them away. Aaron gotta get caught.
And the grab back, there's a flag. Loliel explodes again! Disaster! As Warlord also goes down. He's gonna be back in 1 second, but Max will be chased down, and Kim will snipe him. And AERO have found the fight that has just given them the doors to victory.
All right. One key in, another clock to be unlocked. At this point, losing an inhibitor on that top side, a little sad by AERO. They wanted to take that risk, and if they somehow lose this Lord, that could be devastating for AERO Esports' chances.
Oh man, JP, they played a solid game in majority the early to late game, early stage of the late game. But AERO improvising with all these flank maneuvers. Loliel having a hell of a game so far, but dying 2 times in a row before Warlock could do anything to save him.
That's the sad life of a damage carry. You can have an absolutely perfect game, but after 20 minutes, even dying once can cost you the game. And they'd be like, I only died once. That's enough.
That's his Skypiercer stacks that he worked so hard for. It's now cut in half and then half, what, 75%, something like that. He lost whatever leverage he had.
Long story short, it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough to get those big executes against AERO anymore. And we saw how devastating it is for Granger to lose those Skypiercer stacks earlier in the day.
Yeah, we saw it with Nespresso.
Yeah.
That also made a difference in the series against Todak.
Stage of the game. Slow pushing from all lanes would be ideal, but AERO Esports recognizing that they don't have the time to do that. Of course, breastplate for Aaron. Here we go.
Oh, an attempt to flicker engage. Doesn't find it, but secures an inhibitor. Well, the waves are not really synced up though for AERO. So the push will be a bit disjointed. Either way, DK pops revitalize, keep his teammates healthy. The Lord still pushing in, but AERO makes the call to back off.
If only they had the marksman, maybe they could force it out, because that Lord is supposed to be very tanky, because again, it's a 22-minute Lord with all members of AERO being around. But now, looks like the mid lane, the bottom lane, top lane is going to be delayed, but they're crashing in.
And Kuse should be able to take care of this, no problem. Sapa won't be able to keep anyone from AERO away. No feather airstrike, but AERO got what they came for. All 3 inhibitors now.
Nicely played. Nicely played by AERO. Again, a very macro-intensive match here, despite the kill score being 23 in favor of the JP9ers compared to 16.
Yeah, but I like what JP9ers is showing. Win or lose, they're showing spirit here. And now, 39 stacks, honestly not that bad.
Not the worst, yeah.
Honestly not that bad.
I thought it would be lower, right?
I thought it would be 20.
Yeah, I thought it would be 22, considering he went down twice.
Yeah, so honestly, like, they can get this back. If JP9ers gets 1 kill onto Loliels, I feel like that will be enough stacks where AERO has to start respecting it again.
Yeah.
I think they should start respecting it now, right? I think at the end of the day, unless they can stop Kim from getting like multiple shots off that feathered airstrike, I think that's when JP9ers can potentially fight back.
Hazel going for max damage too. Power potion. Check the push. JP9ers immortality on both the front lines.
Oh.
That's the flicker out from Hazelnut thanks to Kim zoning the feather airstrike. Committed. Somebody's gonna try walking up. They go for the kidnap. That's the grab on the Z-Kim. Lord dangerously low. Can Max get the steal? Nope. Hazel secures it. Max takes a heap of damage from the Thorn Rose. Then around Muse to save everyone else, but Sapat, who comes back to life, switches to the Winter Crown. But AERO Esports will easily take care of him. No problem. Sapat will delay his death, but not long enough. Good Winter Crown from Kim.
Oh,
Max comes back, tries to get any sort of a trade. Couldn't find it. Nor does Loliel. Lord spawns mid-side.
I feel like that was a big missed opportunity by JP9ers, because Hazelnut was able to bait out Kuse as well as Kim's ult. But then they just went on to the front line, and then they don't have enough damage.
And they will find Loliel. Flickers away. DK comes in, zones them out with the AOG. Loliel has too many things on his plate to deal with. Max did his best to take down one. Warlord goes down. Loliel left to fester as the crystal goes down. AERO secures another 2-0.
And you can see just relief from the side of AERO. They're like, all right, keep it clean, keep it honest, and we can take these games.
Like, you know that was a hard game for them. And then they're like, okay, you know what, JP, respect. But yeah, I gotta say, JP made a few misplays where they definitely could have extended the lead and pushed us to game number 3, but you live and you learn. JP9ers having to take this 0-2, their playoff chances honestly looking very dim at this point.
Yeah. Very tough loss, right? Again, Loliel having one of the best games that he had in this regular season, only to have that shut down right at the very end. 2 consecutive deaths that led to a chain reaction of JP losing total control of the game.
It's unfortunate when you use a Granger. I mean, you have that Sky Piercer. It's either perfect or you're gonna lose.
Yep, no rooms to make mistakes. No rooms at all. Oh man, you lose so many stacks when you die. It's so sad, but so necessary. All right, with that being said, that does mean this concludes our match. We're gonna go over the roles with our winners interview.
Dua babalas ko so tiga mata panonto AERO Esports, and of course, welcome to MPL Malaysia, Hazel.
Hello.
Hello, Hazel. How are you?
I'm good.
Oh, you're good. How's the experience in Malaysia so far? Macam mana experience-nya?
Seru banget, apalagi yang nonton tadi ramai sangat sama banyak teriak-teriak, seru.
Yes. Macam mana? You suka tak makanan dekat Malaysia?
Wih, sedapnya.
Dah pandai Okay, maybe we could go to Coach Bam first. Now, Coach, I have a question. What made you decide to bring Hazel into the team?
Actually, I am not the one who decide only. Our scouting team is so good. They scout Hazel, the good player, the good assassin player.
Yeah, now actually, a lot of people were very shocked about an RRQ player coming into MPL MY, right? And I also heard that there was no tryouts prior to this.
Wala kaming tryouts, ano lang. pinusuan namin sa Hazel, alam namin sa Hazel isa sa magdadala sa amin sa kampiyonato.
Wow, Coach Bam cakap actually tak ada try out langsung untuk Hazel dan dorang just percaya that Hazel boleh bawa dorang sampai juara dekat MPL Malaysia musim ini. We love the confidence. Now, Coach Bam, you mentioned that there was no tryouts. When you guys brought Hazel in, there was a lot of talks amongst the community regarding chemistry. What's your opinion on this?
Wala kami naging problema sa chemistry kasi yung 6 na player ko, same lang mga ugali. Yung bonding nila, kumain, mag-asaran, same lang. Kaya madali siya nag-gel sa team.
I see. Now, Coach Bam cakap actually, for the side of AERO Esports, chemistry itu adalah satu benda yang bukan masalah untuk mereka sebab semua player dia ada perangai yang sama, lebih kurang skill yang sama dan perangai suka makan, suka kacau each other, all that kind of stuff. Alright, and we also noticed that Aaron was brought into the EXP lane. Maybe you can share with us why you decided to bring Aaron to the EXP lane when Hazel entered.
Actually, yung process ng pagkuha ng XP na lalaro, every week is competition. Sino may best performance ng scrim, day prior ng tournament, siya yung pipiliin. And sumakto si Eren yung nag-perform and plus na yung experience si Eren.
I see. Now, Coach Bam cakap, the reason kenapa dorang bawakan Aaron masa Hazel masa is actually because of the scream result, the internal competition and Aaron yang dapat perform, which is why Aaron yang main untuk minggu ini. Alright, now Stadium Juara kita nak nampak perlawanan yang menarik. Mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada... Coach? The Black Alien, Hazel! Wow, semalam MVP lawan SRG, sekarang MVP of the match pula. Apa yang buff Hazel dekat Malaysia ni?
Tadi ada dikasih nasi lemak sama Kak Ros.
Okay, actually guys, cerita dia macam ni. Semalam, dia lepas kalah dorang, kita jumpa dekat tangga. Lepas tu dia cakap, nasi lemak mana yang enak? Okay lah, esok I bawa. So that is why. Now, Hazel, I nak tanya, apa beza RRQ dengan AERO? Playstyle ke, communication ke, anything yang beza?
Yang beza cuma bahasanya aja, tapi yang lain sama aja. Dan mereka aku lihat dia so effort and so apa?
Hardworking.
Ya, hardworking.
Okay, now pasal bahasa tu, Rose perasan dekat AERO ni ada macam 3 bangsa lah kan. There's Indonesian, there's a Filipino and a Malaysian. Macam mana korang communicate in game?
We usually use English.
Wow. Cuba
campur.
Campur. Okay, so macam mana biasanya? Macam mana komunikasi lah? Macam mana? Cuba bagi tahu sikit.
Patai.
Tu Tagalog dah. Pandai. Patai maksud tu mati in Tagalog. Okay, now you know what? Hazel, is there anything that Hazel nak cakap kepada fans ataupun Kingdom yang tengah support Hazel all the way from Indonesia?
Terima kasih buat kalian semua yang udah datang ke stage and also Kingdom dan juga para fans AERO. Tetap sokong kami semua ya.
Alright, thank you very much to Coach Bam and to Hazel. Congratulations atas kemenangan yang sangat-sangat bersih. And with that, let us throw it back to the casters to analyze apa yang jadi dalam game yang sangat-sangat bersih ini. Casters, back to you.
Thank you, Rose. Give it up for our MVP, Hazel. No surprises there. Making sure that, again, surprise, the Lancelot gets a dub here at MPL MY.
I like that he won, not because of pure mechanics,
yes,
but honestly, the decision-making. Like, how did they get that flank off? Honestly, even I wasn't prepared for it. Like, I saw the movements on the map, but I was too focused on the fight that's going on. All of a sudden, like, it was a good play. Amazing play.
Really good stuff.
Whoever shot called for that one deserves a burger.
The adaptation that they made to reach the back line, because for the longest of times we were like, who's gonna reach Loliao? They proved it twice, back to back. I mean, Loliao respawned and died again. Like,
yeah.
But what do?
Pray. Pray.
At that point,
he dies the second time and he starts praying. It's like,
at that point, if the coach is looking at you and you're Loliao, you're like, if Warlord opened his ult earlier, Wouldn't have died once
Warlord had
anyway.
Purify, maybe.
Yeah, you know, I'm just saying, if Warlord did his job, we'll be all good.
I don't know, man. I think this was a pretty tough game overall. I mean, to be
all
fair,
10 players played well.
Yeah, all 10 players played really, really well. I gotta give it to Loliels that he was winning out in this lane. I'm not gonna lie. He was starting that snowball, and it was really starting to ramp up. 2 chain deaths later, it's done.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about MLBB. It's really a game for perfectionists.
Yeah.
Like, you just make one mistake just for fun.
Yeah, like, the later the game, the higher the risk of dying.
Exactly.
Unless you're
teaches you that dying is difficult.
Dying is hard.
It's expensive for most people. Get insurance.
Get insurance.
Yeah, sometimes you don't come back.
Life is funny that way.
Life,
okay, maybe funny is not the right word, but it is what it is.
It's sick comedy. It's sick humor. That's what it really is. 24-20 at the end of this game. Again, one of the higher kill counts game that we've seen throughout. But I would say at least when it comes down to how clean it was executed, yes, obviously there had to be mistakes for these fights to actually progress the way that it did. But the decisions made after, before, and in the middle of these fights, I would have to say better than some of the games we've seen today.
Yeah, because I gotta say, Blue hasn't had a good showing here in MPL MY. So honestly did pretty well.
He did pretty decent, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Even for Hazelnut's Kalea, right? He was punishing Aaron a lot. He was really punishing Zkif. And then he reached one point where just grabbing them isn't enough, right? You start running, well, not running low on damage, but they just got too tanky for you to
feel
take
like
down.
people should be like, maybe after 80 minutes, don't get those tanky guys.
Or maybe after you try it once and it didn't work, maybe readjust.
I don't know. I think the only ways that we were going to see an actual
look at that Lolil damage.
Yeah, I mean, Lolios is doing a good amount of damage overall. At least, you know, Hazel's not going above and beyond in terms of his damage numbers. Because Kim needs to stay on top. He was such a big proprietor into how JP9ers weren't able to continue just pushing forward and rolling over AERO Esports.
Yeah, honestly, Kim is my personal MVP. I feel like Game 1 and Game 2, he was so influential in the wins. Yeah, honestly, Kim is one of those mid laners that we have to talk about a little bit more, you know, alongside with Izanami and Stormy. Maybe not at that level yet, but he's getting there.
Yeah, I mean, he's got that impact. To be fair, he's coming around to like not being a rookie anymore, starting to be a solid veteran and really building a name for himself as a mid laner. Let's look at our key players this time with Rich Guy going over to Hazel with 860 GPM. The carry going over to Loliels, Zkif as the sandbag, and Warlord as your wingman.
Yeah, even for Warlord, this game, he has some pretty good saves with the NetherRealm, right? Those mid-game team fights, he's been able to keep the whole team alive. I would even argue that the very last sequence where somebody had to be sacked, Warlord kept the whole team in the game. It's just not enough. I think eventually the main damage source primarily comes in from Low Liao, right?
Yeah.
Once Max runs out of cooldown, if Low Liao goes down, JP9 just does not have enough steam.
I mean, like the way that JP9ers played, I understand that there are other damage dealers in Max as well as Warlord, but it really does feel like one of those drafts where it's all on one guy. You put all your eggs in one basket, and it's just unfortunate that AERO broke that egg twice.
Yep, in a row. It's nothing you can really do about it. I think, again, it was one way or another. It's either Kim had to go because Kusei was more likely to get involved in these fights and put himself in dangerous positions in comparison to Loliels.
Yeah, and honestly, again, looking at the fights, I feel like both teams really played it very, very well. AERO Esports, once they see that NetherRealm come in, they try to disengage and then wait it out and then come back in. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Aaron had, you know, a few good engages, whether it comes from himself or getting picked off by Hazelnut. But overall, the final flank, that was GG.
Yeah, that was really the nail in the coffin. Like even yesterday, I know we brought this up, like the people who say that, okay, maybe ZK wasn't performing well, and Kusei had made some errors against SRG. We also saw it in this game, right? Kusei tried to be a hero a couple of times, thinking that Purify was a get out of jail card, got punished, instantly readjusts. Once he gets his item power spike, it's just so straightforward for Harriet.
Look at this.
This
like,
flank.
No one from JP9ers saw it coming.
Yeah.
They were looking at the far side, like, oh, she's ulting.
They got zoned, they got funneled into the gang squad.
Kim was a real magician. It's like, hey, look here.
Now you see me. Oh, you did?
And now you don't. He turned off the lights pretty quickly here. I mean, overall, I can't even blame JP Niners for that particular flank because, again, you just don't have the structures that like help you get the vision. The waves weren't in the right place to catch them on their movement over. But man, well done. AERO's a completely different team now with a singular change.
Can I just say, just one thing that will hurt the JP Niners fans?
Here we go.
If only Max was playing week 1.
Oh, could have saved him a ton of points.
Could have won a few games early so that even if you lose this one, it doesn't hurt that bad. And maybe, you know, more chemistry, blah, 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 and all those kind of things. Like, if only Max was there, they won.
I remember last season, they barely made it to playoffs, and then they dropped the ball against Red.
Yep.
Oh, and guess what? This new shade of Red is a different breed.
Really is a different breed. I don't know. It feels like every single time they call in, you know, the Maxes, the Mimas of the MPL MY, it's always like right at the very edge. It's like, yes, I know our league is short, but maybe make some calls early.
You know what? This should, like, if MPL MY gets longer, going back to the 8 weeks, maybe things like this can fly. But with this, I just want to say, AERO deserves more fans.
Yep.
Like now, this is a tough squad.
It is looking really, really good. Overall, ooh, let's look at the standings, guys. It has been a long day here at the MPL MY. And now Homeboys sitting right on top with the Selangor Red Giants equal in score. We haven't seen their head-to-head just yet, but AERO Esports has now shot up to 3rd place in 1 week.
Honestly, like, even early on, if Todak didn't take Vamos down 2-0, we would have DxO in the top 6. I think this is going to be a tight one, right? At least for the 7 teams, right? Rain, Niners, Ocean Black, they're in a very tough spot, but from 1st to 7th, I don't remember the last time we had a league that has such a tight regular season.
Yeah, our middle
pack.
Middle pack is like very, very packed indeed. And imagine this, AERO, like, how is Hazel's resume gonna look after this? Number 1, I came in the squad, I don't even need to do any kind of tryouts. I just go in, and then the moment I came in, took 1 game off of SRG, and then that week, we got number 3.
It's crazy resume, right? Joined an MDL team, multiple MVP titles, 3rd with Geek Fam, 2nd with RQ Hoshi, now AERO to playoffs. Well, he has a bright future for it.
He really does have a bright future ahead of him. And I think, you know, this goes to show that the league format, it's so important to actually find your sweeps to make the differences in these matches. A single loss has already allowed Homeboys to actually overtake SRG, but here is tomorrow's schedule. We have OB up against Team Ray. We have SRG OG Esports up against the JP Niners. Homeboys versus Vamos.
Okay, hold on. I just want to take this moment because I didn't get the time to mention it, but I was looking at the standings. You want to know one interesting fact? Number 3 until number like 5 or something, they had 3 wins. Vamos is under all of them, and Vamos has 4 wins. Which thus goes to show that they won technically more, but in their losses, they lose so bad. And the ones that had 3 wins, even if they lose, they get a 2-1. And this is where the point system really matters. Like, even if you lose, fine, whatever. Try not to lose 0-2. It's very punishing.
Yeah, like, in best case, just win 2-0 if you can, right? The nightmare for JP Niners isn't over yet. They got SRG OG tomorrow.
Yeah.
But for me,
how bad can it be?
Homeboys Vamos. I think that is the series I'm looking for. Because Vamos also had a very rough day.
Yeah.
They're up against the top standing team. They got a full reset.
They got a full reset, and more importantly, they got to be prepared, which I think they've been over-preparing for that particular matchup, so much so that they may have forgot that they had to play here today.
Yeah. Maybe they're like, not that big deal.
Yeah, so we see the triangle, right? Like, Homeboys beat
the last
Todak,
time they beat us was season 11.
If Vamos beat Homeboys, we will have an interesting circle.
Oh boy, I don't know. Today has been crazy. Friday has been crazy. Based on Minggu Diraja or King making week 4, I don't know about you boys, but I think, you know, tomorrow might just really sum up everything that MPL MY is all about.
I think because of what happened in week 3, now it's looking good.
I
think finally getting good.
It has restored our faith.
Yeah.
For sure. Like,
and then we see what happens in week 5.
Oh.
Because remember, week 1 bad, week 2 good, week 3 bad, week 4 looking good.
This could go either way. Who knows what could be happening here at MPL MY. Once again, we want to thank all of our sponsors with all these clean sweeps that's been happening across the board. Thank you to all of our teams. Again, guys, remember, we've been checking out all of your chats through the Infinix phone every single step of the way. This is Husky. This is LaFell. Don't forget, there's 100 plus ad coming up real soon. There's a mic check as well. We're closing out today. Thank you for watching. See you and goodbye.
Oh, that was tiring, man. Oh, what a day.
Guys. Okay. I'm looking bang. Puri.
Kali. Go to Bruno.
Nice one, Kalya. Mati Kalya. Go kolam. Rota. Smart. Can carry. Mati.
Mid guys.
Mantap, Faisal. Ada dapat dash.
Mid. Mantap Faisal.
Masuk belah kanan. Masuk belah kanan. Oke. Kalya.
LT.
Backline game boleh. Kalya low. Mati balen.
Bruno.
Ya, I'm coming.
Look, Joy.
Bruno.
Joy. Hinda. Cepat.
Ya, boleh.
Guys.
Still got pass.
Gol.
Hilda. Mati.
I got to.
Can. Blow midline.
Nice one.
Tahu.
Enable. Ya.
Enable.
Okay, nice guys.
Nice guys.
Nice
What a fight, 11 minutes.
Fight. Easy. So easy this game.
Tali cancel
Minin.
Santai.
Jadi.
Nice game.
Personal team.
Macam nggak ada stack ya guys?
Dia dah jauh.
Aku naik nih.
Mati. Ada.
Gua bisa masuk dari mid guys kalau mau lagi.
Boleh.
Badang. Oke, badang. Aku tutup belakangnya sih guys.
Aritnya main.
Mati.
Nice. Let's go.
Biru. Lihat gua satu orang.
Gini.
Lihat gua satu orang.
Oke. We can fight in mid also. Go L1 lah.
After. Wait. Santai. Go. I'm looking Cape. Granger.
Mati Kip. Mantap Kip. Joy.
Aman. Wait. Protect the wave.
Lowest. Woi, ngapain boy?
I think just go. Let's go. 18 minutes Lord Jo. Dia go si Ekip.
Ya. You scheme.
Ya.
Push me ya.
Ya. Try to poke him. Nice one. Nice one. Mati.
Badang.
Tahu semua.
Aman ton.
Mana komen. Ini masuk atas sih guys.
Mati gua. Nice try. Oh. Nice try.